Welcome to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee number 6, Transport and the Arts, for the additional round of the inquiry into budget estimates 2024-25. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. My name is Kate Fairman and I am Chair of the committee. I welcome Minister Graham and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolios of Special Minister of State, Roads, the Arts, Music and the Nighttime Economy, and Jobs and Tourism. I ask everyone in the room to please turn their mobile phones to silent. Parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or to others after completing their evidence. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of these procedures. So welcome and thank you for making the time to give evidence. I might get your form in terms of the witnesses. All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. The following witnesses are required to be sworn in. So if we start with, I'll just read out the names of those witnesses to be sworn in and we'll go from there. So Ms. Mares.
Thank you. Trudy Mayers, Deputy Secretary, Planning, Integration and Passenger. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Okay, also Ms. Drover.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Mr. Fuller.
Good morning.
Remember to state your name and position title, please.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Matthew Fuller, Deputy Secretary of the Road Maintenance and Resilience Area of Transport. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
People will have to come forward. Mr. Rodriguez. Then Ms. Simpson after him.
Michael Rodriguez, 24-Hour Economy Commissioner and Acting Deputy Secretary for 24-Hour Screen and Sound. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Ms. Simpson.
Rachel Simpson, Executive Director Tolling, Transport for New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Ms. Boyd.
Good morning, I'm Kate Boyd, Secretary of the Cabinet Office. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And then Ms. Noonan. Mr. Barakat is after that.
Liza Noonan, Acting Chief Executive of Create New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Tarek Barakat, Deputy Secretary, Hospitality and Racing. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms. Webb.
Good morning, Sally Webb, Deputy Secretary, Safety, Policy, Environment and Regulation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. We've got Ms. Pittman, then Ms. Jones.
Annette Pittman, Chief Executive, Museums of History, New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Karen Jones, Acting Chief Executive Officer of Destination New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Finally, Professor Fells.
Thank you. Alan Fells, I did the independent toll review. I'm currently advising the New South Wales Government on toll reform. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I'd like to remind all other witnesses that you do not need to be sworn, as you've already been sworn before this committee during this inquiry. So today's hearing will be conducted from 9:15am to 5:30pm. We are joined by the Minister for the morning session from 9:15am to 1pm with a 15-minute break at 11am. In the afternoon, we'll hear from departmental witnesses from 2pm to 5:30pm with a 15-minute break at 3:30pm. During these times, during these sessions, there'll be questions from the opposition and crossbench members only, and then 15 minutes is allocated for government questions at 10:45am, 12:45pm and 5:15pm. I note that there are witnesses in the overflow seating area. I'd like to remind you that if you come forward to answer a question, to please bring your nameplate with you and place it in front of you at the table. This obviously assists Hansard in ensuring the correct witness is identified in the hearing transcript. Okay, we'll begin with questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister. Minister, in relation to the Graham Fells toll review and Mr Fells' responsibilities, what's the current contract value or estimated amount payable to him by Transport for New South Wales?
Thanks, and firstly, welcome to the committee, and thank you to all the officials who are able to be here. Ms Ward, as you know, we've released all the figures
the current contract.
For the toll review and the external consultants.
Yep, what's his current contract value?
About a total of approximately $8 million
for Mr Fells.
Has been the public figure. For Mr Fells, we'll take that particular question on notice.
Well, you haven't released those figures publicly, so you might want to correct those. Those amounts haven't been released in detail. What is the current contract value for Mr Fells?
The current contract value at the moment for his, I'll refer that to the Secretary.
Ms Ward, the current contract value is $165,000.
Thank you. Minister, the steering committee that Ms Drover and Ms Mayers sit on, does that report to Mr Fells, or does he sit outside the direct deal framework?
Mr Fells, and you're welcome to ask Professor Fells this, is advising the government.
Does that committee report to him?
He's advising the government directly. That committee does not report to him. That's the steering committee for the toll reform process. Mr Fells is advising the government directly.
Right. So it doesn't report
having
to him.
completed the report.
Thank you. Treasury said last week that he's not on the negotiation team. What is his exact role, and why is he not on the formal negotiation team?
Well, Professor Fells, and this is also true for David Cousins, completed the independent toll review.
Yep.
They've set the roadmap for toll reform in New South Wales. They brought the tolling companies to the table in April last year. They
but he sits outside
had that
framework.
breakthrough moment where they brought the tolling companies into the process, and I'm very grateful for their work to do that. In an ongoing capacity, and this is the contract that the Secretary's just referred to, they're providing advice as we go through that direct deal negotiation about how this intersects with their independent toll review.
So is he inside or outside the formal framework?
Well, he's formally engaged by the government and is being briefed as we go. So I would, I'd say he's very much inside the process, as is David Cousins.
All right, Mr Murray, is Mr Fells inside or outside the formal framework?
Yes, as the Minister has said, I would regard him as inside the framework. He is a formally appointed advisor to government as part of the ongoing toll reform.
Okay. Treasury said last week he's not on the negotiation team. What's his exact role, and why is he not on the formal negotiation team?
Well, firstly, throughout the course of the toll review, Alan and David both met with the concessionaires, were involved with them, were crucial to bringing them to the negotiating table. We've then moved into the next phase.
Sure. I know the context. Thank you for that. I'm just interested in why he's not on the negotiation team. What is his exact role?
We've moved into the next phase of the toll negotiation. That's a formal direct deal negotiation. As you know, there's very strict rules around that. As a result, we've appointed a negotiating team in the room, a steering committee.
But he's not on that negotiation team.
Advisors to government, including Professor Fells and Dr. Cousins.
But just to be clear, just to be absolutely clear, Mr. Fells is not part of the negotiation team. That's right, isn't it?
He's formally engaged in the process, but we have a negotiator who's sitting in the room along with senior officials from Treasury and Transport.
So, all right. So is he a part of the negotiation team?
Well, he's part of the formal structure advising government during the negotiation.
That's not a yes.
He is not the lead negotiator, and it's a sitting in the room with the concessionaires, if you can imagine that. Ms Ward is the lead negotiator.
But not a formal negotiation team participant.
Well, he's formally engaged. I'm answering quite specifically. He's formally engaged. He's not part of the team in the room with those concessionaires. I've described to you who those are.
Okay.
And that's the normal direct deal arrangement.
Sure. Ms Mayers, when was the last time you met with Mr Fells?
Last Thursday. We're in a joint meeting.
Thank you. Mr Murray?
Same meeting.
Same meeting, okay. And can you take on notice all the times that you've met with Mr Fells since July last year for the committee?
Sure.
Yes.
Thank you both. So when was the last time Mr Fells met with Transurban?
Can I take that on notice as well?
You can answer it any way you like, but this is your chance. Clarity, accountability.
Well, I'd have to take
when was
that
the
on
last
notice
time
given
Mr Fells
the number
met
of
with
times
Transurban? When was the last time?
I'll take that question on notice given the number of times I've met with him. I wouldn't be able to do that without going back
when
to
was the last
examine
time
the record.
Mr Fells met with Transurban, Minister?
Look, that's a question best put to Mr Fells, and I encourage you to ask Professor Fells that.
Will you take it on notice?
Question. No, it's not really a question for me. I think you should. You've invited Professor Fells here. I think you should put that. I wouldn't want to speak for Professor Fells on that.
Do you know whether he's met with Transurban or not?
Yes, I can confirm he's certainly met with Transurban.
When was the last time?
Well, I wouldn't feel confident of speaking for Professor Fells on that. He's here. I encourage you to ask him.
Well, what are you hiding, though? Either you don't know or you're hiding that he's met with them or he hasn't. Has he met with them?
Well, he's 2 metres away from me.
Yeah,
why don't you ask him?
I'm asking you, Minister. Do you know? As appropriate. It's your budget estimates. I'm asking you.
You've
Do you
called
know?
the Professor here.
What are you
He's metres
hiding?
away. I encourage you to ask him.
So you don't know, or you won't say whether Mr Fells has met with Transurban?
This is a parliamentary committee. It's a budget estimates
Yeah,
hearing.
that's
I'm
why
not
we're
going to
asking.
be imprecise in front of this committee. You've got a witness here who can answer the question.
And I
encourage
will
you to
ask
put
him,
it
but
to
I'm
him.
asking you as the Minister responsible, when did Mr Fells last meet with Transurban?
And
you don't
telling
seem to be
I
able to
can
answer.
confirm that he has met, and I'm
He
not
has
going to
met.
speak on behalf of a witness who is sitting 2.5
But I'm
metres
asking
away
you,
from
you are the witness here at Budget Estimates. It's appropriate to ask you if the person that you've appointed has met with Transurban recently.
Yes, and I'm confirming he has.
Okay. When was that?
I propose that you ask Professor
And I'm asking
Fells
you.
that.
I have all afternoon to ask him. I will ask him when appropriate, but I'm asking you right here.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak on behalf of Professor Fells. I don't want to be imprecise in front of this committee. In my experience,
Does Mr.
that's
Fells,
very dangerous.
Well, does Mr Fells not have any direct responsibility for the negotiation?
Look, I don't think that's a fair characterisation because he's a key advisor to government, having set the framework for the
We
whole
understand that.
negotiation.
Yep, you've said the context.
He's,
I
as you've
understand
heard,
that.
he's in the room with the officials.
I followed that very
As
closely.
ministers are being briefed
Yeah,
on the
but what we
direct
want to ask about is
deal
his specific role
negotiate.
now.
I'm answering your question, Ms. Ward.
Thank you. And so his
He's in the
specific role
room.
now, he has no direct responsibility directly for that negotiation. That's right, isn't it?
No, he's formally engaged. I don't accept the premise.
But he's not part of the team. He's not the negotiator. He's sitting in the room, but he doesn't have any responsibility. That's what you've told this committee. That's right, isn't it?
No, that's incorrect.
Okay. So, well, I mean, it's unclear. It seems to me that you'd want to clarify this. You'd want to make it very clear whether he is the lead negotiator, which he's not. He's not part of the negotiation team, but you can't seem to say other than a broad brush that he's in the room. So what is his responsibility, or does he just sit there and observe?
He's a key advisor to government as we drive toll reform. And I've got to say I'm very thankful for his help. Professor Fells is one of the key public policy people in Australia. The fact he's prepared to engage in this complex problem has really provided a breakthrough moment in the task of reforming these complex toll contracts.
And you've said that a lot, and we know that context, and I appreciate that. Is Mr.
Till
Fells...
2060, charging them $195 billion.
Sure. Is Mr. Fells still able to charge taxpayers for 5-star hotel stays and business class flights?
Well, Professor Fells is on the same arrangements that he was on when he worked for the former government, when he served in senior roles. For example,
able to still
monitoring
charge
the
for the
emergency
5-star
services.
hotels and the business class flights, as at today?
Well, Professor Fells is on the same arrangements that he has been on previously.
Okay. Can you take on notice since 1
I
July last year?
encourage you to put those questions to the agency.
Can you take on notice how many times since July last year the times, dates, cost and nature of Mr. Fells' expenses to the taxpayer?
I encourage you to put that.
I'm putting it to you, Minister.
Yeah.
He's your guy. You've picked him, handpicked him to do this review. He's charging money. The taxpayers want to know what they're getting for that. Surely you want to be transparent and accountable about that.
I encourage you to put that to Professor Fells.
So you're declining to take on notice the expenses of Mr. Fells?
You've called the witness here. You've called Professor Fells here to...
So you're declining to tell this committee on budget estimates what the taxpayers have paid for.
To the witness.
5-star hotels, business class flights, and you won't tell the people what they're getting. Is that correct?
You've called Professor Fells here.
I'm asking you.
No, I'm encouraging you to go direct to the witness.
You can encourage all you like. The encouragement the taxpayers want to know is what was incurred, what were the dates, what are they paying for?
Yeah, no, I won't be taking that on notice.
You won't tell the taxpayers of New South Wales what they have paid for.
The government's released all this information. That's why
Mr. Murray,
you're able to
will you
talk
take
about
on
it because
notice?
We've released all this
Murray.
information.
Point of order's been taken, Ms Ward. I'll hear it. Mr Diadam.
The question was put to the witness. The witness was in the middle of answering the question.
I'll move on.
So he should be afforded the opportunity to give the answer.
Yeah, thank you. I will remind members to allow the witnesses to answer questions. I think it's particularly important if there is a minister or a witness wishing to take something on notice. I think it needs to be very clear for the Secretariat and Hansard that that's the case. So just allow a little bit of time for that, please.
Thank you. Mr Murray, will you take on notice the dates, times and cost and nature of Mr Fells' expenses to the taxpayer?
Yes, I'm sure we can take that on notice
as
part of the process.
Thank you. Minister, I want to ask about some of Mr Fells' spending habits. What do you think your colleagues say when they see your hand-picked man charging New South Wales taxpayers $750 a night at the Capella Hotel?
Well, look, I understand there were 2 of these nights, but I encourage you to speak to Professor Fells about that. I am incredibly grateful for the assistance of Alan Fells and David Cousins. They have provided a breakthrough moment. Just to be clear, we have spent
but I'm asking about
much less
$750
getting
a night.
drivers out of these contracts than your government spent locking them into the toll contracts up till 2060.
Is it appropriate?
$195 billion.
Minister,
That's the problem your government created.
Your toll
that we're
review,
trying to
and
now
as
get
you
drivers
sit here
out
today,
of.
the taxpayer
That's the issue
dollars
we're
that
dealing
you're
with.
spending on this. So I'll ask it again. Is it appropriate, in your view, to spend $750 a night on a 5-star hotel?
Well, you spend twice as much as this privatising half a toll road.
Incurring
then we're spending on all these toll roads trying to get drivers
hotels.
out of the toll
Are you okay
trap
with that?
you set.
So you're perfectly fine with $750 a night?
This is the toll trap your government set till 2060. We're trying to get drivers out.
Is it appropriate?
That's what's going on here.
Is it appropriate?
You spend far more
Is it
than
appropriate
this.
to spend $750 per night at a 5-star hotel, in your view?
Just privatising
I'm
half a
asking you,
toll
Minister.
road, you spend much more than this. How
So
do you
under
square
John
that?
Graham, $750 per night for a hotel is perfectly fine. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that.
Well, what are you saying? You've got the opportunity now.
I'm saying you spend
Is it
twice
appropriate?
as much as this privatising
Is it
a half a
appropriate
toll
for
road. It was
your
quite
advisors and
incredible.
taxpayers to pay in a cost of living crisis $750 a night to stay at the Capella Hotel?
I encourage you to put that to Professor Fells.
Would you say the Labor government's supportive of Mr Fells' $1 million salary and expenses?
Look, we've released all the information for consultants. That includes for the independent toll review. I don't like spending this money. I'll be really clear. I'm not one of the ministers who likes spending money. I'm on the Expenditure Review Committee.
You've just said it's fine.
We are spending millions of dollars trying to get motorists out of
You've
the
said
toll
that.
trap. that was set. I don't like doing it.
All right.
But
Let's
it's
go to those
109.
then.
I want to be clear here.
Yep.
Millions of dollars,
Yes.
but this is a $195 billion problem.
That's right. That's
what
why we're asking.
motorists
we agree
are
on
paying
that.
out of their pocket.
So,
and we're trying to improve that, and we actually can't
Thank
do
you,
it
Minister.
without spending these billions of dollars.
Sure, I
I
understand,
don't
but I
want
wanna
to walk
ask
into
about the
these
specifics of the
negotiations.
expenditure.
These are tough negotiations.
Certainly, you've said that many
without
times.
the
That's
best
on the record. We
backup
understand that.
from
What I'd
the
like to
public
know,
service,
Minister, from you,
from the
though,
independent toll reviewers.
what I'd like to do is you can't possibly do that without five-star hotel stays.
Well, look, these are the same conditions that your government signed up Professor Fells to, and I encourage you to put that to him.
All right, so you've just said that you can't do it without five-star hotels and $750 a night. That's correct.
No, that's incorrect.
Okay. Why was Mr. Fells travelling business class from Sydney to Melbourne?
Well,
And Melbourne
look,
to
all
Sydney.
of, as I understand it, and feel free to put this to the officials, all of Professor Fell's expenditure was within the guidelines and within the arrangements that had previously applied when he worked at a senior level for the New South Wales government.
So will
I
you
will
take
remind
on
you he's also
notice-
worked for the Victorian government.
Thank you.
for the
I'm
Commonwealth
asking very
government,
specific
for the
questions, though,
ACCC.
Minister, and I'd appreciate. I don't need to understand what's happened in other jurisdictions. What I'm asking about is this jurisdiction and your toll review. Is it acceptable to fly business class from Sydney to Melbourne under John Graham?
Well, I won't be. Look, I won't be telling people which plane to catch as a minister. This is within the guidelines. I've been clear. I'm hugely grateful for the assistance of Professor
Yes, and
Fells
you've
when
said
it
that.
comes to getting drivers out of the toll trap your government
But
set.
what we'd like to understand
Where
is the
they are
expenditure.
bleeding money
Yeah,
out of
and
their
what we'd like to
pockets to the
understand-
tune of billions of dollars.
And speaking of bleeding money, we'd like to understand why this government is
Order.
bleeding money on a review. So are you grateful for the business class flights and the $750 hotel stays?
Look, I note your position is you wouldn't use these consultants.
It's not
but
my
you used
position, it's
double,
yours.
Well, that's
We're
the
asking
position
about
you've-
your expenditure
that's
during
the
your
position
time
you
as a
put
minister.
publicly, Ms Ward. But the
I'm asking
record
about
of
you,
your
Minister,
government
and
is
your
to spend
expenditure.
far more on
Bleeding
this,
money on
locking
five-star
drivers
hotels.
into these contracts.
I wouldn't pay
That's
for
the
someone to
record.
stay for
Your record
$750
speaks
a
for
night at a
itself.
five-star hotel in a cost of living crisis.
Your
That's what I
record
wouldn't
speaks for
do.
itself, unfortunately. That's the
Well,
great
let's talk about
flaw in the case you're putting
Mr.
here.
Fells, can you take on notice? Actually, I'll move on. All right. Why did you fail to
Thank you.
disclose to the public that Mr. Fells' recommendation was going to cost the budget $95 billion?
Well, because it is the government put this legislation to the Parliament. We debated it. I'm grateful to the opposition for its support of this legislation, and the model that has been adopted by the Parliament doesn't have the accounting effect which was described in that Treasury advice or in the media this morning.
What else hasn't been disclosed?
Oh, this is a very complex. This is a very complex negotiation. Working out how to get out of these tight contracts signed as your government privatised these toll roads is very difficult. So it's very complex. What
You've
we've
said
done
that
though
many times,
is
but we'd
tried
like-
to do that in public as much as possible. So
But Mr.
Professor Fell's review was public.
We're aware of that.
The
I haven't asked
interim
that.
report was public.
What I've asked about
the work
is
of the
the
former
hidden
government, what we could
$95
release,
billion cost
we made
to
public.
taxpayers of the recommendations. That's what we'd like to understand.
Well, I'm just contrasting the fact that the review conducted by the former government was done in secret. We've released much of this work, thousands of pages of
Minister,
work,
why is
so
it
that
up-
people can understand.
Why is it up to me
But
to
Ms.
be
Ward-
transparent about your mate's expenses, about suppressed information, about $95 billion? Why is it me that has to uncover all these documents? When you were about transparency and accountability, we found the hidden $95 billion, we found the hidden expenses, and we know that you were aware of those. Why is it up to us and the opposition to be holding you to account on your expenditure, which is outrageous in a cost of living crisis, in five-star hotels,
You're
in
done yet?
business class flights, and in a review that's been sidelined?
Well,
When
I
were
don't
you
ac-
first informed
I
of the
don't
cost?
accept the premise of your question.
I'm sure you don't, but it's
let
taxpayer
me-
dollars.
Yeah, let me respond to it. Firstly, we released the information about the consultants' costs. The question you're asking about the accounting principle is just wrong because government took account of that Treasury advice and adopted a different model before your party and my party voted for it
Treasury
in the
said
Parliament.
it would
As
cost
I want to thank all the
$95
members
billion
here who
to
did.
implement
I want to
Mr.
make
Fell's
an offer though.
recommendation that taxpayers paid for. Taxpayers paid him to do the work and come up with a report. He came up with a report. Treasury said that will cost $95 billion. That was hidden and buried, and no taxpayer was told about that.
I want to make an offer,
You
though.
ignored Mr.
Well, I'm
Fell's
responding
advice,
to your
didn't you?
question, Ms Ward.
Well, let's be clear about it, though.
I'm responding to
you
your
paid for the
question.
review. You've now ignored this report. That's correct, isn't it?
I'm responding to your last question just to make an offer to you,
You
which
ignore.
is this.
I don't need your.
The questioner is consistently speaking over the witness.
What's he hiding?
When they are trying to answer the questions. There's been a series of questions.
Thank you. I've heard the point of order. If the member can please not speak over constantly, the minister could also not speak over the person asking the questions constantly. That would be a lot easier for everybody.
Thank you. Minister, I don't need an offer, I need some answers. And the answers I need are to understand why you sidelined Mr. Fells, you've ignored his advice. It's been 706 days, we've got 5-star hotels, business class flights and nothing to show for it. It looks like under you we will get higher tolls for longer and increased concessions. I mean, this is going nowhere. You seem to rule out a lot of things, but you can't rule out longer tolls, higher tolls and the high expense that's been paid by the people of New South Wales. When is it okay to ask questions?
Such an impossibly unfair question.
There is no. There's
premises in it.
I've heard that point of order. It's not a point of order. Continuous order.
Minister, we'd like to understand when it is okay to ask these questions. You spent a whole lot of money on this. It's been 706 days. When is it okay to ask these questions? Is it 700 days, 800 days, 900 days?
Well, now
is it
would
when
be
we
a good
spent
time, but I'm
billions of
failing
dollars?
to understand what your question is. But
Answer
when
the
you have a
questions.
question, I'm all ears.
Well, we'd like to understand what your view is, what you are proposing to do on tolling, why you've sidelined the very person that you handpicked to write this report. You've sidelined him from the negotiations. You're ignoring his recommendations. You've got new people in, all at great expense, and you can't rule anything out.
Well, I don't accept your question.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Minister, do you believe the almost $30,000 cost of the Christmas party event at the Powerhouse's Ultimo campus in December for last year was appropriate?
Look, I would regard it really as a matter for the Powerhouse. If we're talking about the same function, I did see the media that this was approximately $56 a head plus GST. So I placed that on the record. But really it's a matter for the Powerhouse. As Minister, I've tried not to interfere or direct these independent institutions as to what events they run or particularly what they program. So that's the principle I've tried to adhere to.
Minister, public money, of course, goes into these organisations, museums, cultural institutions. So do you believe it's appropriate for the museum to spend that kind of money on an event like that? And shouldn't it be better spent delivering museum programs, for example, to the public?
Yeah, look, the government's focus is on making sure that we have the best museum possible. So, I mean, that's my ask of these independent institutions. The Parliament did set them up with their own legislation to be independent institutions. So I haven't sought to give them guidance about particular events or particular programming. I think that's important as the Arts Minister, but I would understand if members have got particular views that they want to express today about particular events, especially given the publicity for that specific event.
Okay, so you don't see any problem with that event and the money spent on it? I was kind of marking the closure, really, wasn't it, of the museum in that location?
Look, I wouldn't like to speak for what the event was like. I'd encourage you to put that to Ms Havilar.
Okay, so no comment as Minister in relation to whether other cultural institutions should stage and be okay staging such events in the future?
Well, I'd encourage all the institutions to have regard to the public mood at the moment and the fact people are under financial pressure. I think that is relevant, and I'm sure that would be the view of other members, but I don't think it's. I don't think it should be the role of the Arts Minister to be intervening where that's possible.
Okay, thank you, Minister. Since we last had budget estimates, there's been a legislative change in relation to music festivals. You know that we've had multiple exchanges in this place about user-pays policing and the impact of that on music festivals and other events in this state. What has happened since then? Has any music festival or other dance party, for example, been relieved or eased in relation to user-pays policing? Has there been any impact on festivals as a result of that legislation that's passed?
Yeah, so firstly, a couple of things have changed. The legislation that I was very grateful to the Parliament for passing, which has changed the Act, made it a much more supportive Act, set up those review mechanisms. Secondly, specific funding support for festivals given they're under pressure over this 2-year period. We know this is a particularly tough moment for them. You should feel free to check with the officials. I don't believe those review mechanisms have been, particularly the central review mechanism, has been triggered yet. But we have funded a number of festivals, I believe 4, but again check with the officials this afternoon to give them that assistance to get through. Thirdly, one of the reasons I was encouraged was we had an informal roundtable at the Yours and Ours festival with a number of MLCs. I know the Honourable Jackie Munro was there, agency officials, a number of whom are here, and industry people, and they indicated there were significant changes happening on the ground.
So, Minister, have there been festivals that have had their user-pays policing costs reduced as a result of accepting government sponsorship?
As a result of accepting government sponsorship. That's not necessarily how the review mechanism in the Act works. That review is there for festivals of a certain size, regardless of whether they're government supported or not. So that review mechanism is there. We've certainly had a fair few inquiries about it. I encourage festivals to use it to raise those issues with agencies. That central overall review hasn't yet been triggered, but there will come a time where that is the case. In the meantime, we've been practically assisting a range of these festivals.
So what's the central overall review?
So there's 2 reviews. One, an internal review, say within police, over police costs, where a separate part of police looks at the cost to a festival. And then there's a central panel that is set up to review if a festival is still uncomfortable. So I'm just making the observation that, to my knowledge, that hasn't yet been triggered. But the Music Festival Viability Fund has been in effect, and that's one of the things helping festivals through at the moment.
So have there been any festivals then that have had their user-pays policing costs reduced or waived as a result of government sponsorship? So in other words, the police still do what they do, they charge, they have their presence, dog strip searches, whatever else they do, and I'm assuming it's Sound New South Wales or Create New South Wales, Sound New South Wales, that some money transfers from your department to Minister Catley's for the pleasure of that. Is that actually happening at this point, and you stamp a logo onto that festival's promotional material?
Look, I couldn't speak to that, but check with the officials. But firstly, I can confirm that for music festivals, we have been assisting to liaise directly and encourage those costs to drop, and that has occurred in some instances.
Can you be more specific?
I'd encourage you to get the specifics from the officials this afternoon, so I don't want to
So your evidence here is that you or the department, has it been yourself that's liaised specifically with Minister Catley to try and put some, see some sense in relation to the exorbitant user-pays policing charges, or your department?
In relation to music festivals and other festivals, there's an active discussion. I don't want to go into all the details with my colleagues, but I've certainly been concerned, as I've said.
It's been quite active for 2 years now, Minister, hasn't it, under your government?
Yeah, we've changed the law. There's funding now. There are review mechanisms, and I'm confirming that there has been active engagement by my office and myself in dealing with these issues to some effect, both for music festivals but other festivals as well. The government will continue work on this, and one of the things we're looking to do is establish a cross-government look at major event costs, which after COVID are still too high, and we're going to look across the board at that, and I'm grateful to the Premier's Department for assisting with that.
Okay, so that's good leading into my next line of questioning. So in relation to major events and what they do bring into the New South Wales economy each year, are you aware of how much the Mardi Gras celebrations, the parade, the after party, the festivals, Fair Day, that 3-week block, are you aware of how much that brings into the New South Wales economy?
Yeah, we would have that figure here for you. I'm happy to take it on notice, or you should get it this afternoon. But it's a hugely important part of the city's economy, a crucial time of year when you add up all those elements. And we get a significant number of visitors, particularly from North America, at that time. That adds greatly to the visitor expenditure in Sydney, but also to the character of Sydney as a city. So it's a highly valuable exercise.
Thank you, Minister. I note that last year the New South Wales Government co-funded a reimbursement to Sydney Gay and Lesbian Mardi Gras because of the losses experienced by the cancellation of Fair Day. This year, there were in fact 3 Kylie Minogue concerts on over the Mardi Gras weekend.
A tragic clash.
It was great for Kylie Minogue fans, but they're also... they like to go to the after parties, to the various different events on. It's not really a laughing matter because, in fact, it did impact ticket sales significantly in terms of Mardi Gras. Does the government consider Mardi Gras worth supporting over an ongoing basis? Similar to other major events. You've just said how significant it is.
Yeah.
Mardi Gras is struggling financially, like many different festivals.
Yeah, let me answer a couple of things about that. Firstly, the parade alone generates $42 million in visitor expenditure, 38,000 visitors. So it gives you some idea of the impact. Absolutely, the government has supported through Destination New South Wales Mardi Gras. We've moved that onto a long-term footing, onto a 3-year footing. We've also established the foundation event framework, and I anticipate that this is the sort of event that would fit into that framework. Events that the government's backing long-term that are part of the character of the city. So in all those ways, the government support for this event, for all the reasons you've articulated, is quite important.
Thank you. I'll go to questions from Deputy Chair.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Mark Benazir.
Thank you, Chair. I might just pick up on the Christmas party Tunagate story that we were faced with yesterday. Minister, given the emphasis on sustainability in the arts and the cultural sector, how does a whole tune of performance square with that messaging of sustainability in the arts?
Yeah, well, look, I can understand why you're asking the question. Having read the publicity about it, I noted that was funded by the director personally rather than by the institution. I'm glad that was the case because I think that would have been out of step had it not been the case, if there was some suggestion the institution or taxpayers were funding that. So I note that fact, and I'll refer you back to my previous answer.
So that was described as a special gift to staff. How does that sashimi performance actually align with the Powerhouse's own codes of conduct and gift policy if it was a gift from discretionary funds?
Well, look, the advice to me, but I encourage you to check, is this is within the guidelines, particularly given how it was paid for. I can understand why it's attracted some attention. But I encourage you to put that question direct to some of these officials to reassure yourself as well that this is within the guidelines.
I probably will put some of those questions, but you as Minister, and I go back to some of the metrics we spoke about in a previous estimate where we looked at 33% decline in visitation over 5 years for the Powers Museum. Education participation at the museum was down 56%. In terms of how that gauges with other museums, it's 67% below the Art Gallery, it's 90% below Museums Victoria. And when I gave you those metrics, well, I also talked about that operating expenses are up 86%, exhibition costs are up at 211%. And when I put to you, if this was a private business, what would you do? You said you would shut it and fix the problem. But instead of fixing the problem, we're celebrating those results by spending $30,000 on a sashimi performance.
Well, we have shut the powerhouse though. If that.
Yeah, but what are we rewarding?
Yeah.
If I'm being completely blunt, what are we rewarding when the metrics are frankly in the toilet?
Yeah.
For that museum.
No, and Mr. Banasiak, you've put that case over years. I don't need to take you back through the twists and turns in the tales of the powerhouse. You've prosecuted the case over the years, so I think it's clear why that is the case, that the institution's got to that moment, and we're hopeful of brighter days ahead. That will require the investment that the government's making both in Parramatta and Ultimo, but ultimately Ultimo's got to reconnect with the community that love the powerhouse so much.
But you see how it's out of step. Like they're asking Treasury for additional funds to complete this revitalisation process, and then they're indulging in these sorts of events where the common people that would love to go and see the Powers Museum aren't going to have yellowfin tuna on their plate. They'd probably not even see a yellowfin tuna in their lifetime because the majority of that fish actually goes overseas to the export market. It is completely out of step with the common people that they're supposed to be trying to engage with.
Yeah, that's why I've given you my view, which is if that was funded by the institution, funded by taxpayers, I'm certain that'd be the view of the public, certain. So I've noted the fact that this was personally paid for by the director. It is in line with the guidelines, is the advice to me, but feel free to press that case.
Other things were in line with guidelines.
Yeah.
We've now discovered that probably don't pass the public perception test.
Yep.
Recently.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I just go to the Lithgow Arms Museum, Minister? Can you tell me what you and your office has done to help the Lithgow Small Arms Museum after its recent burglary?
Yeah, so I had heard about the recent burglary. There's been questions in Parliament, and I've met with MPs, including the Honourable Robert Borsak, about this matter. My office has reached out to the volunteers at the Lithgow Small Arms Museum and had several meetings in December last year and again early this year. I know that there has been the potential of coming to some arrangement with Tullis, who are the owners of the space. That long-term security, I understand, is very important.
Have you taken any steps to try and meet with that international company, Tales, around the Lithgow Small Arms Museum?
Yes, I've written to Tallis to set out the government's view about the future of this museum, to put the view that this is an important community asset. I don't think everyone would understand just how important this collection is, but this is a really crucial community asset. The government wants to see it continue. I've written to Tallis to make that point, encourage them to work with the museum, but I will also be speaking to them directly, and I understand that meeting is being set up or has been set up.
Okay. Have you asked your agency or any of your agencies to provide any funding to the museum or any kind of support? Because it's, as you said, it's an important part of the history, not just about firearms, but it has a huge amount of Australia's engineering history held on site as well.
Yeah. Yeah, look, certainly I've asked Create New South Wales to directly assist the museum with what their funding options might be. They actually do have some significant reserves that they've built up, which is remarkable for an institution, a community institution like this. Pending eligibility, the advice to me is one of the options might be through the Create New South Wales Arts and Cultural Funding Program. The 2-year, multi-year funding would support a small to medium organisation up to $200,000. It's the sort of program that they would have to work through the details of the eligibility, but they may well be eligible for.
Okay, and they've been given that information, have they?
I'd have to take that on notice, but there's been active discussions with Create to try and assist. Given the government's view, and look, I accept the case that's been put to me, this is an important community institution.
Okay, thank you. I might just quickly go to the glow-in-the-dark line marking trials, particularly the Bulleye Pass.
Mm-hmm.
When is it actually supposed to start glowing?
Well, firstly, I'm going to turn to the officials on the date, but this is a fantastic trial. It's so common sense. I spent a lot of time...
If it worked, it would be.
...putting the glow-in-the-dark decals on my Daytona race car set. And this is a similar idea for line marking for our roads. If it's a dark road, if it's a winding road, then having the line markings glow in the dark is one of the ways we can give motorist guidance. It doesn't work in some places if there's lights about. It's less effective. That's been some of the Victorian evidence.
So is it light activated, like our glow-in-the-dark Daytonas and our stars on our ceiling as kids? Is that how it works?
I can't speak to the stars, but I can discuss the Daytona issue for quite some time.
Yeah.
But yeah, it absorbs light during the day and then emits it at night. In dark stretches of road where there aren't lights about, that is potentially effective, but that's exactly what we're trialling.
Okay.
As to the date, I would have to refer to the officials.
It's been there for quite some time now, and I drive that road almost daily, and I can tell you it's not glowing.
Yep.
And I'm wondering whose idea was it to put it in an area that has probably, during the day, probably 10% sunlight?
Yeah.
20% sunlight maximum? Whose idea was it to put light-activated, glow-in-the-dark lines in an area that doesn't get light?
Well, this is fantastic feedback about the trial. This isn't going to work everywhere. So the sort of thing you're describing will be one of the constraints. So Bulleye was picked for research reasons, but I'd have to refer to the officials as to precisely why.
Mr. Benaziac, thanks for the question. This was a trial proposal that was actually put forward from Transport's hardworking staff, so it has come from the organisation itself. We do understand that there will be limitations, particularly the amount of light that the photoluminescent paint can absorb during the day, but it was determined that that site would provide ample opportunities to start to generate some of that energy, but also the safety impacts on that stretch of road would be of benefit as well. We are, of course, observing it as you are, as you drive past it, and to see how it performs, and we don't rule out using it on other stretches of road that might pick up more sunlight during the day, but we'll take that feedback on board that you're not noticing it.
How much does it cost per metre more than normal line marking?
I'd have to take that on notice. My understanding is it's not a material impact on cost in terms of line markings, but obviously we want to make sure this is a heavily regulated area in terms of safety protocols, so we want to make sure that we have all the details right before we would transition to a full rollout.
Okay, questions again from the opposition, Ms Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you said you wanted to answer some questions.
Yes, I did.
So let's answer some questions.
Yes, I did.
There's one.
Will there be new tolls under Labor?
We're in the middle of the toll reform process. What we're looking to do is lower tolls for motorists. That's a goal of toll reform.
Will there
but
be...
particularly those drivers who the Premier singled out before the election.
Certainly.
What we're really concerned about is drivers going long distances. Often they don't have access to public transport.
Yep.
Often they're travelling frequently. So that's the particular driver cohort we're really trying to assist here.
So given that, will you answer the question, will there be new tolls under Labor?
Well, look, we're working through the toll reform process. We want to reduce the toll burden here in New South Wales. That's the goal of toll reform. I'm not going to get into all the specifics of toll reform solutions, but we're looking to lower tolls.
You were very clear before the election there will be no new tolls.
Yeah, we're
You're not
looking
being so clear now.
We are going to do exactly what we said before the election.
I'll ask you for
and
a
we're
third
going to
time.
reform tolls with a view of lowering tolls for motorists.
I'll ask you for a third
particularly
time, Minister.
Particularly that cohort.
You were very clear before the election. You said you want to answer questions. I'll ask you for a third time today. Will there be new tolls under this Labor government?
Yeah, well, Ms Ward, we're looking to lower tolls here for drivers. That's quite clear
Will there
as
be
a
new
result
tolls?
of toll reform.
Will there be new tolls under Labor?
I think the commitment that was made before the election was no new tolls on old roads, and we'll stick to our commitments before the election.
All right. So you could have answered that 3 questions ago that there will be no new tolls under Labor. Is that your evidence today?
Well, I've given you my answer as
You
well.
can answer right now.
I've already answered, but I'm
I don't think you
always
have, but-
happy to repeat myself. If
Sure. Will there be two-way tolling on the Harbour Bridge and Tunnel under Labor?
Well, the government has not made a decision about that. I
Can you
note
rule it out?
in the independent toll review, as Professor Fells and Dr. Cousins looked at this.
All right.
Their view was, Ms Ward, this is an important issue. Their view
They
was
said you should.
if you're going to move to a network toll, it's very difficult to build one tolling system on the old principles, which were this. If you live in the west, you pay tolls in 2 directions and your tolls go up every quarter or every year. If you cross the harbour, you pay tolls in 1 direction and your tolls don't go up
So
for
it's a
14
recommendation
years.
and you'll be
So
implementing that recommendation to do two-way tolling on the Harbour Bridge and Tunnel. Is that correct?
That was the view that the independent toll review came to. Government hasn't
what
made a
you'll do?
decision about that. And we'll work carefully through those issues. But in
All right.
the interim report and in the final
Yeah,
report,
I know the
that was the
reports. I'm
finding.
asking you, though. You ruled it out before the election. Now you can't seem to answer. I'm asking, you've said you want to answer questions today. Will you be doing two-way tolling on the bridge? And you can't answer that, even
Well,
though you were very
I've-
clear before the election.
No, I've specifically answered that question, which
Mm.
is government has not decided to do that.
All right. So is the Sydney Harbour Bridge an old road in your view?
Is the Sydney Harbour Bridge, well, it's about to have its 100th anniversary in 8 years' time.
So it's an old road?
To that extent, it's an old road.
So no new tolls on old roads?
Well, I don't think that, I don't think it was specifically the age of the road infrastructure that commitment was aimed at. It was the fact that your government placed a toll on the M5
Minister, I'm
East,
asking-
which had been free for 20 years. It hadn't been tolled. It was built for $800 million. Now you're charging motorists 15 or 16 times that
Let's
in
go
tolls
there
on a
then.
road that was free.
Let's deal with that. So
that was the specific. That's
Thank
the
you.
example that.
Yep. So thank you for the example. So can you rule out new tolls on the M5 East and West?
Can I rule out
New
can you-
tolls on the M5 East and M5 West?
Yeah, look, we're not looking to we're looking to reduce tolls here.
Will you rule out new tolls on the M5 East and M5 West? I'll ask a third time.
Yeah, I'm not looking to rule in and out any of the solutions here. That's not what the government's
on the table.
considering. No, well, that's not what the government's considering. But I'm not looking to rule out in or out toll reform in the middle of this complex negotiation with the toll road owners. And I think it's unreasonable of you to try and ask the government to do that in the
What, to
middle
ask
of
for
a very
transparency in
complex and-
budget estimates about your toll reform? That's unreasonable.
Yeah, well,
is that
the-
what you're seriously saying to this
The
committee?
independent
It's
toll review
unfair
is
to ask
public. I direct you to its thousands of pages
Minister,
between
I'm
the two
asking about
reports.
your election commitments
Yeah.
and I'm asking about your budget allocation
Yeah, I'm
and your
confirming we will
proposals.
meet our election commitments. I'm confirming
No
we'll
new
meet them.
tolls, no new tolls on old roads, no two-way tolling. You'll meet those commitments.
We'll meet our election commitments.
There you
We
go.
have
There's
already
an
met
answer.
our $60 toll cap commitment, one you have opposed.
And how
I
is it
understand for
Certainly, but how is it
435
unfair?
days.
How is it unfair to ask you and the Premier about your election commitments?
Well, we will deliver on our election commitments. We've delivered on the $60 toll cap. We're
All
still
right.
hopeful that after 435 days you might finally back us.
Well, 706 days after the review, we're no further on that, and you've sidelined poor Mr.
Well, we are
Fells
further.
here,
The
but let's
first
talk
thing we
about
did
that.
was
Let's
set
go
up
to
the
the
$60
specific
toll
answers.
cap,
Let's go
despite
there.
your opposition.
Minister, New
It's
South
been in
Wales
place for
Treasury has
more than a
confirmed that
year.
they have modelling on the financial value of concession extensions, in a sense extending privatisation of roads. Is that under active consideration by the government?
Well, I'd refer you to the advice you've already had from the Treasury, and
Yeah.
that was quite specific.
So they've done that modelling on
I endorse
concession
the comments
extensions.
that
Is that
the
on the
evidence-
table?
I endorse the evidence that was
I'm asking
was
you,
given.
Minister, in your budget estimates about your view about government policy, Treasury has done the modelling on the value of extending these concessions. Is that under active consideration under your government?
Well, government hasn't made a decision about that, and I'm not going to rule things in or out in the middle of a complex negotiation with the toll concessionaires.
Yes,
I
but
don't
I'm
think
asking
that's
about government policy, which you were very clear about before the election. You said that there wouldn't be tolls for longer, there wouldn't be new tolls, and you wouldn't have two-way tolling.
I'm
You're very
confirming-
unclear and getting tongue-tied now. Here's the opportunity to set the record straight. Are you extending concessions?
We will deliver on our election commitments. The string of sentences you have just put together does not bear much relationship at all to the election commitments that
All
were
right.
made before the election.
All right, then did you-
We will deliver on the commitments we've made to the public.
Mm.
Professor Fells and David Cousins have set out a
Thank you.
roadmap for that to happen.
We've heard that,
and
and I
we'll
know
take
that.
serious
Thank you.
regard to that.
Minister, did you ever provide a direction that there was to be no new tolls in the review?
Look, this is an independent toll review. We didn't. We've asked Professor Fells and David Cousins to try and unravel the mess that your government left us with till 2060.
I'll ask you again. I'm not asking about them. I'm not asking about what they did. I'm asking about you and your ministerial capacity. Did you ever provide a direction that there was to be no new tolls in the review?
At no stage did I offer a formal ministerial direction to the independent toll review, and I regard that would have been inappropriate to do so, and I'm surprised you're asking
So
that
you've
question.
never said we are not going to consider new tolls. That's not
I
part
have
of
never
our policy.
issued a formal ministerial direction in the way you're proposing to
Yeah,
the
but
independent toll review. It wouldn't be independent.
Did you
if I'd
provide
done
any
that.
casual advice in your discussions with Mr. Fells? We're not looking at new tolls. That's something that we have said we will not do. Is that something that you said casually to him?
We've certainly made the independent toll reviewers aware of the government's election commitments, and that's an important issue. That hasn't constrained them. They've felt free to suggest some things that were not in line with the government's election commitments, and at times the Premier or I have as Minister or the Treasurer have ruled those out publicly.
So which version of no new tolls is correct?
What is your question, Ms.
Which
Ward?
version of no new tolls
Well, our
is the
election
correct
commitments
one?
stand. We'll deliver on them,
Mhm.
despite the contracts you signed us up to.
But just to be
These are pretty
clear-
hard to
but
escape.
just to be clear,
the contracts
you
you
have
spent
never told
millions
them-
of dollars
you
of
never
lawyers
told them
and
that you wouldn't
consultants
consider new
locking
tolls.
drivers into.
You have never
They're pretty
said
hard to
we won't
escape
consider
from.
new tolls.
But we're going to give it a go.
You've never said we won't do new tolls.
This will
To
be the
independent
greatest
advisor, to
escape
the
act
committee, to
since
anyone
Houdini
else.
if we get out of these contracts.
never told
Your
them.
government signed,
Mhm.
And I'm very grateful
All right,
to
Minister,
Professor Fells.
Minister, will you be privatising the Sydney Harbour Bridge and Tunnel?
No.
Okay. Will you be privatising the revenue of the Sydney Harbour Bridge and Tunnel to fund toll reform?
Privatisation was your policy. That's
Will
how
you
we
be
ended up in this mess.
privatising the revenue?
We won't be repeating the billions of dollars
So
of
you can rule it out right
privatisation
now.
that
Will
your
you
government
privatise the
engaged in.
revenue?
That's exactly how
the
we got here.
revenue. I'm asking in budget estimates. Will you be privatising the revenue from the Sydney Harbour Bridge and the tunnel to fund toll reform? I'm
Look,
asking you.
Yeah, that is your prescription. The government has made it clear that, and this is why we debated the New South Wales motorways legislation. That is the entity that will hold the assets.
But I'm not asking about the entity. I'm asking about the revenue from those two. Can you rule it out here and now? that you won't be
Privatisation is
sending
your
that
policy,
money
Ms. Ward.
to
We won't
Transurban?
be repeating your mistakes if that's
So the money
question.
from the Harbour Bridge and toll will not be sent for toll reform. You won't include that in toll reform.
We won't be repeating your mistakes. We will be delivering on
But
our
I'm asking
commitments.
about what you will be delivering. You said you wanted to answer questions today. I'm asking those questions about what that revenue will go to, and you can't rule out that revenue from the Harbour Bridge and Tunnel, two-way tolling, going towards toll reform.
Well, we were clear before the election that one of the things we'd consider is some of that revenue going towards paying for toll relief for drivers. So that was a discussion we had openly with
Could
the
have said that
public.
3 questions ago.
You distracted me with your
difficult.
unreasonable questioning, Ms. Ward,
Oh.
but perhaps you're right.
All
I
right.
could have.
Let's ask a reasonable question then. Does the government have plans to privatise the revenue to the Sydney Harbour Bridge and Tunnel?
You'll have to repeat that question.
Will the government do you have plans to privatise the revenue from the Sydney Harbour Bridge and Tunnel? Will you give the money to Transurban?
Look, we've been clear about our commitments. We did discuss before the election dedicating that revenue towards toll relief for motorists will fulfil our election commitments.
Do any plans presently exist?
The government is yet to make decisions on toll reform. We're in the middle of a toll negotiation. Some of your questioning, and I don't say this about today, but in other forums, particularly with Treasury officials, has been
Minister, they're very simple,
inappropriate.
straightforward questions. You don't need to dodge
particularly
them.
asking
Will you
about
be
the-
sending that money to Transurban?
Particularly asking about the
You
value
can rule
of
that out right
particular
now.
elements of the toll reform. That's not in the public interest to have that disclosed
But
in the
Minister,
middle
they're
of the toll
pretty straightforward
negotiation.
questions. They're pretty straightforward questions. You were very clear before the election. No two-way tolling, no new tolls on old roads, no longer tolls, and it seems like you can't give a straight answer to any of those options to say what the government is doing.
Ms
Are you
Ward,
breaking your promise now, or did you break it then?
we will fulfil all our election commitments, not your version of our
But I'm
election
asking
commitments,
how.
but the commitments that the Premier in particular and I as Minister made to the public. And I look forward to doing so. This is a tough problem
These
to
are
unravel,
straightforward
given the
questions
contracts
the
you
public
and your
deserves to know.
consultants and your lawyers, that conga line of lawyers
Oh,
who
we
signed
can-
these decades-long contracts
Yeah.
under the
But
former
your
government
commitment
left us
was
with.
no new tolls.
It's a tough problem.
That's still on the table. Your commitment was no new tolls on old roads. That's now on the table. Two-way tolling, you committed to not
We'll
do.
fulfil
That's now
all our
on the
election
table.
commitments, Ms Ward, and not your version of our
All right.
election commitments.
How many options are currently being explored under the direct deal provisions?
Look, I encourage you to ask officials
I'm
for
asking
that.
you, Minister, while you're here. I've got all afternoon with the officials. You know
Yeah.
that. I know that. How many options are currently being explored under the direct deal provisions?
Look, quite a number. I don't want to spell those out. I don't think that'd be helpful to the negotiation.
I'm not asking the specifics. I'm
Yeah.
asking how many there are.
It
Do you know?
depends on your precise definition, but quite a number of models are being looked
It
at.
doesn't depend on my definition. It depends on how many options are on the table. I'm not even at the trick questions yet.
Yeah, look, we've worked through a number of iterations, but my characterisation, but I'd encourage you to ask the officials about that is...
No, I don't need your encouragement.
I'm
I need your
about to give-
answers, Minister.
I'm about to give you my
Please do.
characterisation. I would say, look, there's 5 or 6 models under active
Okay.
consideration.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Is corridor pricing, which was not supported by the review, currently being examined by the Direct Deal Committee?
Look, I don't think it's sensible to go into the precise options that are in the middle of this direct deal negotiation. I note the advice of Treasury officials, and I think this was a fair question when you asked, is the declining distance model advocated in the independent toll review on the table? Yes, it is. That was the advice of Treasury officials. I can confirm that. I don't think stepping through the models in the middle of a direct deal negotiation is in the public
We'll
interest.
save and accept that we have a review on the table that specifically said that it was not supportive of corridor pricing. Is that on the table or off? You've paid for the review. Mr. Fells has given his advice, doesn't support corridor pricing. Are you ignoring his advice and proceeding with it, or are following advice and it's off the table?
Well, government's yet to conclude a deal, yet to settle a model, so no.
No what? No, there's no corridor pricing, or no, you're not ignoring his advice? Which?
Well, precisely the answer I've given you. Government's yet to make a decision, yet to select a model as a part of these direct
Minister,
deal negotiations.
Mr. Fells doesn't support corridor pricing. He put that in his report. It's been 706 days since his report, and you won't come clean with the public about what it is on or off the table. Is corridor pricing an option? One of the 5 or 6?
I know, Ms Wood, you'd like the answer to how we're going to escape these dastardly contracts that your government signed us up to.
But you've got
We're
the report.
working hard on it.
You've paid for
The
the
report's
report.
been
You've
a
got
fantastic
Mr. Fells.
blueprint.
He stayed
I
here.
can
He's
confirm
written
the
the
government's
report, and you've
expectation
sidelined
is
him
we'll
and
be
his
able to do it.
recommendations.
But I'm not going to tell you how we're going to escape your contracts in the middle of the negotiation, because we'll actually hurt the public interest. We'll get a worse deal for drivers
Let's talk about
if I
the
spell out
report
our
then that we've
negotiating
paid for. So last
tactics
estimates you
around the
stated-
estimates table.
Well, last estimates, let's talk about that. Last estimates you stated the government will respond to both the interim report and the report of the toll review together, and that report will be released public. Remember you said that. Did you mislead the committee at that time?
We have already responded with our legislation. We'll continue.
No, not the legislation. You said you will respond to the report, both interim and the report of the final toll review together, and that will be released publicly. You haven't done that, have you?
That is, we have not released publicly a government response,
No.
and I confirm we will do
You
that.
said at estimates last time that you would. You haven't done that.
Well, I
Were
confirm
you
we-
misleading the committee then?
No.
When will you respond?
We'll alert you when we respond. We're in the middle of the direct.
How many days will it take?
We're in the middle of the direct deal negotiations.
For
so
706
the government's working through
days,
this
no
in an orderly
response to
way.
Mr Fell's interim
Well,
report.
there's not no
his
response.
final
For
report.
435 of those days, we've had the toll
You
cap in
haven't
place.
responded.
We're still hoping
you
for you to back
assured
it.
this committee that you would
That was the
provide a
fir-
response together publicly. You'd released it. That's what you told us under oath, and that hasn't eventuated. We have no response. It's been 7. How many days will it take to respond to this very expensive report?
We'll deliver on our election commitments before the election.
700 days? 800 days? 900 days?
Our election commitments, unsurprisingly, will be delivered before the election, and that's the.
I'm
but we're
asking
doing,
about
to be really clear though, we're
evidence
doing
to this
exactly.
committee under oath that you would respond to both reports, and you haven't done so.
We're doing
And
exactly.
you can't tell this committee when you'll respond to both the interim and final report that we've paid for.
We're doing exactly what we said we would do before the election, working
Alright.
through setting up toll relief,
We know that.
moving into toll reform, and
Alright,
we'll
I'll move
deliver
on.
on those commitments before the election.
Thank you. Minister, when we first advised that the toll road modelling completed by Clarity Consult and commissioned by Mr Fells was peer reviewed and found to be not fit for purpose for negotiations with Transurban.
Well, I don't accept the characterisation of that research. I'd have to take on
The
notice.
peer review said it.
I'd have to take on notice the specific question you're asking
Right,
about
when
the
were
date.
you first advised that that modelling was not fit for purpose? The peer review said it.
As I just explained, I'd have to take on notice the specific date, but I'm happy to do so.
All right, well, when did you become aware of it? I mean, you've got a
That's-
peer review that says you can't rely on the traffic modelling. When did you become aware of that?
Well, I reject the premise, but as I've said twice now, I'll take on notice the specific date. I think that's a reasonable question. I'm happy to take it on notice.
All right, so you're aware of it. What's the expertise then in traffic modelling that you'll rely on?
Well, there's a very significant team working on this problem. You've been very critical. You've encouraged the government to proceed without any of these consultants or lawyers.
No, I'd
even
like
though
to
they're half the
understand
cost
what you've
of what
said
you
and
were
what you're
charging
doing.
the
They're
public
two
to
very
privatise.
different things. All right.
I've made it clear. I'm not walking into a gunfight with a water pistol.
Sure.
We need a serious team
Minister,
in
what's-
place to advise the government
All right then.
to get the public out of the contracts
Thank
your
you.
government
So,
signed.
Minister, what is your expertise in traffic modelling?
Let me describe it to the committee as very, very low.
So the peer review said, stop, don't use this, and yet you get running with it. You run off with this and say, yep, we're going to rely on that. The peer review said, don't rely on this traffic modelling, but you push through anyway.
I think you're trivialising the significant amount of work going into this.
No, I'm not. I'm very concerned that you're relying in negotiations with Transurban on this modelling that a peer review has said, don't rely on it, stop. It's unreliable.
I don't accept the premise of your question. You're trivialising the significant amount of work, the
peer
significant
review said it.
transport teams that are working on the traffic modelling here, as well as
All
some
right.
of these consultants.
They
We
pleaded
can
with you,
answer
Minister.
the-
They asked you not to rely on this traffic modelling. They
Yeah,
said,
and-
don't go into this gunfight with dodgy traffic modelling, and yet you have.
Well, I don't accept the premise, and we can take you through that
right.
specific modelling
Were
and
you advised-
correct the record for you, should you
All right.
give
Were
us the
you
opportunity.
advised of this prior to entering into stage 2 of the direct deal?
I've said I'll take on notice the date. So I think it's a fair question to say, when was I aware of this particular modelling? I have been briefed by officials. I did
But
raise
not
some...
just the modelling, the peer review.
Yeah.
Were you aware of the peer review and the warnings to you about this traffic modelling before you entered into the stage 2 of the direct deal?
So as I was saying, Ms Ward, I was briefed by officials. I did ask some questions about the modelling and the peer review. I was reassured by the answers I gave.
They were
I'm
pleading
happy
with the
for
government to
officials.
stop.
I'm happy for officials to also reassure you, should you want to put those
They said
questions
it wasn't
to them.
fit for purpose. Please don't proceed with this. They said to you, it's not fit for purpose. Please don't use it. Why did you proceed to stage 2 based on that modelling?
Having been briefed by officials, I was reassured by the answers that I received.
And you
This
still
is
kept
not
going.
the only modelling that the government is using.
Okay, we'll go to questions from the crossbench now. I'll go to Ms Tanya Bahalik.
Lovely. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Minister.
Good morning.
Just want to ask you just a couple of questions. One in relation to Sound New South Wales. What does that currently costing taxpayers the full cost of Sound New South Wales?
This is Sound New South Wales. Firstly, is the contemporary music agency
Yes.
established by the government. It's modelled on Screen New South Wales, so it's a very similar format. Just so you can.
So it has a board, staff. Is that?
Yeah, correct.
Right.
So very similar to the setup for Screen New South Wales, but to support contemporary music.
Okay. Well, how many people work there, Minister?
It's part of a $103 million commitment to the contemporary music industry over the term of the government. I would have to take on notice the specific numbers, or we could get officials to answer you now, but we certainly have that information.
And if you can also, what about how many board? And there's a full functioning paid board. Is that right? Or
Yeah. So, firstly, I can tell you that the budget allocation
Yes.
for this year is $18.5 million.
Right.
That
Yes.
includes both staff and the grant programs. There's
Okay.
a fully functioning board that has been operational now for more than a year, but we've also legislated it recently, as you'd be aware.
yes, so staff, grants, and how many staff are there?
We'll get that.
You can take that on notice. Yes.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
fine.
certainly happy to take it on notice, but we may be able to tell you more rapidly than that.
That's okay. And what about the board itself? Are they paid positions?
That is I don't want to mislead you. I think they may be paid a small amount. It's a very serious board. We've been lucky to have some of the most senior people in the national music industry step
Yes.
onto that board.
Can you confirm if they're paid?
Yes, I will.
Is
I will
that
confirm.
Miss Collins? Is that right? If she's here, can she confirm if they're paid?
Yes, yeah, we could ask her forward. I can tell you that Sound New South Wales at the moment has 15 full-time equivalent employees.
Right. So 15 employees, and can you confirm the board are paid, or are the chair and deputy chair paid?
We're just taking that on notice.
Did you want Ms Mahalik? Did you want Ms Collins to come?
If Ms Collins can
yes,
answer,
I think
I'm happy
that's
for an answer now.
Yeah,
please.
exactly.
Yes, it doesn't have to be
I
the
think we
minister.
can
yeah.
answer that now.
Yeah.
I just don't want to mislead you on that one.
No, that's fine. Ms
Good morning.
Collins, hi. Can you just let me know if the board members are paid?
Correct, they are. The chair is paid $10,000 a year, and general board members are paid $5,000.
And that's in line with the, obviously it went through
Is
the
there
usual...
a deputy chair to the committee?
There is.
What is a deputy chair paid?
The same as general members.
Right, $5,000. Okay. How long is the tenure of their board?
There were varying term lengths, so each member is able to be appointed for up to 3 years, with a maximum of 3 terms.
Maximum of 3 terms. Okay. Thank you, Ms Collins. I think that's all I need to ask you about.
I'll just say that grading for the pay is obviously goes through the government grading process for these committees.
So that's a normal, I mean, look, that doesn't seem overly too much, but I just wanted to know what they're paid, and obviously that comes out of the 18.5 million. Is that?
Yes,
how it
yeah, I believe so.
Minister, I just wanted to ask you about. It'd be good if I had the document in front of me. I just wanted to also ask you. Yes, I wanted to ask you about John Watson. He's the deputy chair, is that right?
He
Can I
was the
confirm that?
deputy chair. Yes, that's correct. And we're going through...
Why is he no longer the deputy chair?
The John Watson is a very senior music industry figure. He agreed to serve, but only for the initial setup. I had a good discussion with John. He viewed it as an important moment to help New South Wales recalibrate, but the agreement with John was only that he would serve for one term. I understand he might be serving now on potentially on the federal music body, but we were very lucky to snare him first.
Sorry, so how long was
in
he
New
on the
South
board
Wales.
for?
It would be for approximately 15 months as we set it up
right.
before we legislated it, and now we're reappointing at the moment.
Okay. Can I just bring to your attention, his company is 11, a music company, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Minister, when I had a look at the reportable political donations disclosure for New South Wales Labor 2022-23 financial year, it was interesting to me that 11, a music company, donated $1,900. Are you aware of that?
I would have to take on notice. That's really a matter for the party rather than the government.
I just want to know, as Minister, whether you were aware that John Watson had donated through his company $1,900.
I wasn't aware that 11 had donated.
So it never came to your attention?
No, I wasn't aware that 11 had donated to the to a party.
Well, that brings me to a question then. Were you involved in any of these board positions? I mean, are you involved in the final signing off of board positions?
Yes, I am involved in... so there's a recommendation from the agency, and then I sign off on those board positions.
Do you know if the agency or yourself does any due diligence checks to see if you're actually promoting people that are donors to the Labor Party, that are donated to Sussex Street? I mean, is there a process?
Look, I certainly didn't check. You would have to check with the agency if they had. I mean, to be clear, John Watson is the leading manager in Australia.
Doesn't mean anything to me.
Yeah, no, I know, but
might be exciting for you, Minister.
Jimmy
it's not
Barnes,
exciting to me.
Midnight
I'm more
Oil,
worried
Jimmy
about.
Barnes, Midnight
I'm more
Oil,
worried
Missy
about people
Higgins.
giving money to the Labor Party and getting rewards for it. Okay.
Yeah, but Jimmy Barnes, Midnight Oil, Missy Higgins. I suspect Birds of Tokyo.
Wonderful,
Surely-
wonderful.
yeah.
But he got it's a pretty good deal for him because he got at least 5,000 back for that 1,900 that he gave the Labor
Well, I
Party.
can assure you
So
he was
to
not
John Watson.
appointed because he was donating the political system.
Yeah. All right. I'm more concerned, Minister. You're also a Special Minister of State. Have you had a look? Because I did ask this question the other week to Minister for Sport about the processes around grants, but also about people taking on positions, board positions, and the need that they might have if they are being offered a position like this, that they should declare that they have donated to a party.
Yeah,
particularly during a political process.
I'd be happy to take that on notice.
Yeah,
but there's obviously a conflict.
You're the person that would normally legislate or bring legislation, I think.
Yeah, and there's obviously a conflict of interest process that all these boards go through. I'm not aware of the specifics, and you're now asking about the general process, and I'll be happy to take the general process on notice to come back with an answer about what the existing arrangements are and what might be appropriate.
Well, you've said to me you didn't know that he donated. Can I just ask through you, Miss Collins? Miss Collins, could you come forward if that's okay? Miss Collins, I'm going to ask you the same question. Were you aware that were you involved in Mr Watson being recommended for the board?
Yes, so Sound New South Wales put forward a list of, I think, approximately just under 60 potential industry candidates for appointment to the board.
Oh, you put forward 60?
Yes, so we put forward a long list with some recommendations about people.
So who does the final choosing 60? Because it's not 60. I've got the list of board members here. It's not 60 here.
No, sorry. The long list, when the board was first appointed, we put forward a recommendation of potential candidates, and we made a recommendation of, I think, closer to 20. I'll have to come back to you on notice about what the final...
And who made the final decision, Ms Collins?
That final decision, they're appointed by the Minister.
And I can confirm that. That's
okay,
as I advised.
Okay, so you then looked at this list and chose who you...
looked at the recommendations.
So ultimately you're responsible for
Correct.
Mr Watson going on. Okay, so my issue is, and it's nothing against Mr Watson, and well done to what he's done for the music industry, that's fantastic, but I'm more concerned about the process before you, Minister, particularly given your other role as Special Minister of State, and I think that I would expect that sort of due diligence check to happen. So, Ms Collins, you weren't aware that he donated to Sussex Street $1,900?
No, I was not aware.
No. And see, how can we fix that, Minister? Because I think that's a problem. I think that these are the sorts of declarations that should actually happen.
Can I offer the Secretary to give you some general guidance on this?
Hi. Look, this issue's come up before in relation to employment in the public sector as well, and it would be very potentially counter to the integrity aims of the public sector to ask people whether they have donated to a political party.
Are you suggesting it's counter to integrity, that they should actually advise, given they're taking on a public service role, that they should advise, just even if it's just a minor, could be just a minor question that you put to them, have they made political donations?
You wouldn't want to infer that was a necessary criteria for appointment.
Well, you would think that they would perhaps make that available. They would provide that information, I would have thought. There should be a process where you can ask, is there any conflicts that you might think that we need to be aware of?
I don't think making a lawful political donation is a conflict, and all of those donations are publicly disclosed.
I'm suggesting that he made a donation to the Labor Party and within months was put on a board okay, and a board that pays a stipend or fee. So I think that, does it meet the pub test? No, it doesn't.
Well,
Minister, will you commit to making changes in this regard?
I've taken it on notice, and I'm happy to do that and look at the issue in a serious way. I would of course take the agency advice, but government will make its own decision about what was appropriate. So, and I'm certainly happy to talk to you further about it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Minister, I've been contacted by residents who are living near the Warringah Freeway upgrade who have concerns about the closure of the Alfred Street off-ramp. They were notified, they're telling me on the one email that was sent on the 6th of November last year, telling them that would be closed for 7 or 8 months, that it would reopen sometime in mid-2025. Firstly, is there anything more specific that the residents can hear in terms of a date for that closure? It's a very long time. They're concerned about the lack of consultation and the lack of detail.
Yeah, look, firstly, this project is really important, but it's also been really disruptive. So I really want to thank motorists and also local residents for their patience. If you're driving through this area, it changes pretty much every week you drive through. So I think people would know what a big impact it's been. You've referred to one of the specific impacts, which has had a local impact, particularly on residents. The Alfred Street off-ramp was temporarily closed on Friday, the 22nd of November. It'll remain closed, the advice to me at this stage is till mid-2025. The reason why it's closed is if we didn't do that, this would take far longer. So it takes out 90 nights of noisy work. It removes the need for 10 weekends of extended hours work. So there's no easy way to do this work. This was the judgment about the quickest way to do this with in the end, less impact.
I understand that the Milsons precinct group has requested details of the proposed traffic management plans for the closure, and that last communication with them that hadn't been provided. Is there any reason why not, Minister?
I can't answer that. I encourage you to take it up with the officials. There has been significant community engagement. For example, the normal letterbox and email notification, street meetings, information settings, paid social media, radio advertising. There's specific information on the website, a media release. There's been briefings with key stakeholders in impacted residents groups. So that normal consultation. This is a disruptive project though. So I'm sure, I know residents have really been impacted here. So if there's more we can do, we should. And if we can provide that information, then my view would be we should, but I encourage you to ask officials.
But you're here now as the Minister who can make a direction and suggest that traffic management plan be provided, given that really all they found out about it in terms of the community was this one email on 6th of November. You said a lot of consultation then. They don't think they've got enough information. Are you going to say now that it should be released for them?
I'd certainly be comfortable with it being released, but what's the view of the agency on that matter?
Yeah, the closure of that off-ramp is static, so it's been closed. So I am surprised of the lack of information, but I'm happy to take that on notice. There has been a lot of information provided to the local community. There's also been media done with the
Thank you, Ms Drover. The Minister just said that he was happy for the traffic management plan to be released and passed it to you, and you said you'd take it on notice. Is that what you're saying here now? You can't, given the Minister has just said he's happy with it?
I'm taking on notice the fact that it hasn't already been released because a high degree of information has
and if
already
it hasn't
shared.
been released?
There's no problem with explaining that the changed traffic arrangements. Absolutely not.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
So it may have been released, but if not, we'll release it publicly and discuss it with the residents.
Okay, thank you. Now, with all of this disruption as well for residents that live around Milsons Point, Lavender Bay, Mossman, Kirribilli, North Sydney, obviously. Has there been any discussions within government about a toll waiver for residents while they're undergoing this extremely disruptive construction, which obviously for many months has been incredibly disrupting for them?
We have been. So we have. Well, firstly, the advice to residents is to take the toll-free option. So that's the advice that's being given. That's the toll-free exit at the Pacific Highway, Artarmon, if they're accessing North Sydney, Neutral Bay and Kirribilli. We have had inquiries, though, from local residents saying, look, that doesn't always suit, and we are incurring more tolls than we otherwise would. We're working with those residents who've raised those issues and the local community to assist where we can. I might direct you to the officials so they can tell the latest status of that, either this afternoon or
Yeah, I'll come back to that actually with 5 minutes remaining. I appreciate that.
Yeah, but I'm certainly aware of the issue, and it's one we've been working closely on.
Okay, another issue this time from Camaray Voices, but similar of course, is Minister, in October last year, so you assured Camaray Voices that an independent environmental representatives review would be completed. This is in terms of the Western Harbour Tunnel, would be completed within several weeks. Now, are you aware of what that is regarding?
No, just repeat that.
So it's an independent environmental representative. This is in relation to the upgrade. I asked you in budget estimates, wrote you a letter. So they were told it would be within a couple of weeks. Nothing's happened as I understand it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
What's
great.
the update?
Yeah, so so this Camaray Voices released a report in September 2024. The Transport then took the views out of that report and escalated them to the Western Harbour Tunnel and Warringah Freeway Upgrade Environmental Representative to do this review. What the review's looking into is the allegations about non-compliance that were outlined in that report. It has required some thorough work. It's not yet complete. Our expectation is that may still take a number of weeks to conduct and finalise it. As soon as that is final, we'll be going back to Camaray Voices to inform them of the results of the review and any recommendations. So that's the current status as of today.
Okay, so we're at budget estimates once again. It's a couple of weeks from budget estimates. So I think last October, whenever it was, you said a couple of weeks. Now it's a couple of weeks. Is that a guarantee that it's a couple of weeks?
Well, that's the advice to me. I accept the point you're making.
I mean, the project will be done and dusted, potentially.
Well,
I mean, many couples of weeks later.
Possibly not, given how just how big this project is. But I accept, Chair, the point you're making, that this has taken quite some time. And I'm happy to speak to the agency about what we can do to make sure that delivers on that timeline.
Okay, so this.
But I also encourage you to use this afternoon to accept advice from the officials.
So you were just summarising
what's caused that delay.
Yes, thank you. The situation, and hopefully you'll follow that up yourself too, as Minister.
And I've committed I'll do that.
You summarise the independent environmental representative, I think, as being appointed by the project team, an independent environmental representative. I just wanted to get clarity on that.
I can't answer that question. I would have to refer that or take it on notice.
So somebody, just to be clear, and this is the political point I'm possibly wanting from you, Minister, or response, is that this independent environmental representative needing to look at compliance issues with the upgrade, quite a few significant breaches according to the community, was appointed, is being briefed and is essentially paid for by the project team, the very team that it is inquiring into, investigating into. I understand that's the situation.
Yeah, I'm not aware of the method of appointment or the circumstances, so I'd have to...
Mr Murray, are you aware?
No, I'd have to take that on notice, Ms Fairman.
Okay, maybe if somebody else within the team...
I think we could come back with later today with a more fulsome report on where that's now up to.
Yes, I mean, Thank you, Minister. It's been delayed. The community's very frustrated. We're unable to get from here at this point any information about that independent review. It does seem, it does appear as though it's a bit of a delaying tactic, wouldn't you think? Why isn't it being
Chair,
accelerated?
I don't agree with that, and I don't want to take the time up this morning, but I think you should ask the officials what has caused this delay. We could do it now.
I'm asking the question, as in I'm wanting to get from
I'm
you.
Giving giving you the status update, but I can't tell you why. Your reasonable question about why this is taking so long.
So you're reassuring the community, which is what you did last time, that you were onto it, that you were trying to, ensure action was taken, that those breaches were being looked into. Now it appears that you're here with your officials, and who knows whether they're being looked into or not.
Well, I don't agree with that, and I've updated you on the status of that project.
Okay, thank you. No, we don't. Now, any questions from the government?
Yes, Chair. Just a couple of questions for Professor Fells. Professor Fells, can you elaborate on how motorway tolling is impacting motorists in Sydney?
Yes. Well, they're up for 195 billion from it. But maybe I could just tell you what we were told by people who were affected by it. Because we did very extensive consultations. Somewhat amazingly, we got 1,150 submissions from the public and then a whole lot of submissions from other people, and there were surveys and so on. But the predominant view that was put to us was about the level of prices and their escalation. And the overwhelming sentiment was that tolls in New South Wales are too expensive, particularly with cost of living pressures, other taxes, and so on. And also the regularity of big toll increase, 4% in some of the main areas is extremely unpopular with the public. Also, inequitable social outcomes coming from the regime. In other words, low-income people, West Sydney feel it's really unfair. And there's also effects on people's behaviour, whether they'll use toll roads or not. Just to give you a few quotes from members of the public, the current toll charges are absolutely unfair for common and regular commuters. Motorways are these are all separate comments. We've got hundreds, and we published them, by the way, in a report. Motorways are supposed to be a convenient means to travel long and complicated distances, and the current toll rates are hindering this. The cost is prohibitive and drives traffic onto surrounding roads, making it an overall nightmare. The taxes we pay on car rego licences, petrol, are supposed to be going into building and maintaining our road network, but either this isn't happening or the government and residents are being ripped off. Now, a lot of views about tolls, some people say there shouldn't be tolls at all, but certainly a strong view is that they are unfairly biased against Sydney's poorest population. That's a quote. The government needs to understand how much we're struggling. We just don't have money in our savings anymore. The government incentivises moving out west of Sydney to receive a better chance for first-home buyer incentives, yet it increases the tolls drastically. The exorbitant charges hinder socio-economic mobility and restrict individuals' ability to seek employment, education, healthcare and other essential services located outside their immediate areas. Sydney families are being punished for seeing their loved ones, especially seeing their families outside the immediate areas. There's a whole lot of others, which, we got a lot of this from the public. personally I felt there needed to be an inquiry to look into these concerns. For example, we got a lot of concerns from car share users, people that are sharing cars and they cop the tolls. So they thought there should be some lesser toll for them and environmental benefits and all sorts of things of that sort. And I mean, I thought it was quite important that if we're hearing this view, if the public is saying it, that there should be some analysis of this, hence, very long report. There are also, I mean, there are a lot of views on privatisation, and we didn't come out for or against privatisation, but I mean, just to pass on views, roads are a public resource having major thoroughfares owned and used as a source of income by private business. It's an injustice and a sign of a government's failure to take and hold responsibility for the road networks. Well, we heard that quite a lot. There should be a rule against the monopoly on toll road ownership to generate competition on pricing. Now that one, we did have a big look at the competition question. To me, there's glaring issues about competition to get the job, to get the contracts, and other questions about competition. So we've spent some time on that important question. A lot of views that infrastructure operated under a for-profit model hurts the average consumer. There's very little choice in using other means. There's quite a bit on the link between the tolls that are being charged and the policies and so on, and other parts of transport policy. Maybe the government could provide better public transport and active transport options, including better cross-city links like metro lines, light rail, buses, footpaths and cycleways to help reduce the community's reliance on toll roads. There's a lot about toll relief and whether it was a good or costly approach. We got a lot of people saying it was great, there should be more of it. There are some people who said from a taxpayer point of view they didn't like it, they didn't see why they should do it. There's a lot on capped pricing. Again, we heard a lot about people favour caps. There were some who said not such a great idea because the taxpayer is somehow paying for this. Then we heard a huge amount about toll exemptions or reductions for motorhomes, recreational vehicles, camper vans, and then exemptions or reductions for motorcycles. A bit about peak and off-peak pricing. There's not really much of that from all the bridge, distance-based pricing, and so on. So a lot was said on from stakeholders, and we get the obvious impression, I'm sure everyone here knows, the public has got very strong feelings about tolls and how much they're paying, and wondering if there's some better way of doing things.
Professor Fells, did the toll contracts signed by the previous government sufficiently consider motorists when setting toll prices?
Well, I don't particularly want to point fingers at previous, whichever governments did it, but I would have said firstly that the general feeling we picked up that the contracts were not good, particularly the escalation rates. There's a bit of a tendency to make a deal that sounds good in year one and then add on more quietly huge escalation rates, including the 4% a year. And I mean, in our report, we called it motorists first, right? We think that it should be motorists first when it comes to tolls policy. not concessionaires first, not business interest or profit making or what. It should be motorists first. And we do pick up that there is quite a lot of non-use of toll roads because of the high rates. And that means more congestion on non-toll roads. And we also referred to some work by Professor Hencher at Sydney, who talked about toll saturation. People are paying so much in tolls, they just decide, I'm not going on the toll roads. And our own view was that the good toll roads here, they're good, but they're underutilised. Now, I would also, just about the contracts, maybe I'll tell you a story. After I finished my work, I spoke at an international conference of tolling people in Singapore. A lot of countries and experts and so on were there, and I thought it might be interesting for them to hear about New South Wales and our thoughts on what to do about it. But the general feedback I got from practically every country in the room, are you doing this in New South Wales? We thought you had a serious government there. This is a very messy and costly way of doing tolls. And I think I said, we had to actually figure out a bit about how we might get out of some of this, and that's quite a challenge.
And tell me, how complex is the toll reform process compared to other processes that you have dealt with?
Well, I've been in quite a few reform things, and this is a very difficult and complicated one. In New South Wales, for example, I spent about 5-6 years working for the previous government on the emergency services levy. That was quite complicated, and a lot of individuals were involved. And frankly, one of the problems why they abandoned the reform, I think, was that they got feedback from individuals about
Chair. I do appreciate your contributions, Professor Fells, but I'm not sure how an emergency service levy process is relevant to this committee's purposes.
Okay.
Well, to the point of order, Chair, question was quite specific about comparing the toll reform process to other processes.
Yes,
that Professor Fells has
I'll
dealt
allow
with.
Professor to continue. You're in.
Yeah, it was just, it was a complicated thing, and the electricity job was not so complicated, this one. And I've been in quite a few other ones, but I rate this as one of the most complex and difficult because of the pre-existing contracts. There are also a large number of parties involved in it, and you need very skilled and capable negotiating teams. There's a lot of law, finance, funding, economics, transport policy, road policy. It affects also where people live and work. Tolls, I've got an economics background, but tolls over 50 years have a very big effect on the social life of people in New South Wales. And those things need to be brought into account. And also tolls have quite an important impact on the flow of traffic, obviously. And that needs to be looked at and modelled. And it's not kind of an ordinary public service process in my view. So, and you need a lot of people to go into it. I won't say we haven't wasted a word in here, but there is 350 pages of fairly dense material on this whole complex subject. So it is, and it's sort of a long-term, difficult reform to achieve. It won't be achieved in a day. It'll be achieved over time, with many conflicting interests involved.
Thank you, Professor Fells. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. And with that, we'll break for morning tea now, and we'll be back at 11:15.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Welcome back, Minister, and hopefully others will join you soon. We'll go straight to questions from the opposition. Ms Nicole Overall.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, Minister, and
Good morning.
to those of your people who have or are arriving. Now, I had the great pleasure to tour the New England Regional Arts Museum over the weekend. Have you had the chance to visit, Minister?
Look, I would have to check if I've been to the New England Arts Museum. I've been to quite a few regional museums and galleries, so I'd want to check before telling you for sure.
Well, it boasts probably one of the most significant collections of art in a regional setting, and one of the greatest acts of artistic philanthropy and benefaction in Australian history. So I do recommend a visit.
Very good.
And,
I'll take that seriously.
I don't believe that it may be on your ministerial schedule at this point in time, but with your lack of visitation to regional areas in your capacity as Arts Minister, are you aware of a growing concern that there's not enough focus and support for the arts, particularly in the regions? How do you respond to that?
Well, firstly, I don't accept the premise of your question, but it is exactly the reason. The point you're making underlies the whole policy change that the government's taken in the arts. Previously, the arts policy in New South Wales was about our amazing cultural institutions. The trouble is they're all clustered around the harbour. We've now moved to a policy that recognises the creative communities of the state, that recognises regional communities far more effectively. That was what we heard from regional communities during the consultation. That's why we've made that policy shift. And I believe it'll lead to a funding shift, to a priority shift over time.
Well, that's great, Minister, but you've just talked about recognising the importance, the significance of arts in the regions. That's one thing, and leading to a prioritisation and greater funding. But what's happening right now? You're 2 years into government. You're suggesting that you've had consultation, but the conversations that I've had with various arts organisations around the regions, they're suggesting that they're not feeling the love from you or your government at all.
Well, just last week we've kicked off the regional arts strategy, which will drive the approach in regional New South Wales, and that's how we're working. We'll consult further on that. We'll look to make sure, but we're funding very significantly into the regions. That's true regardless of the art form.
Okay, well, if we're talking about funding then, and you're talking about funding big for the regions, how much?
Yep, we can come to some of those specifics if you give us just a minute.
That'd be great.
But that...
and while you're coming to those specifics, you might also let us know then the funding for capital upgrades and new facilities. How's that broken down?
Yeah, no worries. So to give you some sense, probably the last round of the arts and cultural funding program, this is the 2024-25 round, is the best place to start. We invested $10.6 million as a part of that round. That went to 72 regionally based organisations, also to artists directly in some cases. Some of the highlights were annual program funding, which really funded them throughout the year, went to 21 organisations. We're putting a focus on regional touring after we heard a range of the towns we consulted with said, look, we've got great art here, but we want to send it to nearby regions. So 17 applicants getting $1.2 million for regional touring. The RADOs, the Regional Arts Development Organisations that you'd be very familiar with, 15 of those got $3.2 million, $3.3 million, and also a range of other regional organisations, including local government associations, received more than $3 million under multi-year agreements, giving them funding stability. So that's one round as an example.
Mm-hmm. And I will come to some regional touring aspects in a moment, but you just mentioned the Regional Arts, Culture and Creative Industries strategy, yet another strategy, Minister. Lots of reviews and inquiries and consultation and strategy, not so much on outcomes and producing results. So where are we at with this strategy?
Yeah, well, I don't agree with that observation, and I just want to explain what the strategy is about.
Well, we could go through the list, many of which have been mentioned this morning.
For the first time, we've got a 10-year policy which sets out what the state's aspirations are in the creative sector, and it's a big change from what the policy was before, even
Right.
though last time
But
the
it was
policy
promised
was
for
not-
2024, Minister. It's
the-
March
the
2025.
policy
So
was
where's
not,
it at?
the policy was not written down. The strategies are not about what government's doing, it's what the sector itself wants and what government can enable. And that's a real change. We're moving away from government simply helicoptering money in to really working closely with the sectors.
That's terrific. And it's terrific to hear.
Yeah.
But when can we expect it?
Well, it kicked off just last week, as I've let you know.
But
so I'd encourage
we've
people
made the
to-
announcements where the strategy itself has now been produced with your key priorities, recommendations around all of that.
No, as I stated before, we've commenced work on that.
Commenced work on it.
Yeah,
Yes. So
no,
how
exactly,
much
and we'll
longer
be
do we need to
consulting.
wait until that work is completed?
The direction I've given in general with these strategies is we've got to be highly sensitive to the timing of the sector, whether that's the screen sector, for example, that one's done, or Western Sydney, or the regions. Government should be prepared to move quickly, but we've also got to be prepared to move at the pace that the sector's moving at. These are not government plans. They're government and industry plans or government and region plans working together.
Right, and I understand that, but
So
then
that'll
perhaps,
depend on the
Minister, you
feedback.
should do less on over-promising and under-delivering. You did say 2024, March 2025, and you still can't give us a timeline on that. So perhaps you need to just take into account that you don't set these stones for yourself around your neck if you're still consulting and engaging with the various sectors as you should do.
Well, this is very much a partnership, so I don't. I think we've got to be aware of how these industries are organised. This won't work if government turns up and says, "Well, this is what we're doing," and hasn't
I
actually
hear you,
listened to the
Minister.
sector.
I
That's
hear
the
you.
change that we're.
But again,
driving
we're
here.
still waiting. Is I guess the question that's coming back to
Well,
us
I'd
as well.
encourage people to get involved in this process now it's been
Great.
kicked off.
So, have you done any of the things that you stated in your media release on growing and supporting local activities that you were going to be looking at, or are you going to be waiting until the work is completed?
Well, I'll have to. I don't know. You'll have to remind me of what's in the specific media
Working
release.
with
There are
local
quite a few that
councils
go
to
out,
reduce
so-
red tape for festivals and events, working with regional communities, councils, creative organisations and venues to support a connected network of regional touring, activate the network of regional halls and spaces to support local touring across music, performance and visual arts exhibitions, supporting at least 4 new creative industry artist workspaces in regional New South Wales in the next 4 years. So are all of those things going to be in the strategy that you'll be
well,
releasing?
look, we've made significant progress against those things, and you can see that in part because that ACFP funding that I referred to earlier has been increased. It's been indexed. So that sort of security that's there for the sector has allowed us to really take significant steps towards those goals that were articulated there.
So are they your key takeouts? Are you able to share any of your key takeouts? Don't keep us in suspense any longer.
You'll have to be more specific. Key takeouts about
that you'll be talking about in your strategy, is that pretty much going to be it? So what do the arts organisations, the arts community, the sector have to look forward to in all of this?
In the regional strategy you're
Yes.
asking about
Yep.
specifically.
Yes.
Look, to me, the thing that really came through, and this came through, the first place we did the consultation was in Lismore because it had been flooded in 2022 and the arts organisations were particularly impacted. The number one thing that came through to me was the need to support touring. People saying, look, we know there's great arts, culture and creativity going on up the road, but we want to have that here, including the best from the cities around the country or the next region. But we've also got some remarkable things happening here in Lismore or the Northern Rivers, and we want the ability for those people to succeed on the national stage, and we want to be able to do that. So we've stepped up that sort of touring support. I'd like those organisations to be able to work on the national stage, so we're open to collaborating with the other states to do so.
Okay, and I do want to get to touring, particularly for music, but we will get to that. First, I'd like to ask you, Minister, your Labor government set to fall at least 40% short of its housing target. Can you explain how you're going to be able to deliver 40,000 hotel rooms to assist with, obviously, accommodation that's much needed and much being called on?
Well, firstly, we've actually got a good record in New South Wales, and look, full credit to the sector and full credit to the former government. Over COVID, we actually put thousands and thousands of hotel rooms into New South Wales, but we need more if we're going to achieve our goals. We can't do that, in my view, with the planning system we've got. We need to make changes for the planning framework for hotel accommodation if we're going to succeed. I want to succeed because the growth dividend by 2035 for the state is very significant if we can reach that $91 billion visitor expenditure target.
And if you do achieve those very ambitious targets that you've set, and even if you achieve half of that, what about the impact on the short-term rental accommodation industry?
Yeah, look, they are ambitious, but you've got to remember these are great regional jobs. This gives people the advantage, especially in our regions, to do great work and stay in their community. That's one of the reasons I'm so passionate about hitting those goals. Yes, there will be pressures with short-term accommodation. I agree with where you're heading. My point is this: those pressures will be worse if we don't tackle this hotel accommodation challenge, if we don't change the planning system, if we don't strive to achieve these goals.
Okay, well, let's talk about the short-term rental accommodation sector review. Again, another review. Do we have an update on that?
Look, that question will be best directed to my colleague. I'm not the minister who's best placed to give you the most recent update on that.
But this, okay, it's fine. It's that.
I'd be happy to take it on notice, though, so we can provide you
so
some.
that it does lead into the
I
previous answer that you provided
I wouldn't
there.
object to taking that on notice, and we could get you some information from my colleague.
That would be great. And yet another strategy, and I said that I'd be happy to provide the list, the visitor economy strategy. Where are things at with that?
Look, well, firstly, I really want to thank the review team. We've got Secretary Mildwater here, but also Sally Lone, Chair of Destination New South Wales, and Andrew McAvoy, who's now on the board of Destination New South Wales. They've completed a review of the existing strategy.
Great, it's completed, so on track then.
It'll be the full strategy will be released shortly. The
Shortly.
punchline, though, we've already released $91 billion
Shortly.
of visitor expenditure, a significant upgrade over the $65 billion previous target. That's great news. It reflects how dynamic the sector is, the potential for New South Wales, and that's great potential, including for regional New South Wales.
Yes, and so when you're talking about shortly, that is going to be, to come back to the Chair's previous point as well, a matter of weeks. Will we be back here next time and still asking the same questions?
Well, look, I've got an update for the Chair on her issue, but I've learnt my lesson from that previous experience. I won't be giving you a timeline on this occasion. But it is, it's an important strategy. The review really did the job, though, to signal where the government wants to head, and I'm really grateful to the review. It's really reset the approach in New South Wales, although, to be fair, building on the significant successes of the former government and Destination New South Wales, but it's time to strike out and be more ambitious.
And let's hope it achieves that, absolutely. Now, quickly then, because I've got quite a lot that I would like to get through, we've just lost out to Melbourne to host the significant National Football League. And there are a lot of very unhappy people, Minister. If I quote from Natalie Godwood, CEO of New South Wales Tourism Association, this is an epic failure for the New South Wales government and Destination New South Wales. How did this happen on your watch?
Look, I note the comment. I thought that was very harsh, particularly since we'd won the. We'd announced the week before the third biggest event in the world, the Rugby World Cup, centred in Sydney. The Victorian government got the same criticism ×3 as they missed out on that the week before. If I had to choose between the one-off or perhaps over 3 years NFL and the Rugby World Cup, essentially after the Olympics and the FIFA World Cup.
You're probably a rugby man, Minister.
Ms Ward could tell you this. This is a huge event. This will set Sydney alight. And if I had to choose which one to win, we chose right in New South Wales.
Well, you've spent big on the UFC, but an average NFL game has 15.8 million viewers in America compared to under 2 million for the UFC. What are you going to do to ensure that this sort of thing, where you've been accused of dropping the ball, doesn't happen again?
Well, I don't know why you're opposed to the UFC. It's a very popular sport, particularly amongst young men. But it'd be hard to fit an extra event in once you consider the Rugby World Cup, South by Southwest, the Sydney Marathon, now a marathon major. Great news for Sydney. So, look, we can't win them all. I wish our colleagues in Melbourne well.
Okay.
But if you had to choose, and your colleagues will tell you this, the Rugby World Cup is where the action is.
I'm a rugby fan, Minister.
I'm
well
tourism
aware
fan,
of what a great game. It's
I'm a
the
tourism
game
fan
they play in heaven. That's right. It's not
from
about
a visitor expenditure point of view. This
speaking of
is
which,
rolled gold.
Okay, so let's talk about one then that was achieved and what the heck happened with it as well. Sydney let sports fans down at the Race of Champions. Do we know of the Race of Champions, Minister?
If you want to ask me a question, go right ahead.
Do you know what the Race of Champions is?
Feel free to ask me a question.
That's the question.
Yeah.
Do you know what Race of Champions is?
I'm familiar with the title. But
So in
I
other
don't
words,
know.
that's a no, Minister. You can say you don't know what it is. A blockbuster contest played out in front of thousands of empty seats in Sydney,
this
Sydney's
is the
largest
other night.
stadium, the racetrack. Yes.
Yeah.
So the fact that you didn't even know about it, Minister, clearly people didn't turn up. Why didn't people know about it?
I did weigh up going.
But you didn't know what it was.
I had another event. But otherwise, I would look. I'm happily confess I'm not a rugby fan. I am a motorsports fan, and I did weigh up going, but I was unable to attend.
Motorsports fan, but not enough to know.
I'm
and to
surprised
help
it
promote
wasn't.
and assist.
I'm surprised.
support
I
this.
hadn't heard that review, but I'm surprised it wasn't more popular.
Yes, well, clearly it wasn't. So what are you doing to try to make these things more popular? Is it another one you've dropped the ball on, or perhaps not dropped the clutch, as it turns out to be?
Well, to my knowledge, and I could be wrong about this, so we've certainly invite the officials, but it wasn't an event that DNSW was supporting. So as a motorsports fan, I'm upset to hear it didn't go well, but in terms of the government's tourism strategy, that's of less concern than many of these major events that we're backing.
But again, if we're missing out on events, if events aren't turning out as well as they should, that's got to be part of the overall strategy that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, and look, the events space is going very, very well in Sydney. I want to credit the Destination New South Wales and the former government strategy, including Minister Stuart Ayres.
Terrific.
The major events part of the strategy is going well. We're continuing to lift it. What we're doing, though, in the review and what you'll see in the strategy is we're then adding a supply-side tourism focus on airlines and hotels. If you do that together, keep the events humming, add hotel and airline supply side, we're set for growth in New South Wales.
Okay, well, if we're going to be talking about airlines, why did you cut the aviation attraction fund, and are you going to bring it back?
Well, I don't think that's an accurate characterisation, firstly. We have allocated significant funds over my term as Minister to aviation attraction. You've seen some of those announcements unfold. That is relevant to Newcastle. It has been relevant to Kingsford Smith. We're in discussions with the Western Sydney Airport and making sure it reaches its potential, and that's an active discussion about airline attraction.
Coming back to Destination New South Wales, and yes, previously and under Minister Stuart Ayres, fantastic job. Steve Cox, the CEO of Destination New South Wales, no longer the CEO?
That I can confirm that.
And what's happened there?
Steve Cox is no longer the CEO. I refer you to the Secretary, given the nature of Mr Cox's employment, for any questions on that. So just referring to who's responsible for the employment of particular individuals. So either now or in the session this afternoon, you'll be welcome to ask about that.
I'll be out of time. Thank you, Minister. Great Southern Nights, supposed to be promoting local live music from and around New South Wales. How many regional tours were there last year and scheduled for this year?
Yeah, well, this, I'm glad you've asked about this
sure you
program.
are.
This was the one good idea
One.
The former government in this space. We've
Just
got a
one.
raft of programs. This was a great program
one
though by
good
the former government, and we kept it as a result. We're reshaping it to make sure it works to the government's precincts approach. So at the moment, this was a random collection of events across the state at random
why are
times.
bands from Victoria getting gigs in New South Wales paid for by this program?
Well, I don't know the specifics. Feel free to supply them. But in my observation would be in the music industry, often you'll have band members coming from a range of states. They tend not to exclusively stick to one state. But I don't know the specifics that you're referring to.
I'm very sorry we're out of time, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. I understand you've got an update.
Yeah, can I briefly update you on the Camera Voices issue? What I can advise you is the report is complete. We will be able to supply further information to Camera Voices this week, including a copy of the report. It'll respond to the significant detail they've raised, and I invite you to ask the officials this afternoon if you'd like further detail about that response.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Minister. Minister, the Music Festival Act review, the legislation, the review that took place last year, the report was provided to the government, I understand, in April 2024. Why was it only made public on the day that the legislation was introduced in, I think, September?
Look, I think we'd committed to making it public. It's obviously a very complex area, as you know. So I can't recall a specific reason why it was released at that time, but the review itself I found really helpful. It obviously went into a lot of detail, as you'd be aware, and the legislation has been highly effective.
So, Minister, given it's a very complicated or complex issue, as you suggested, why would you have kept it from the public, the review, also all of the members in this place who obviously want to pass legislation in that area, you know, that works and that supports the music industry? Why did you keep it from us until the legislation was before us?
Well, I obviously had to consult with my colleagues. As you'd understand, these are cross-government issues, so that, look, frankly, that was one of the timing issues.
6 months.
I certainly haven't. I recall being around this table trying to update about the principles and running out of time last time to give details in public about what to expect when we were last together at this committee. So I don't accept that we've been hiding it. In fact, it's a really valuable report. I'd encourage people to read it. And there's more work to do in this area.
Minister, at that time as well, I asked for any submissions by stakeholders who was consulted. The submissions, I understand, also haven't been made public. Is that correct?
I wasn't aware of that. I think I wouldn't have again, I would be open to the submissions being released publicly, except to the extent where they have requested confidentiality. I think we should be aware that some of the organisations may well have done that. I'd expect that to be respected, but I don't have a problem with the submissions being released publicly.
So in terms of your the portfolios that you have carriage of, for example, the Sound New South Wales legislation, other legislation that comes before this Parliament, you support the principle of transparency. You're saying that here today?
Yes, although we've got to be careful. For example, the questions that have sometimes been asked about the confidential tolling negotiation have been mad and against the public interest in some other instances. So, yes, in general, I think we should be transparent, but there are sometimes reasons why government needs to take a different approach.
So, just to be clear, because there have been a number of different bills that you have had carriage of, let's not include the tolls. Again, that's probably more reason for confidentiality there. But there's quite a few that submissions haven't been released. The example that I've just mentioned around the music festival regulation, when the report wasn't released to us. Just wanted to get some kind of assurances from you that this will change, because this seems to be a bit of a culture of a lack of transparency, despite what you promised when you got into office.
Yeah, I'm grateful to you for raising it. In the specific example, I think we should release the submissions with that caveat, except if they've asked for it to be confidential. And of course, that's my first preference, to be able to be as open as we can be with MPs and the public. If there's other specific examples, then I'm open to members raising them with me.
Minister, I asked you earlier about the about music festivals and the user pays policing. Are you aware of the Senate inquiry, the federal inquiry that has just been released, that also recommends action be taken, particularly in New South Wales, around user pays policing?
Yeah, I haven't read the report, but I'm certainly aware of the proceedings. I haven't been able to follow it in the detail I would like, although I hope to catch up over the Christmas season. I'm aware of the specific...
I hope you mean Easter.
Well, I'd be even happier at Easter. I'm aware that New South Wales was singled out in submissions to the inquiry, and perhaps by the inquiry itself, for some of the tough regulatory and cost approaches here. That's exactly what we're trying to change.
So in terms of trying to change, what conversations have you had with the police minister to try and get a whole of government solution to the fact that the police are absolutely ripping music festival organisers off by their outrageous charges for the presence of police, strip searches, searching tents, dogs, outside music festivals?
I'm just going to give you two answers, one in relation to music festivals and one in relation to events generally. In relation to music festivals, with the assistance of the Parliament, we've set up these review mechanisms, and we're going to see how that travels over the next year, and I was explicit about that with the Parliament as we move to that debate.
And just to be clear with that one, that's just about cost though, isn't it? So again, that's this kind of potential transfer of money from one department to another, but doesn't deal with anything in relation to the overall presence of police?
No, I don't think that's fair. So, for example, if there was a police or an ambulance or, say, a transport presence, and it was reviewed, the review would look at the cost, but also, is this level of resourcing the appropriate amount for the event? And the principle is first an internal review, to have someone else in the organisation take a common sense look at, have we got the resourcing right? And then an independent review in the centre of government. That would have implications, though, not just for cost, but potentially for resourcing.
So while we're here, and actually while you're here, I just wanted to check with whoever in the department can answer the question as to whether that review process has been triggered over the summer we've just had since the legislation's passed.
So it's probably liquor and gaming, yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Barracker.
Thanks, Ms. Fairman. So in terms of the internal review, so there's a review for health to have a look at their requirements for user pays ambulance, and as the Minister said, for police as well. To the best of my knowledge, no, that hasn't been triggered over the summer festival process, but I am happy to take that on notice and check with those individual agencies and confirm that. In terms of the central review mechanism, which is effectively a government panel which has a representative of Sound New South Wales, Destination New South Wales and Premier's Department, the Minister has published an order outlining the criteria that festivals would need to meet to be considered by that panel. That panel is in the final processes of being set up, so it wasn't actually set up until such time as that order was published, but that's now been published in the Gazette. And I'm told that that panel will be established from either later this month or next month, and then it will be open to festivals, should they meet the criteria published in the Minister's order, to apply for consideration.
Okay, so that's very useful information, thank you. So we're expecting that to be in place. No, it will be too late for Easter. So all of this really isn't until the next summer festival season to really see
those
an impact?
internal reviews are in place, so that's up and running, but as you've heard, they haven't necessarily been used. One of the reasons is the Contemporary Music Festival Viability Fund, which has directly assisted with funding for those festivals. And
that's it, over 15,000 people though, is that one?
Correct, yeah, precisely right. So it hasn't assisted all festivals, but it has made a big difference as I talk to the sector.
Okay, Minister, what's the process? I'll go to Great Southern Nights again. What is the process for how artists are selected for that event?
Look, this is a full credit to the former government. This is a former government event.
Yes.
Minister Ayres drove this working with ARIA, with the recorded music industry. So it's one of the ways that some of the great Australian artists are able to plug in and be supported working with their venues. ARIA manages much of that process about exactly what happens, obviously supported by government. So
are you assured? Are you satisfied yourself that that's an open and transparent process in terms of what artists perform and are chosen, and how that selection process happens?
I'd certainly want to be reassured that's the case. I have had some concerns. My concerns are more about making this the best program possible to support venues and precincts. So I've certainly been working with ARIA to make sure that it works with the rest of the government's programs. This is a good program from the former government, but it could be better if it worked well with some of the other government programs.
Okay, thanks. Mr Benazia.
Thanks, Chair. Minister, I might just go to the pill testing trial at the Yours and Owls Festival. Your government's claimed that the trial was a success. What metrics are you basing that statement on?
That was the first drug checking or pill testing trial that unfolded.
Yep.
It was largely led by health, but we may be able to give you some information from liquor and gaming about the details of what's unfolded. There has been some public reporting. I did travel down to that festival and observed the checking in process and spoke to the health staff. That was certainly their review, that they felt for the first trial it had been a success. We've released some information about it, and that was the forum at which we also had the broader informal discussion with industry figures about how festivals were tracking more generally. If you'd like information now, or perhaps later.
Well, look, I'll put some questions to you based on observations that have from people that were at the festival.
Sure.
And have come to me. Were police instructed not to search or arrest individuals for drug-related offences inside the venue or in proximity to the pill testing area? It was observed that there was obviously heavy police presence outside, but there seemed to be a safe zone within the actual festival.
I'm not aware of what directions were issued. I wouldn't feel confident speaking to that. In talking to the local organisers, there had been close government coordination between the agencies to coordinate exactly how this works. For example, between health and police at a local level. I see that as more an operational set of decisions, but that inter-government agency cooperation was clearly crucial to allowing this trial to proceed.
I'm going to use one of your lines. I don't accept the premise of your statement that it's purely operational. Sure. This is they are actually administering a policy decision of your government, and if it's your policy decision that we're going to effectively turn a blind eye to drug taking within the festival, but ping people for having been in possession with it outside the festival, I think that steps outside an operational and more into a policy decision of your government. So I will press you a little bit.
Yeah, no, look, I think you're right to raise those concerns. Part of my constraint here is I'm not the relevant minister driving the trial, so the health minister is generally in charge from a ministerial point of view. Obviously, the police minister may have some views.
Can you provide details onto how much this trial cost? I know it was free to get the pills tested, but how much did it cost the taxpayers to effectively test 80 pills from the stats I've seen?
I can't answer that. I don't have that information. Perhaps Liquor and Gaming would, either now or this afternoon, or Health certainly would.
Yeah, we don't have it now, but I can get it for you this afternoon. It'll be a health question, but I'm happy to provide it later today.
Yeah, okay. Well, I might leave the remainder of those questions till after. Minister, your government's allocated $500,000 to trial coloured pavements and AI-assisted animal detection systems to reduce wildlife vehicle collisions. Is that based on any independent peer-reviewed evidence that these technologies have actually delivered results elsewhere?
Well, it's absolutely evidence-based, and part
Can you table the evidence?
Well, what I'd be prepared to table it this afternoon, if we can get it, is the information we've got from the Wildlife Strike Symposium that was conducted by the government last year. So we recognise this is a serious issue. It's not made easier by the fact that we've got to keep humans safe on the roads, wildlife safe, and we're trying to build housing at a rate of knots. All those things make this harder. It's one of the reasons the government did pull together some of the best experts to examine what we could do. These are measures that have come out of that close look at what we can do in this area.
Did you consider the trial by the Urbadella Shire Council on that they were doing with virtual fencing as to whether that was a more cost-effective process?
Yeah, look, I haven't examined the trial itself, but I am aware of the virtual fencing trials that have happened here and elsewhere. The government made a commitment to trial these sorts of technologies, including virtual fencing of $500,000 before the election. These measures have really come out of this based on advice from the symposium, from the agency, to say, look, these are the most effective measures we can recommend at the moment. Virtual fencing has slipped down the order of effective measures based on what we know about the evidence from elsewhere. However, this is obviously an emerging field, so we're open to new information.
Okay. So if the coloured pavement and AI technology is the way forward, has your department done any costing or modelling of costing to roll out that technology across the state in the areas that we need it?
Yeah, so in the first instance, we've committed $500,000 to these
I'm
trials.
Looking at beyond. Like, if that trial is successful, have you foreshadowed what it would cost to implement such technology in the areas that's needed across the state?
Look, if these worked, we'd certainly be keen to apply them elsewhere. However, we're not at that point. We're very much at the start of the trial process. As you'd be aware, these were announced very, very recently, just ahead of estimates. And therefore, we're not at the point you're asking about.
Okay.
But I hope they're successful.
Do you have a breakdown of what that $500,000 is getting us in terms of, technology? Like how much of it is actually going to the installation, how much of it's going to planning, etc.?
I can give you some details. There's 4 measures we're trialling. One is the lighter pavement, so it's a pale pavement, so you can actually see animal silhouettes as you're driving. We're testing that at Cadal, at the Road Safety Centre there. We're also doing these AI trials, which would be about rather than a static sign that says, look, there might be koalas here, an AI sign would detect if there are those animals present, and would then light up for drivers, make it much more realistic. If we can do that, the drivers would take care and slow down. We're also looking at new road markings, particularly on Appin Road, for known koala zones. And finally, we're looking at changes to the fencing, again, focusing around a range of areas that include Appin Road. So there are safety doors that are one way, so that animals can move outside the fences and away from the road, but not back the other way.
Are you aware that some of that technology where you have tunnels under the road actually just create a choke point for animals to be then ambushed by feral cats and foxes?
Yeah, look, this is a complicated area. There's no getting around that, and certainly some of those views have been put to us, some of those complexities. That's why we're carefully working through what we think will work best. These are the measures that are underway at the moment, but we're really open to seeing what works, and if there's other information, we're keen to apply it in this area.
Okay. Can I just jump to your announcement on the 25th of February around the Western Sydney truck rest stop? What's the expected timeline for construction of that that rest stop in Western Sydney?
Firstly, I'm glad you asked about it. This is such a common sense proposal. There is nowhere for a truck driver who is freighting through Sydney to stop and pull off the road in between Wyong and Pheasant's Nest. That can take 2 hours, it can take 3 hours on a bad day, and that is dangerous, it's not safe. These hard-working drivers just deserve a place to be able to pull over. We're going to create that in the middle of Western Sydney, working with the industry.
What's the timeline?
There's not a timeline at the moment for this reason. We've allocated, with us and the federal government, $80 million. We want to make the best use of that funds. We're currently doing the business case. That'll determine the model and the timing. It might, for example, involve some commercial operator, a call for interest from commercial operators to partner with us.
I'm just conscious I've got 40 seconds. Is it going to be built to Austroad standards and guidelines?
Look, I'm sure we take account of all the relevant standards, but this is a great measure.
Okay. Do we know what classification of heavy vehicle rest area it'll be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
We haven't done the business case yet, so I can't answer that question, but it's very significant, 6 hectares in scale, well over 100
I know the press release mentions all these different features, but which would then lead me to believe that you have got some idea of what the classification would be, because that is based on what features are in a heavy vehicle rest stop.
Not prior to completing that business case. For that reason I've outlined, that we're looking at the best way to deliver this.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll go to Ms Ward now.
Thank you. Minister, 15th Avenue, will the upgrade create the full transit corridor from Liverpool to the new airport?
Sorry, you'll just have to repeat that.
15th
You're a little
Avenue.
bit. Do you want to pull the microphone?
15th Avenue, will that create the full transit corridor? Well, you can try all the tricks you like. It's a very serious question. Will the upgrade to 15th Avenue that you announced to full fanfare with Anthony Albanese and Chris Minns create the full transit corridor from Liverpool to the new airport?
No is the answer, but it'll get us a lot further than the $0 which your government allocated.
When you announced 15th Avenue, you were very clear in your media release that it would be a link from Liverpool to the Western Sydney International Airport. You're now saying that's not the case. Were you lying at the media press conference?
This will make a huge difference right along this corridor. It's going to transform travel. This $1 billion, which had not been allocated up till now.
But you said it would connect to Bradfield, the metro and the airport. It will not do so. Your media release said it will connect.
It's a precise description of where 15th Avenue runs.
But not under your funding. When you announced 15th Avenue, were you aware the plan was for a 15-year build?
Well, I don't accept that's the timeline.
Your own documents show that.
Well, I don't accept that characterisation of...
When will it be delivered then?
We're working through the business case for that, as you'd expect, for the significant amount of public funds which have now been committed.
When will it be delivered? If for significant funds, you would expect that you'd have a date. It's not a laughing matter to the community there who aren't going to see it for 15 years. When will you say, if you disagree with that, when will it be delivered?
Yeah, well, we're doing that business case work now. I mean, we've gone from zero under your government to $1 billion rapidly.
At the last election,
no,
I'm not going to talk about the previous government. I'm asking
your
media release,
I'm answering your question,
which doesn't go end to end. You've now confirmed that your media release was wrong. It's not going to go all the way to the airport, which is what you promised.
Point of order's been taken.
The minister's having words put into his mouth. I mean, the position is that he didn't make any concession that you'd like him to make in terms of...
He can clarify
the media release. You can't put words in the minister's mouth and then have transcript tomorrow, record that, and then put out your own media release.
He's
That's
very
not
capable.
The way it works.
He can answer the question now.
I think the question was fine. The minister's been quite fine in responding as well. We'll just keep going.
Thank you, Chair. Very limited time. At the last election, Minister, the member for Leppington promised the community an upgraded road by 2027, not in 2040. Does it come as a surprise that only half the road will be built under the funding?
Firstly, I'd be hopeful of attracting further funds over the $1 billion that we've already attracted to this road, because I accept it is important. Also because this local member will not let me off the hook. He is just relentless pursuing us.
So why did you put out a media release that said it would go all the way to the airport?
I confirm the comments from the local member. That would have been delivered by the government. That commitment that he made, we would have fulfilled. Now
why
we've
is it
got
not being
now
delivered
we've
till
got
2040?
nearly $1 billion extra to be able to do that.
Sure,
with.
but
That's
it's
going to
still
make
not
a
being
huge...
delivered till 2040. That's
no,
right,
I don't
isn't it?
accept that characterisation.
When will it be delivered if you don't accept
We're
that
doing the
characterisation?
business case at the moment. As you'd expect, you'd be very critical of us
So
if we
your
didn't.
local member promised
We're
it would
working
be
through the
up,
normal process
your
that
local
you would for any
member
road where you've got $1 billion and
promised
you've come from
an upgraded
zero.
road by 2027. They didn't say it'll be 2040. Your media release said it will go all the way to the airport, and you're now saying that you've got some funding but not enough. That wasn't in your media release. It's not going to be delivered to 2040. That wasn't in your media release.
If the local members' comments were accurate, this $1 billion will transform this road, and we could have got started earlier if your government had allocated
Well,
any
Devonshire
money
Road
to planning.
is a 17-minute drive from the airport, Minister.
We've gone from zero to $1 billion.
Good afternoon, Minister.
Good afternoon.
Do you know how much the government paid to hire the Sydney Opera House for the royal visit of King Charles and Queen Camilla?
I do not know those specifics, but I think it's an appropriate question, and I'd be happy to take it on notice, or I'd certainly encourage you to ask officials this afternoon.
Well, my understanding from the public record is that it's $172,075. Do you think that that's an appropriate amount that the taxpayer has to pay, given the taxpayer already pays around $75 million a year to support the Sydney Opera House?
Well, look, I think it's an important. Was an important visit. It was a very popular visit, was my observation as crowds turned out. So I don't object to that money being spent.
So, do you have any negotiation power with the Sydney Opera House around these costs?
I should clarify, this wouldn't have been a decision of officials who I work with. This probably would have been coordinated through the Premier's department. So those questions are probably best put to them. However, I'm certainly happy to answer any of your questions that we can here.
Do you know how many events are being held at the Opera House and paid for by the government?
Look, the Opera House, as an incredible icon and a significant venue, receives a range of government support, and we could detail that for you.
Well, I'm just asking about how many events are actually held at the Opera House and paid for by the government.
I would have, well, there's...
in terms of hiring spaces.
Look, it's obviously a very complex question to answer, so I doubt we would have that information all in one place. We could give you information about the public support for the Opera House, but perhaps if there are agencies...
Would you ask the Sydney Opera House to provide that information to you? They probably don't have a complex... It's probably a line item for the Sydney Opera House.
I'd certainly be happy to take that on notice. I would. It's a complex question though, so we'd have to work hard to... But we'll see what we can
Don't you think
produce
it's just one line item for the Sydney Opera House? Like, they have the fees that they collect?
No, I think it's unlikely that that's how they're accounting for it. But
all right. Well,
yeah,
it might be worth
We'll take it
asking.
on notice, and we'll give you a full breakdown of the government support and any event support in the way you're asking.
Minister, the government is paying $154,000 for a company to provide specialised executive recruitment services to find a new CEO for the Art Gallery of New South Wales, plus 25% of that CEO's salary. So assuming the salary stays the same level, which is $450,000, the fee that is additionally paid to the provider would be $113,000. So the total cost of recruitment for a new CEO from New South Wales Art Gallery is going to be $267,062. Do you think that's exorbitant for a 6-month contract?
Well, I think firstly, I think it'd be appropriate to thank Michael Brand for his service. He's done an incredible job leading
Minister, I appreciate that, and there is a
institution.
time for thanks, but I'm asking about your view of spending over $250,000 on a recruiting process.
I assure you it's relevant. He and Ed Capon together have served for what must be nearly 50 years, be close to 50 years,
So
just two directors.
this is an
incredible institution.
I
This is a
understand that, but that's
remarkable
not my
leadership
question.
position. We're grateful to both those individuals who served in it. I'm hopeful of getting someone of their standing, and we're going to search the world to find them, even if that's the cost.
So you think that $250,000 is an appropriate amount for the taxpayer to be spending to find a person to be the CEO?
Look, I'd like to spend less. I think you know that. But that is what it costs to search the world.
You're actually the minister, so if you'd like that, you can, in fact, do that.
We're not prepared to cut corners on a worldwide search for this incredible institution, particularly after it's been doubled in size after investments by the former government.
Are you confident that it'll be a 6-month process?
I'm confident that the process is running very smoothly and rapidly, and I've been updated by the Secretary.
So if that process takes longer than 6 months, have you been briefed about what that might cost?
I don't anticipate that'll be the case.
With contracts backed by government, are you aware of concerns raised with the Sydney Festival director that 2 actors were given contracts by a producer that were not in line with the most recent MEAA negotiated awards for performers?
Just repeat the question, just so I can make sure I've got it right.
So the Sydney Festival director was told that 2 performers at the Sydney Festival were given a contract that was not in line with the most recent MEAA negotiated award. Are you aware of that?
I don't believe I am, but I'd have to take on notice to check that the office hasn't been alerted, and I'll be happy to do so.
Okay, and would you, knowing that is the case, commit to investigating all contracts that have been provided to performers from producers that are getting government funds through the Sydney Festival?
No, I won't commit to that till I've got a sense of the scale of the problem, but I'm certainly happy to follow up on this individual example. If that shows that there's a more widespread problem or I do have concerns, then of course I'll be happy to widen the investigation.
And will you make that public?
I would need to get some agency advice before that. That'd be my first instinct, but I'd want to get some advice from my officials before I committed to that.
Okay, well this is something that has been publicly aired already, so I would be concerned if the festival director hadn't alerted your office about that. To the Christmas parties, I mean, we've discussed that. All parties have discussed the parties. I'm wondering if you're now looking into the funding for other agencies and departments and entities that fall under your responsibilities to ask them how much they've spent on their Christmas parties.
I haven't done that, but it's been an excellent use of the estimates process, and I encourage you to delve further. I think,
so
as
I'm
I said
actually
earlier,
asking if you will delve further, Minister.
Yeah, as I said earlier, I encourage agencies and institutions to be aware of the public mood at the moment. People are under financial pressure.
But
those
there's
agencies
a difference,
should.
Minister, between encouraging those pathways of action and actually holding your departments and agencies and entities to account. So will you, given you haven't looked into this so far, will you ask your agency heads to report on how much they spent on their Christmas parties last year?
I'm certainly happy to take that offline and speak to the secretaries of the agencies who report to me and ask them if they have any concerns. I think that's a reasonable question. I'll be happy to action that.
Well, I don't think it's just about their concerns, it's about your concerns.
Well, I'm happy to seek advice on that from the senior officials.
And are you going to make that advice public?
Well, it depends what the answer is. But if I've got concerns,
That's a bit of a worry. That's a bit of a worry, Minister.
No, but I don't look. If I had concerns, I'd certainly be happy to raise them.
Yeah, I guess the whole point is that we have concerns, given the demonstrated behaviour is concerning.
Yeah, and if you do have, well, we spoke about one of those issues earlier today. If you do have issues you want to raise, I'm open to guidance on it. I think it is appropriate for members to express views about those things to make sure that these institutions know what the public mood is.
Sure, but we only get to know some of that because of very specific information shared. So we're actually looking for transparency about how taxpayer money is spent.
I've committed to following that up, but I think you're significantly underestimating the powers of the upper house in that statement.
Well, I hope I'm not underestimating your powers as Minister to investigate that information. That is your responsibility.
I've committed to following that up.
Has the Powerhouse Ultimo revitalisation project been approved?
Yes, it has been approved.
What is the total budget for that revitalisation?
I just want to give you the very specifics on that. It was 300 million, of which the New South Wales government has committed 250 million, and the Powerhouse has got a plan to raise the other 50 million through its philanthropic campaign.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, the Liquor Act 2007 included Section 163A, which was all about reporting on the effectiveness of various amendments included in the Liquor Amendment 19 Economy Act 2020. This was repealed by your government at the end of 2023, meaning that there's actually no, along with Section 163, meaning that there's no legislative requirement to report on progress made. Are you, would you commit to reinstating those sections, given their importance to keeping the government accountable and transparent?
Yeah, look, I'm familiar with the section because I think I, in fact, inserted it into the Act in an opposition amendment with the assistance of Ms Fairman and Victor Dominello in the end. I don't agree that there's no reporting, so this has now been replaced by the regular reporting which we've set up to examine the nighttime economy more generally, that the Commissioner will do to report to the public. Frankly, I was into...
Is that legislated though, Minister?
Yes, I think so, yeah. Because we've no, have we?
I don't think that that's legislated, Minister.
We might take that on notice, but I think you might be right, it's not legislated.
So
but we might be open to legislating it.
That would be important.
Can I just conclude
Please.
I was advised that it wasn't necessary because of this state of the night report by officials. I took that advice, although I was in two minds about it, and I suggest we revisit this after the next nighttime economy report, and if the opposition had a strong view, I might be open to revisiting it.
I think that would be a good idea, Minister, given the other types of legislation that we've passed recently, which seemed reasonably innocuous, but was at the firm insistence of the government.
Yeah, and I think and in these areas, we're looking to set up this architecture across these various areas, as I outlined in the debate.
What's the unemployment rate in New South Wales, Minister?
I do have some details here about where things are up to.
You are the Jobs Minister.
Yeah, unemployment was 4% in January 2025.
Okay, and what's the youth unemployment rate?
I don't have that in front of me, but I'm certain we can get it for you. It's a lot lower.
I think
8.8% for New South Wales.
Okay.
Is probably the most recent one I've got.
Do you know the top
although that's the
three?
12-month moving average, 9.6 for the headline rate.
Okay. Do you know the top 3 electorates in New South Wales which have the highest unemployment rate?
I don't, but I'd observe that often my experience is often regional electorates are particularly hard hit on this, but I couldn't name them for you now. But I'd be interested if you had them there.
Well, my concern is that you're the Minister for Jobs and these numbers aren't front of mind for you. What are you doing to create jobs in the areas most affected by unemployment if you're not even sure what they are?
Yeah, look, it is a real discussion amongst my colleagues. I've outlined some of the plans for growth in the cultural sector, in the tourism sector. We're also working with the business community for specific proposals that have an impact on jobs.
So how many jobs were created last financial year in New South Wales?
Well, I can give you the figure since we've taken government, and that's 210,000, which I don't think is a bad record, although I'd like to see it higher. As I was discussing in the context of a school assignment only last night, the unemployment rate is so much lower than when I left school and it skyrocketed.
But
that's good
Minister,
news.
we're not
but
talking
we can
about a
always
school
do better.
assignment. We're talking about the running of our state.
Sure.
It's quite serious, actually.
Yeah, that's why I've
people
given you
have
the figures.
jobs. Yeah. So I might ask your staff later this afternoon about some breakdowns. I mean, the visitor economy strategy review aimed to grow the tourism workforce to 450,000 workers. You've just said in the entire 2 years since your government came to power, it's been about 200,000 jobs created. So how is it possible that the tourism workforce alone will be up to 450,000 workers?
Well,
how
because
are
there's
you
a
progressing on
significant
that target?
tourism workforce already of 300,000 workers, so it's 150,000 extra workers. It's over the course of 11 years. That is the recommendation of the review to the government.
What's the progress on that? What are we up to?
Well, the strategy's about to launch, but we're working on those 3 metrics: the visitor expenditure, and we're using the jobs, and we're using the airlines and the hotels to drive that change.
So, just on some of the courses that are available, there's an Introduction to the Visitor Economy Micro Skill course Do you know how many people have successfully completed that course?
Well, that's a question which, as you know, should be put to the TAFE Minister, so I encourage you to put it to him.
Well, I'm just curious about your responsibilities as the Minister for Jobs. Are you taking responsibility for all the jobs created in New South Wales, just some of them, the unemployment, just the visitor economy?
Yeah, no, look, I'm not. We are working as a team, as a government, so I've certainly, one of the key things I do discuss with my colleagues is job creation in the public and the private sector.
So are they
in New
reporting?
South Wales?
Are they
I'm not
reporting to
accepting
you?
responsibility for all the jobs in New South Wales. I've got quite a lot
Why
on my
not?
plate anyway.
You're the Minister for Jobs.
I'm back here tomorrow.
You're the
so-
Minister for Jobs,
Yeah, but it's a team effort, I can assure you.
but it's in the title.
Yeah, sure.
So are you asking your colleagues to report to you regularly about the jobs growth in their portfolios?
Cabinet is receiving updated information on a routine basis. I can't go into all those details of the deliberation or the information that flows there, but I can assure you it's a concern for the government.
So you're speaking...
And for me as Minister.
So are you speaking to your ministers directly about this area of your portfolios?
I would routinely have jobs discussions with my colleagues, also with the private sector, also with agencies.
Okay, so could you please provide a breakdown for the public service jobs versus private sector jobs that have been created under your leadership?
So I don't think it's fair to say of my leadership. I think it is fair to ask about a breakdown of that 210,000 jobs since the government's been elected.
But you're the minister.
That the team has created. Yeah, but I'm making
Can
it
I
clear.
just clarify? So what is the point of the Minister for Jobs if it's not a leadership position?
Yeah, well, it's a cabinet position to focus in on this issue, and that's exactly what I'm doing.
But
I don't.
But you've just said it's not a leadership. It's not under your leadership.
I think that underestimates the team effort that's going on in this government. That's my experience. Feel free to disagree.
Thank
certainly
you.
do.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, I understand that recruitment is underway for Create New South Wales as new Executive Director. However, it's being advertised at SES Level 2, which is less than the what was there when the former Executive Director Annette Pittman was in the role. Why is that?
Firstly, you're correct. It is being advertised. For the details of that, I encourage you to talk to the Secretary because the Secretary, rather than the Minister, is responsible for those decisions. I'd make the observation that the agency has made changes to the structure of the agency, principally having putting together putting together sound and screen with the 24-hour section. So it's one of the changes that's and away from Create. That's an internal reorganisation that the Secretary's led.
Yeah.
They may be related.
Yeah, so yes.
I want to thank Annette Pittman for her time in the role too,
sure.
by the way.
So that internal, what did you call it, a reorganisation, a restructure, essentially. So how many redundancies have been offered to Create New South Wales staff as a result of that?
They're really, importantly, questions for the Secretary and not for me as Minister. So I have been...
Are you across this though, Minister? I mean, you're a Minister who, as a Labor Minister, I'm sure you are worried about and want to be very across redundancies in your department. So we're hearing that there's quite a few that's been offered to Create New South Wales, a potential, devaluing potentially of Create New South Wales, and both redundancies as well as less pay for the Chief Executive seem to indicate that that's what's happened, don't you think?
No, I don't accept that. So, yes, I would expect to be briefed. Secondly, these are matters for the Secretary. Third, redundancies, to my knowledge, have not been offered in the way you're describing.
Mr Murray, do you have a figure?
Ms Mildwater.
Thanks, Ms Mildwater.
As the Minister said, the reason for the change of level was we previously had an Executive Director, Band 2 level Commissioner for Nighttime Economy, and a Band 3 for the Create CEO role, when sound and screen were part of Create. But with the moving of screen and sound over into a new division with 24-hour economy, we had the two roles regraded, and that made the sort of the flip. The other one went up and one went down. So that's the
So what went up and what went
so
down?
So we have a new Deputy Secretary position that Mr Rodriguez is currently acting in that sits across nighttime economy, screen and sound. And Create.
Where's Create?
So Create did have screen and sound sitting underneath it. They've now moved out and are sitting in a new division with nighttime economy. So based on the regrading of what remains in Create, which is the focus on the grant funding for the not-for-profit sector largely, industry support, implementation of the new policy, that role is now a Band 2, and the other one that has 24-hour screen and sound in it is now a Band 3. So that's the reason for the change in grades. We haven't actually implemented any other major structural changes, though, in terms of what you were alluding to, major redundancies or anything. It's been a move of 2 branches from one division to another.
So is it fair to say that, so you're saying Create New South Wales now fits within the nighttime economy?
No, it is separate. We have taken screen and sound out from underneath Create. They used to sit in as branches under Create.
Is Create New South Wales more or less, Minister, like a glorified grant-making body now? Is it doing much
I
else?
definitely want to address that concern because I know it will be of interest to people in the sector. I see this as Create really working to its strengths. Create's got an incredible ability to back the very diverse small and medium sector. They're specialist skills that have been built up over time that are highly valued by the government. So I think it's really about Create playing to its strengths that have evolved over time. The government set out its policy aspirations really clearly. I'm pushing the department to say, let's implement this policy, and the Secretary's making the decisions about how to best do that with the structures of the agency.
So with Sound New South Wales and Screen New South Wales, with them kind of removed, if you like, from Create New South Wales, what's the kind of core staffing structure in terms of FTE, Ms Mildwater, that's left with Create New South Wales?
If you give me a minute, I do have that.
Yeah.
Or I can come back to it this afternoon, but I do. So it is still, as at December, it's about 133 people, just over 100 FTE.
So that's the new Create New South Wales, is that what you're...
Yes. I can get you the figures of today, but that was the end of December.
Okay, yeah. We'll come back to that with more questions in the afternoon. Thank you. Minister, back to the announcement today in relation to the wildlife crossings. Good to see the shooters and the greens asking questions about
I was encouraged.
Our poor little kangaroos and koalas. Now, I am concerned about the one-way doors that allow koalas to, says in the media release, to escape the road corridor where fencing is in place but do not allow them to pass back through into traffic. It says koalas frequently attempt to cross roads in search of mates or new habitat. What happens if they're mates on that side of the road and they want to go and look for some feed on the other side of the road, and then they can't get back to their mate on the other side of the road? What happens? I mean, this sounds like a technology that it's like it shouldn't be trialled when in the real world unless it actually works like overpasses and underpasses do.
Yeah, look, I think your question highlights some of the complexities here with these interventions. We've got to be careful that they have the desired impact and they don't have unexpected impacts. That's one of the concerns. I know the wildlife groups have talked to me about where this fencing's installed, how the fencing's installed. So we do have to be quite cautious. The best advice is this will help. Partly they're teamed with the existing timber pole escape structures, and I've seen some examples of those from Queensland. We're planning to implement some more of those, including in the southwest of Sydney. Together, they may well be a successful intervention, but we're really going to monitor this closely, and I know you've got strong contacts in this area. If there is evidence, we're keen to adjust as we go.
Do you mean by poles that go over the road for the animals to crawl across? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, some of the escape poles really allow a vertical crossing in some instances, I think, but it...
for possums and koalas.
Yep.
So does this mean that the various commitments around underpasses and overpasses, potential overpasses, but underpasses along that stretch of Appin Road, particularly we're talking about the very vulnerable Southwest Sydney koala population, they still haven't been commenced or even committed to?
Yeah, no, well, so I've updated the House and estimates previously on those, so those, and we can give you a further update today. But no, those are still in place. These are all additional measures. I've heard the message from the local community that we've got to do more, and these are the 4 best evidence-based interventions we can make. But that's on top of, and it certainly won't replace, the underpasses. If you would like, I can give you some detail on those, or perhaps you'd be welcome.
Yeah, we don't know in terms of the timeline how they're going, because again, that population is still getting hammered by those the traffic on that road.
Yeah, we're still working towards a total of 3 koala underpasses between Rosemeadow and Appin. We're working on those designs. I would have to check the timing, but we'll get that to you today.
Okay, all right.
Just the latest on that. I've updated previously.
Okay, thank you, Minister. When we debated the Sound New South Wales the Sound New South Wales Board legislation this year, I made the observation about the funding, the budget of Sound New South Wales. The fact that there is, out of the $18.5 million, there's a $5.1 million staffing costs, $2.8 million for operational expenses, and that appeared to be for 10.2 full-time equivalent staff. And I made the point at the time that's a lot of money for 10.2 full-time equivalent staff. Have you inquired into that? Is there more to this than the budget papers seem to suggest?
Yeah, look, I think you'd be welcome to ask the Secretary this afternoon. I'd make the point that you've just heard the figures for Create. This is much, much smaller, for example, than Create. My main engagement has been pressing hard to have the agency deliver on the government's commitments in this area. So I don't share the concerns that the agency size is out of scale with what's required to deliver the government's commitments, but I encourage you to ask some more questions of the Secretary.
I will have to do that. Thanks, Minister. Mr Benazir.
Thanks, Chair. Just sticking with truck rest stops, are you the Minister responsible for the rollout of the informal green reflector bay rest stops, or is that a question for Minister Atchison?
Look, I may be able to provide you some information. I'm aware, but in truth, the Minister Atchison's leading on a lot of the rest stops, given they're regional. I have been heavily pressing this Western Sydney rest stop, though. I believe it's a game changer for just truckies trying to do their ordinary job. All right. Well, I might save that for Ms Atchison then. Can I just stick with roads and road fatalities? Obviously, numbers of fatalities and serious injuries are still high, but according to the Premier's Department in estimates in September 24, no outcome data from road crash rescue incidents are recorded by the State Rescue Board, and this is the case regardless of whether the rescue incident happens in the geographical response area of a volunteer rescue unit, such as SES or Fire Rescue New South Wales. Given, I guess, both the social and economic impact of road crashes on our state roads, wouldn't you agree, Minister, that that sort of data set would be valuable for your department and you as a Minister when you are trying to design responses that reduce these road statistics? Yeah, well, firstly, we have already this year had 51 people die on our roads. Pleasingly, that's 12 down from this time last year, but the government's very concerned about the road toll. I wasn't aware of those specifics, so I'm certainly happy to take that on notice. Data is a real strength in this area, and if there's better use of it we can make, then certainly it's something I'm very interested in. I'd have to take that on notice too.
Yeah, so we're not collecting data in terms of the speed at which a rescue unit arrives on the scene with an appropriate number of trained staff and equipment. and I think we all can agree, the quicker we get someone there with appropriate equipment and trained staff, the better the chances are of reducing, fatalities and injuries, and also clearing the road for better traffic flow. Will you commit to looking at collecting this data if it's not already being collected somewhere?
I'd certainly be interested in it. I'd have to take it on notice. I'd have to consult with my colleagues, most likely. But look, I think it's a really good suggestion, and we're happy to look at it with an open mind.
Sure. Can I just go to some questions I asked you last? Estimates about traffic congestion along corridors in the Lake Macquarie and Low Hunter regions, particularly at Spears Point in both directions, and between Dora Creek and the Pacific Highway. This is an area that there was a proposed music venue being developed in the area, which obviously would have increased traffic flow in the area, but I note it's now been designated as the Northwest Catalyst area, which is expected to accommodate 5,466 new homes, 13,000 new residents, apparently over 3,000 new jobs, and an economic output of 6.3 billion. So, coupled with all that extra traffic from new residents, new jobs, new industry, we're going to potentially get a lot of money out of this, for the economy out of this industry. What are we putting back into that community in terms of road infrastructure? What have you done since we last had a conversation about this issue?
Yeah, well, look, I'm very aware of the developments in the area. I mean, there's some exciting plans for this area of the state. I've been up to see for myself quite recently to examine what's required from a road and transport infrastructure point of view. I want to congratulate the Mayor for the work he's doing, taking over from Mayor Kay Fraser. There's some big plans here to deliver on housing and jobs together in this area. In terms of the formal responsibilities, this is an area that Minister Aitchison delivers on, but I'm quite, we need to, this was an area that wasn't getting the support it needed previously, and we need to make sure it's supported.
You would agree, jobs and investment is great, but if it takes 30 minutes to get to the Pacific Highway, from 5 kilometres away, it's kind of irrelevant.
There's some game-changing plans here, and I think it's in the state's interest to make sure the transport infrastructure is there to support it.
Okay. Can I just, in the last sort of few minutes I have, can I go to the 300,000 in consultant fees that were provided to a recruitment agency to headhunt a new CEO for the New South Wales Art Gallery? Do you have a breakdown of what that 300,000 fee included?
I might refer to the secretary who's running that process.
Yeah, it's not 300,000.
How much is it?
The
then?
fee for the recruitment, and it's an international search, is up to 154,000 as disclosed in the contract register. I think there was a reference earlier to a 25% salary. That's not for the director search. That's if out of the process another position. It's quite standard in a recruitment process. They're getting paid for this recruitment process, but if they happen to identify a candidate that's then subsequently appointed to another position, that's the fee for that appointment. But it's not, the art gallery appointment is 154,000.
Okay. Have we used this recruitment firm in the past?
The recruitment firm is Spencer Stewart. They're quite a well-known international recruitment firm.
Okay. And is that coming out of the art gallery's existing budget, or is that something separate?
At the moment, the department's paying the fee. What would be the standard thing is that we would run the process and then charge the agency at the end, depending on what the final fee is.
Okay. All right, I might leave that there for the moment. Minister, if I just go, just sort of sticking with, I guess, jobs. I know you might not necessarily be the Minister directly responsible for the legislation we passed to remove the 5 kilometre rule with clubs. I'm just wondering whether you've had any feedback from clubs as the Minister responsible for jobs in terms of how that's impacting patronage, memberships to clubs, which obviously are an important source of income for clubs in the past. whether you've had any information or representation from clubs on that.
Look, it's been anecdotal, but it's been really encouraging. And it varies club to club depending on their local community, but you do have a range of clubs where this is just a really practical barrier to joining in. So when we didn't remove the sign-off, but we did remove this requirement if you live inside the 5 kilometres that you have to actually join the club. And it was stopping clubs doing business and sending them to other venues. Now, good community clubs are worth backing. They are places where the community comes together, and this was a real head scratcher of a rule, and one we've scratched. One we've scrapped.
Sure. Picking up on questions from the opposition around tourism-related jobs and this idea we're going to build all this hotel development, what is your government doing to actually encourage the very clear skill shortages that exist in our hospitality industry at the moment? What are we doing to encourage either training, recruitment, retention, engagement in that area? You've got a loftier goal of 150,000 new jobs by 2035, and I think a decent chunk of them may be in that sector, but you go to restaurants and hotels and pubs these days and owners are scratching their heads trying to find people.
Yeah, no, look, it's a really good point. It is one of the things that really comes up in light as a real barrier to achieving those goals. The opposition was asking before about some of the TAFE courses. I do recommend those. You'd have to talk to the TAFE Minister for details, but we have rebooted TAFE training for tourism and the tourism sector. Secondly, we've got to advocate for the fact that this will grow and people should see this as a serious job, a potential career. Thirdly, we've got to make Sydney and New South Wales a great place to live, and the whole government program around bringing Sydney back to life, bringing New South Wales back to life is a lot about attracting young, talented workers to the state. Of course, we've also got to tackle housing to make that possible.
Well, it has the hospitality industry has developed into a bit of a transient industry with a lot of overseas migrant workers or students on visas working in the industry and then disappearing. What are you doing anything specific to change that trend?
Yeah,
that's really what I'm hearing from business owners is really hurting them, is that just that transient nature of the hospitality industry.
Yeah, and I absolutely agree. That's one of the pressures. We've also got some of the best hospitality operators and workers in the world operating here in Sydney, and it is a hidden strength, although many of those people travel around the world and do a great job there. So there's more we can do in this area. A range of the programs that the 24-hour team are running are really working deeply with the hospitality sector, particularly in certain areas of the state or the city.
Okay, about 3.5 minutes for the opposition. Ms Munro.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I know that you've been following somewhat the HSC syllabus debacle with drama and music education. I'm curious if you have had direct conversations with the Minister for Education about that education process being reviewed and that a new draft syllabus be presented for HSC music and drama.
Look, I won't detail the individual discussions with my colleagues, but I have sought some reassurance in government after this was raised in committee. It was also something that you and others raised with me as we were working. So I've sought some reassurance about that. The government's response to the Music and Arts Education Committee will be published shortly.
It should be tomorrow.
In fact, I've just signed it off in the break. So I direct you to that once it's released publicly.
This is specific to the HSC music and drama syllabus rather than the committee.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we had evidence from people that the current draft is unteachable and unworkable and in my view will lead to the demise of the subject. That was Professor Michael Anderson. Dr. Hatton said the evidence that they have is actually not evidence at all. They've got some of my work there and I do not support the changes. So given your commitment to building the music and performance economy, could you please explain why you haven't advocated more strongly to your colleagues to actually have this process change? Because this will fundamentally affect the portfolio matters in your purview?
Well, I did take seriously the matters that you and others raised, and I have sought some assurance, and I've expressed some views about. I was pleased to see that NESA changed.
But has that led to any change?
I was pleased to see that NESA changed its initial approach and dealt with some of the community concerns around these processes, but I'm certainly happy to continue to follow this.
Minister, does your work in your portfolios align with the new state industry policy?
It is a very good. It's a very good question.
Thank you.
I would.
It's not. I mean, I'm not the only one asking it.
I've taken a close interest in the state industry policy, and I'm really pleased with the state it's in at the moment. I think it's taken a little bit of time to...
Sure, but I'm just asking about your responsibilities as Minister and whether they fall within the whole of government industry portfolio.
Yeah, I think...
Or industry policy, I should say.
Yeah, so my colleague, Minister Chanthavong, is leading on that process. Some of the processes we're applying in the arts sector with these sector strategies, or in the tourism sector, what I would describe as industry policy interventions, and we're really talking as ministers and learning. We're learning from each of those processes. So where I've been recommending in some of the approaches we're taking, and we're certainly learning some things to apply in these
It sounds
sectors.
like it's not really related. Minister, are you familiar with the Tech Central
I don't agree
Cooperation
with that
Agreement?
observation.
Are you familiar with the Tech Central Cooperation Agreement?
I'm familiar with Tech Central and some of the arrangements. I would have to, I would need to really check whether I'm familiar with that particular agreement.
Thank you.
Minister, did South by Southwest operate at a loss last year?
That's really a matter for them. A lot of these arrangements are commercial in confidence, so I'd want to be cautious about what I was saying about financial results.
So how much government money or contribution was provided to South by Southwest last year?
As you know, that, and feel free to put this to Destination New South Wales, those are commercial in confidence. That's been of some, to some frustration to committee members, including myself, in the past.
So is the government providing funding again this year?
Yes, we will be funding South by Southwest again this year. I do see it as heavily aligned with the policy direction that the government wants to head in. It's really aligned with the Creative Communities policy.
So is it roughly the same as what was provided last year, the funding, the government funding?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, and you've seen that they... just in the last few weeks, they're offering very discounted tickets compared to last year. Lots of incentives. Does that seem to imply that the event is struggling?
I wouldn't jump to that conclusion. I think it's been the first two editions have been very successful. I do think that applying a model from Texas to here with our culture of public participation and often free events is something that they have had to think about. We've got a very different culture here and I love that. So I think I would see it as them adjusting their business model to the Australian environment, which is important, but I wouldn't want to speak for the organisation.
Okay, thank you. Final 1.5 minutes.
Oh, really? Okay. Can I just go to the sound camera trials?
I might redirect you to the Environment Minister for that. It really is the EPR.
Is it? Oh, well,
Yeah.
I won't go to the sound camera trials then.
I've got a range of views though, but that wouldn't be productive.
Oh, I'm happy for you to voice those views, particularly if they're in contradiction to the Environment Minister. Okay. I might just pass for the moment. If they want.
Oh yeah, Ms. Ward, why don't you take...
Minister, thank you. Just on the truck stop, when do you think the $80 million truck stop will be complete?
So I answered some questions about this earlier. We want to do a business case. We're not sure of the model because we might try and engage a commercial provider to make sure we get the best bang for our buck. So
Sure.
that business case hasn't happened, the timeline isn't set.
What do you want to see though? Do you want to see that
I'd
in
like to
a
see it
year,
done
in 10
yesterday.
years?
This is so important. It's
Yeah.
so common sense. I can't believe it hasn't
What's your
happened already.
expectation?
We should do the business case. That's my expectation.
What do you get for $80 million?
Well, you're going to get a monster truck stop, and that's what's required to look after these drivers.
Monster
and
trucks.
it is overdue.
All right, and when will it start, the delivery?
We've got to do this business case first. I'm so pleased for the backing of the federal government. We'd made a commitment about this. I want to get going as soon as we can.
Okay. The community of Leppington expected that they would get that upgrade on 15th Avenue by 2027 as promised by the member for Leppington, not in 2040. Have you turned your back on the people of Leppington?
The commitment the member made will be delivered, not assisted by the fact you provided $0 and we've now provided
How will you deliver it
$1
by
billion.
2027? Your own plan say 2040?
The upgrades that the member was talking about
How?
will be delivered in the timeline he talked about.
To the
We'll now
airport?
be able to be much more ambitious with
Not
this
to the
$1 billion.
airport.
Order.
It's just not true.
Thank you very much, Ms Ward. Questions from the government. Excuse
I
me.
just might ask the Minister if there's any issues or matters
Why
that
not?
he'd like to elaborate on further.
Look, well, perhaps the sound cameras, but I won't do that. No, thank you for the opportunity.
That's it.
Thank the rest of our questions. with the same
Thank you so much again, Minister, for making yourself available. That's the end of your time with us. Of course, the officials will be back after the lunch break. We'll be back at 2 o'clock to continue that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The documents which were relevant.
Of course.
The using technology to reduce wildlife vehicle collisions, literature review and directions paper.
Oh, good.
And the transport's response.
Thank you so much.
Which may be
Great.
assistance.
Thanks, Minister. All right, we are recommencing the afternoon session, so welcome back. If everybody is settled, we will kick off with questions from the opposition. Ms Natalie Ward.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everybody for coming back. Mr Fells, my questions are to you. Thank you for coming along today. Do you need me to speak up? Can you hear me all right from here?
Bit louder.
You can hear me? Certainly.
louder.
I'll do my best.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr Fells, did you advocate to the Labor opposition regarding toll reform, or did they seek you out to chair the review?
They sought me out.
So they asked you if you'd take the position that was obviously prior to the election. They then announced that you would be heading the review.
They took some position. I didn't really have a position.
Thank you. Mr Fells, are you billing taxpayers for your accommodation tonight?
Last night, yeah.
So you stayed last night?
Not tonight.
Okay, but you billed taxpayers for your accommodation in Sydney last night?
Yeah.
Yes? And did you expense taxpayers to fly up here, presumably yesterday?
Taxpayers paid for my flight up and back.
Yes. And what class of travel did you use for those
Economy.
flights? Economy? For both ways?
Yep.
Thank you. So what were your total expenses, not salary, but disbursements expenses for your work on the toll review?
The whole thing?
Mm-hmm.
The total expense were close to 80,000. I'll say 80,000.
All right.
That's accommodation, flights and so on.
Okay, and are you able to provide that on notice, the breakdown of those disbursements?
Yeah, it was...
Just on notice, if you're able.
50,000 and 30,000.
All right. Could you provide that to the committee in writing afterwards? I think the committee will contact you and you are able to provide that in written form. Thank you. Can I ask Mr Fells, why did you charge taxpayers to fly business class Melbourne-Sydney?
Oh, look, I did, I think I did about 45 flights, I think, visits, from 90 flights.
Sure.
And I did one business, and frankly, I'm struggling to remember why, but I think there was a scheduling thing. They had to catch a plane, and that was it. But I honestly, I just saw it in the press. I have a struggle remembering it. I did.
All right. So the
about
entirety.
150 flights.
All right. So the entirety.
Previous government didn't travel business, but this one.
Okay.
For some reason, wasn't
so
comfort.
All of your flights throughout the entirety of the toll review, you took one business class flight. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. Can you just table or take on notice to confirm that that's the case, Mr Fells?
Yep.
Thank you.
Sometimes I paid for an upgrade.
Certainly.
But it was always an economy.
Did you pay for an upgrade for that business class
Yeah.
flight? So you paid yourself?
Yeah.
Business, okay, and you can confirm that to the committee.
Yep.
Thank you.
I paid on points.
All right, and is it correct that you charge taxpayers to stay at the Capella Hotel?
Oh yeah, with the Capella, look, what happened was, I had 2 night stay there, yes.
Thank you. And the Fullerton Hotel, that's also a 5-star hotel, you also stayed there, that's correct, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay. And has the government showed you or offered you the opportunity throughout the toll review or subsequently opportunities to use Zoom or use online meeting technology? Microsoft Teams?
Did they pay for my technology? I think they gave me a computer or something, but I didn't.
They gave
I used
you a
it a little
computer?
bit.
Okay.
I lent me a computer.
So was the opportunity...
And I returned it.
You returned the computer?
Yep.
Why was that?
It was just, they said you can borrow a computer for duration.
All right.
And it was something to do with complications of getting into the New South Wales system on its own.
So you were provided with a computer but couldn't get into the system, couldn't get access, so couldn't do Zoom?
They gave it to me and it was something to do with
All right.
A bit of a preference that if I'm engaging with the New South Wales Government, I do it on their computer, not on mine.
Which you handed back. Okay. Mr. Fells, who decided that you would not be on the steering committee or the negotiation team for the direct deal?
Well, it was never proposed or envisaged by me, and in the report makes it pretty clear the negotiations over to the government. So I assume the government made a decision.
All right.
I mean, the idea that I was dumped, it was never. If you look at this report, it
No, I've
couldn't
read
be
the
clearer
report.
that good. Oh well, then it's really clear.
Yes.
It's over to the government
Well,
to
let's-
negotiate.
Well, we'll talk about that, but who
Yeah.
told you that you wouldn't be on the steering committee?
I don't think anyone called me and said, "Hey, you're not on the steering
All right. but
committee."
Your understanding is it was never part of the plan?
expected to be on it.
Right, so it was never part of the plan for you to be on the steering committee?
No, I never envisaged being on the negotiating committee. There are a couple of reasons, maybe. One was sort of a lot of legal, commercial, financial and other sorts of details for others. And secondly, quite importantly, it's up to the government to decide these things. I mean, it affects
Right, well, let's go
citizens
there.
and voters and
Certainly.
everyone.
When you were announced, the government said that you would be leading the negotiations. Can you recall what they said your role would be?
I think they said something like that. Maybe you could ask the Minister. But I never thought I'd be negotiating. What I did think was that I should negotiate with the parties while I'm doing the report, and that happened quite a lot. And I'm pleased to say they said they'll come to the table and have a negotiation with the government.
Yes. So when was the last time you spoke with Transurban?
Look, not since the report in July, whenever it was, July 15-ish.
Okay, last year.
Nor did I think it was appropriate, actually.
All right. So it appears to me, Mr. Fells, you're not on the steering committee, you're not on the negotiation team, despite the government's announcement that you would be leading the negotiations. Did you expect that to be the case?
All the time.
Okay. So it appears to me that you've, in a sense, been sidelined. You're a bystander or an onlooker. You're in the room, I think the Minister said, but you're a bystander to the process now. Do you think that you are still in charge of this toll reform process, or do you think that's now the bureaucrats?
No, no such illusion. I mean, what's been invoked is the direct dealing framework, which governments for quite many years in the past have invoked, and I'm not on it, nor I think would it be appropriate, nor I think as the Minister, nor under the previous government were ministers on the direct dealing negotiating thing. So no expectations.
Well then, Mr. Fells, what is it that we are paying you for?
I'm advising the government and the ministers on all aspects of toll reform, including matters that come up to them from the direct dealing framework.
Okay, so let's go to how you go about that. How do you give that advice?
If I hear from the Minister there's some issue he wants advice on,
Is it written? Is it written down, that advice?
Not necessarily, no. It can be a conversation, a meeting, whatever. Not necessarily a written thing, no.
Okay, so you're on call?
Yeah.
At the end of the phone?
I'm on call. Yeah.
But no written advice from you formally?
No, I don't get a letter saying, hey, look at this issue, could you give us some advice?
So you're being paid $150,000 to be essentially on call, if you like, a call centre?
No, hang on. Up to 150, not necessarily. It will be. It's not a on-call 150, far from it.
Well, let's be clear then. What are you being paid for this?
I'm being paid the same as I got from you all, except it's been adjusted. It's about I think 6,500 a day.
No, I never paid you, Mr. Fells,
No,
to
no,
do
I mean the
anything. What I'm talking about
coalition
is
used
your
to pay
current
me.
role. Yeah, that's what we're talking about today.
Coalition,
your
when
current
I'd
role.
worked for them.
So
That's
how
the
much
rate
is your
was set.
hourly rate then?
I think it's $8.25, but there's a limit of
$825.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's for an hourly rate?
Yep.
Okay, so for a 10-minute call, how much is that worth?
Nil.
Nothing. So you don't charge for a 10-minute call?
I don't charge for 10 minutes.
All right. So you are on call, you're $800 odd an hour. That's a reasonably expensive on-call service, isn't it?
It's reasonably what?
Expensive call service. I'm trying to get to what it is that you do charge
Look,
for.
when the rate
They're
was
not,
set...
they're not trick questions, it's just what are you charging? What is the taxpayer
I'm
paying
telling
for,
you what
Mr.
I'm
Phelps?
charging, and you asked me for an opinion. So I'm pretty agnostic about it, but the rate was set. I worked 6 years for the coalition.
No, I'm interested now, Mr.
Yeah,
Fells.
I'm telling you how it
okay,
got
but I
there.
just have limited time.
Point of
that's all.
order's been taken by Mr. Lawrence.
I think the witness should be given the opportunity to give a relatively expansive explanation, given the content and the tone of
Yep.
some of the questioning.
Thank
really.
you. Yes, I uphold the point of order, and I would ask the member to allow Professor Fells to respond as much as he needs to get out
Thank
the
you.
facts.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fells. What was the last thing you charged for?
Hang on, I was just going to answer that question.
Go.
The 6,500 was the rate set for me in 2014 or so.
Certainly.
I was paid for about 5 years by the coalition, and then when I came onto this, it was adjusted sort of partly for inflation, not quite fully, but more or less for inflation.
But respectfully,
And
Mr.
it was
Fells.
roughly in between. It was, I know at the time it was a good deal less
Certainly.
than, say, I'd been working for a big consulting firm.
Sure,
It
but
was
Mr.
somewhere in
Fells,
the
that's
middle.
not relevant. What I'm asking you about is your current role, and I do have limited time, so I'm going to ask that you
Yeah, same here.
come back to the question. What you are here for is the toll review. What was the last thing you charged for?
This time, I've had some meetings with the minister and the team of officials and negotiator where we discussed quite a few issues. And it took, I hesitate to give you the exact time, but it was about 3 or 4 hours.
Okay. And are you charging taxpayers to be here now?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I'm doing that out of the kindness of my heart.
Thank you.
I'm a Victorian, actually.
On that, Mr. Fells, in your report, you said in regard to corridor pricing proposed by the toll road owners, that, quote, this was explicitly not the preferred option of the reviewers, being you, and not one that we would now support. Is that correct, and is that still your position?
We said that. It was a bit more... I think I should just explain. As you know, the previous government did quite a bit of work. It didn't reach a position, but did, and we had some access to it. There are a whole lot of proper processes where we saw some of it. But the key problem with it was that the corridor pricing approach involved the taxpayer having to kick in a lot of money. That was our number one concern.
Yes.
That they're running a corridor scheme, and you read through the report, maybe okay, maybe not, and then you read the bill to the government is very big. So I was very unkeen on the corridor from that point of view. That was my overwhelming concern about it.
Does that remain your position, that you don't support corridor pricing?
Well, if it involves a huge bill to the taxpayer, I'm very unenthusiastic about it.
All right, thank you. And so, Mr. Fells, should the government implement that corridor pricing, that would be against your recommendations, that's correct?
Well, it depends on the price they pay. That's
All right.
what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
There are other problems with it too, but I mean,
okay.
there are other problems with corridor pricing, but
Mr. Fells, you went on record on the ABC and alleged that 3 deputy secretaries stopped you from releasing information to the public concerning your review. Do you recall that ABC interview?
Sure.
Okay. Who were the deputy secretaries that covered up what you wanted to do?
I don't know that I used the term covered up, but the steering committee was the Deputy Secretary of Premier and Cabinet, of Transport and of Treasury.
Okay, and so who were they?
I'm just having a moment's note.
Would you like to take it on notice?
Yeah, I'll take it on notice.
All right. So, so you said a Deputy Secretary of Transport?
Yep.
Who else?
Treaty.
Ms. Mayers?
There was
Yep.
Sonia Campbell from Treasury.
Yep.
And from Premiers, I've just forgotten for a minute the name.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Mayers, is that correct? You were one of those Deputy Secretaries that indicated Mr. Fells was not able to proceed with those ideas? Thank you. Who were the others?
Deputy Secretary Marcus Ray from the Cabinet Office,
Mm-hmm.
Sonia Campbell from Treasury, and myself.
Okay. All right. Why did you stop Mr. Fells?
So the governance process at the time under the independent toll review was Professor Fells and Dr. Cousins as chair and co-chair of the steering committee. We brought information and advice into the steerco for both the independent reviewers. That particular instance was information that was deemed as commercial in confidence.
Mm-hmm.
So while we were happy to provide information to the reviewers, the discussion at Steerco was about whether it was suitable for public dissemination.
All right, so Mr. Fells alleged that he was threatened with criminal prosecution if he did. Is that correct?
I'm unaware of that. I have not had a discussion with Professor Fells to that nature.
All right, well, that was the public statement that he gave.
I have not.
All right, thank you.
Done that.
Mr. Fells, can I just ask you, did you advocate to the Labor opposition? Sorry, I'll go back. Prior to the election, the Labor opposition announced that you would lead its toll reform. And then 3 weeks later, the Haven Foundation, of which you are chair, got $20 million as a election promise from Labor. Just to be clear, I have no issue with the Haven Foundation, but I just want to be clear on the timelines. That's correct, isn't it?
I think so, yeah.
Yes.
That's roughly right.
All right. And so did you have a conversation with the Labor opposition regarding the election commitment prior to starting the toll review?
No, there was like, is this thing about it was a condition of my work or something? There was no such condition or any of that stuff.
You just independently had a conversation unrelated about the Haven Foundation?
Yeah, I didn't. The two were not connected in any way.
So how did
and
you...
I was not heavily involved in that.
Has the Haven Foundation received $20 million, ever received $20 million in one go?
Got $125 million from Victoria.
Mm-hmm. But prior to your involvement in any review in Victoria or any work undertaken?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You see no issue with that?
No.
All right. So the appointment happened, was the discussion regarding the Haven Foundation $20 million prior to the discussion about you heading up the toll review? Or after?
I wasn't all that heavily involved in the Haven stuff, but the appointment was as, in opposition was, he was first to do the tolls, I think.
Sorry?
I think I did the toll, the toll thing was announced before they announced about the Haven later.
Yes, but you had some discussions with the now government in opposition about providing funding to the Haven Foundation.
No, it wasn't
That's
linked. No.
No, I didn't ask if it was linked. I asked if you had discussions with the then opposition
Yeah,
about making a donation of $20 million to the Haven
The
Foundation.
main pressure came from a group on the Central Coast.
Yes, and you're the chair of the Haven Foundation?
Yeah, so I knew something was going on.
And you raised the issue of the Haven Foundation with the opposition?
Did I raise the issue with?
The then opposition?
Not really. I mean, I knew this was going on and so on, but it didn't come into the tolls thing.
Did you suggest to the Australian Labor Party in New South Wales that they give funding to the Haven Foundation?
No, it wasn't. As I said, there was largely a community group did it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But I knew it was happening.
All right. So how did the funding come about?
Well, I think it was. I don't quite know the
All right.
answer to it.
You can take that on notice. But did you ever speak to the opposition about the funding? The then opposition?
Maybe but not in connection with, not surrounding any of that.
I didn't ask him if it's in connection. I just
No,
asked
I mean, it was
if
roads,
you ever spoke
like,
with
yeah, it
the
was
then
roads
Labor opposition about the Haven Foundation donation.
No, I didn't talk to. It did not come up in connection with tolls in any way, direct or indirect.
I didn't ask
Order.
for
There was
connection.
some
I've given a bit of leeway.
Yeah, there's some discussion about it with the opposition led by a community
Some discussion.
group.
Order. Okay, thanks, Professor Fells. We'll go to questions from the cross bench. I'll kick things off and then we'll go to you, Mr. Latham. Just wanted to go back to the questions that I was asking about the South by Southwest Sydney event. I understand that the investment itself is in commercial in confidence in terms of the contract that were approved by the former government, 5 years from 2023 to 2027. The public doesn't know what that investment is, how much taxpayer funding is put towards this event. What's the event attendance data, though? Surely the government has access to that and can inform the committee about that.
I think Ms Jones is just making.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. If I can just clarify the question, it's about attendance.
That's
for
right.
Last year or for projected attendance for this year?
Both would be excellent.
Okay. So I can say that projected attendance for South by Southwest Sydney 2025, we are looking at a visitation around 36,805 ex-region visitors. So that doesn't include those that might be local that are also attending. South by Southwest 2024 attracted 33,000 ex-region visitors.
Does that mean, when you're saying attracting visitors, does that mean how many people attended the event or came to the city as a result?
Well, I can also say in terms of 2024, obviously 2025 hasn't happened yet, so therefore I can't tell you how many people have attended, but for 2024, it had over 92,000 attendees from 56 different countries.
Okay, thank you. Any other information you want to share with us about that event, considering we haven't been able to get much at all in relation to it? Any other data?
I'm happy to answer any
there?
questions that you might have, or if you've got any follow-up questions, I can take those on notice for you.
So what about
or
whether
supplementary.
whether the event covers its costs without, well, let's forget about the government investment, but whether the event breaks even, whether it makes a profit, whether it doesn't?
So that's a matter for the event organiser about whether or not it actually covers their own expenses. You're right in saying that the contract itself between the event organiser and Destination New South Wales is commercial in confidence. However, the risk in terms of running the event and whether or not it turns a profit is one that's borne by the event organiser.
Okay, and so just to be clear, with the data that you were just saying to me from 2024, I think you said 92,000. Can I just get the ticketed attendance?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay, so yes, the ticketed attendance for the past year.
Sure.
And then you've got a projected...
We've got projected for 2025.
Which I assume you're projecting more because of the discount
Correct.
rate.
So the figure I quoted at the start was in terms of people who were out of region, which means out of Greater Sydney, who would be attending the event.
Okay, and then the revenue, if that's possible.
Sure. And so the difference, I just want to clarify, so the difference between those two figures is obviously those people who are local who attend.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. Now I want to go to questions about Sound New South Wales now. Ms Collins, thank you. Thank you. Ms Collins, look, I do just want to ask you, because I've mentioned it a couple of times, about the budget for Sound New South Wales. Particularly at this point, what I have in front of me is the budget that appears to be for 10.2 full-time equivalent staff. Is there any updates for the committee in terms of what the staffing is for Sound New South Wales?
Yes, so since that we now have 15 FTE.
Okay, 15 FTEs. So with the budget allocation of 5.1 million for staff costs, is that taking into consideration the potential or the need for a particular number of staff, for example, 15, if that's what you're saying, or was that the expenditure on the 10.2 full-time equivalent staff that was in the figures that I grabbed last year, last year?
So the 5.1 million is the LEC ceiling, so that means the amount that we could spend on staffing. We have not met that at all at this point.
And $2.8 million for operational expenses. What does that largely cover?
So I think at the time, the 2.8, as I'm sure you can aware, we just released the 10-year strategy in December. And so some of the costs at the time were still yet to be properly allocated. At the moment, operational costs are sitting closer to $600,000 for this financial year, and they cover things like payment of grant assessors, payment of independent probity advice, and things like Sound New South Wales industry engagement events. So yeah, they're our operational budget.
Are you able to provide on notice an organisational chart and the positions of that and the salaries?
Absolutely.
I think, so you're saying that the operational expenses at the moment are $600,000. You just said that Sound New South Wales is paying for a grant advice or probity. What was that, sorry?
So we, for a lot of our programs, to make sure that we're meeting probity, so we get independent advice to sit in some of our processes and make sure that we're meeting proper processes.
Is that one person or?
It can be one person, yeah, but we usually engage a company to do that. Yeah.
Okay. Who's that company?
I'll have to take that on notice, but I believe it's OCM. I'll just confirm that with you.
Okay, thank you. I think part of what I'm getting at, I suppose, is the amount allocated for grants that goes out to the community compared to what Sound New South Wales is spending on staff and operational expenses.
Yeah.
The $2.8 million when you're saying that $600,000 so far, is that the estimated for the whole year, or is that to
for this
date?
financial year? Yes. So the updated figures, so of the 18.5 million budget allocation we had for this financial year, we're looking at spending closer to 15.7 on grants and funding.
Okay. So does that mean some of that, therefore, the Sound New South Wales has realised some savings in terms of you're saying that operational expenses figure I have here has now been reduced and got over to boost the grants available to the community?
Correct. So I think when the budget was first developed, there were quite a few unknowns because we're a new organisation and still going through our 10-year contemporary music strategy development. Now that we have that strategy and we have a clear list of things we're trying to achieve over the next 10 years, that money has been sort of directed towards funding and grant programs. And yeah, we're really happy to be spending such a large proportion of our funding on supporting the community.
That is music to many ears, I am sure. Excuse the pun. I didn't even mean that. So just to be 100% clear, that the unspent budget has been dispersed largely and will be dispersed to the sector in
Correct.
grants.
Yes. So.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, in terms of the consultation around the contemporary music strategy, could you talk me through that? Who was consulted?
Yep, sure. So we, in part of the strategy development process, we met with over 100 music industry professionals and artists from the New South Wales music industry across 8 focus groups and had a lot of one-on-one consultations as well. So we had a fairly robust process for speaking to various parts of the community. Focus groups looked at priority areas around Western Sydney, regional New South Wales, as well as First Nations and artists.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I will go to, actually, it's not worth me asking Mr. Barakat. I was going to go to you, but it'll be the next round. I'll go to Mr. Latham now.
Thank you, Chair. I had a question for Ms Jones, representing Destination New South Wales. Swap seats again, thank you. My question is, why did Destination New South Wales provide a gift of Rugby League Grand Final tickets to Minister Rose Jackson in October 2023, valued over $1,600, and what did this do to improve tourism in New South Wales?
Mr Latham, that was clearly before my time as the Chief Executive of Destination New South Wales. I'm happy to take that question on notice for you.
Is this a practice that's ongoing, that Destination New South Wales books a box at major concert or sporting events and invites ministers to attend, in this case with 4 tickets for the one event?
What I can say is that Destination New South Wales, we do allocate hospitality to facilitate government representation at events, and that's received as part of the New South Wales government investment into those events, and those allocations actually form part of a strategic investment agreement and sponsorship arrangements between the event owner, Destination New South Wales, and also the New South Wales government.
And what investment agreement or sponsorship agreement have you got with the NRL that requires the invitation of government ministers to major matches like the Grand Final and I also assume State of Origin?
So I'm happy to take that on notice for you, but I think you'll find that the majority of the agreements that we do have between event organisers and ourselves are commercial in confidence.
Commercial in confidence when you're spending taxpayers' money to invite ministers to events in the not only in the state but in the city where they live. Is there any justification for this in terms of boosting tourism numbers and the economy in New South Wales, which is why you've got your job?
Sure, I can actually, in terms of the Grand Final and also State of Origin, there are statistics. I don't have them in front of me now, but I might be able to source them for you this
why
afternoon.
does giving Rose Jackson 4 tickets to the game boost tourism numbers or economic activity around the match?
So, Mr Latham, as I mentioned before, I'll take that on notice that allocation happened before I became the Chief Executive.
Yeah, sure, but you did say earlier on, you said that these things are commercial in confidence, but are you telling the committee that Destination New South Wales has formed contracts and signed contracts for these events that require the attendance of New South Wales government ministers?
What I can say is that there are strategic investment agreements, like all of our major events, that we enter into with the event organisers. There, of course, are terms and conditions associated with those agreements. I can't disclose those agreements because they are commercial in confidence, but in terms of the matter that you're directly raising with me now, I'm happy to take that on notice.
Does this mean that Destination New South Wales rents out a box for these events and
Again,
invites ministers?
I'll take that on notice for you, Mr Latham.
Yeah, but you must know. Can you answer the question?
What I do know, as I said before and as I've already disclosed, is that depending on the event, there are different terms and different conditions involved in the strategic investment agreements.
Right, do you have that for the NRL Grand Final? What's the Destination New South Wales agreement that you have with the NRL?
So the NRL Grand Final, again, I'd have to take that on notice. So obviously the NRL Grand Final that was hosted for the last couple of years were the subject of an agreement between Destination New South Wales under former leadership as opposed to myself. The NRL Grand Final this year is still in discussion.
For this year's one, are you planning to sign an agreement that requires ministers to be given four free tickets valued over $1,600 to attend?
So again, those agreements are negotiated with NRL, and I take your point. I take the point that you raise as a concern, and again, I'll take that into consideration.
Yeah, but if you did that in the future, what possible way could it boost tourism numbers in New South Wales?
So I want to be really clear that I didn't do that in the past, sorry. And so in terms of your question about what it might contribute to the visitor economy, again, I repeat myself, I'll take that on notice for you, Mr. Latham.
Okay, and why did the same minister receive 2 tickets to the Opera on Sydney Harbour for West Side Story at the beginning of 2024 in March? Have you got a commercial agreement with some opera outfit whereby ministers have got to be given tickets to attend?
All of our major events in which Destination New South Wales support are subject to a strategic investment agreement, so they are all contracted. Again, you're asking me details. Happy to take them on notice, absolutely.
Sure,
but you're asking me details of contracts that were entered into before I became the Chief Executive Officer.
But would you agree that your average taxpayer who works very hard to pay their taxes would think this is a complete waste of money, given that it does nothing to increase tourism numbers or the visitor economy in New South Wales?
So the whole purpose around actually engaging major events is to boost visitor economy and is to attract tourism into not just Sydney but across regional New South Wales, particularly for our regional events. And the reason why we engage in those is solely to promote the visitor economy and to promote visitation. In terms of representation from the New South Wales Government, again, that would be all subject to the Strategic Investment Agreement.
Can you find out if there's one for the Opera? And on notice, could you find out all the agreements you've signed that require ministers to attend with free tickets?
Happy to take that on notice, Mr. Latham.
And Ms Jones, what role did you play in helping the minister answer or non-answer my question 3340 on the notice paper, which asked on this as to the gifts that Destination New South Wales has given to government MPs since March 2023, and how can these be justified given that the gifts are already in New South Wales? What's the purpose of the gifting practice?
So the question on notice that you're referring to, obviously that's the Minister's answer.
Yeah, but what role did you play in drafting?
Of course, they might have sought advice from Destination New South Wales on that.
Okay, they've sought advice. Can you on notice answer the question, because you must have a list of the government MPs who've received these gifts under your very unusual investment agreements and sponsorship arrangements. Can I get the list that I asked for here?
I'll take that on notice, Mr. Latham. I don't have that sort of detailed information.
Yeah, and would you agree an answer which says that MPs are required to make disclosure of pecuniary interest doesn't necessarily tell me who's received the gifts, because some MPs, for various reasons, don't declare?
Well, I'll take that as a statement, Mr. Latham. There's not much
would you agree?
I can comment on
You've had some role in
to
drafting this, and it's nonsensical to the point where you're telling me you can't give me the list of MPs because they've made disclosures when we know not all MPs do. It mightn't pass the monetary value that's needed, or they forgot, or they chose not to. So can I get my list and an answer here? What's being hidden here in this non-answer?
Mr. Latham, the level of information, the detail of the information that you're asking for today, I don't have in front of me. And as I said, as per due process, I'm happy to take those on notice and provide you with the information.
So there was another non-answer, I suppose more directly your responsibility, 3334, as to over the last 3 years, the conferences, seminars and meetings and other events that the staff of Destination New South Wales have attended outside of New South Wales. And I only got one such event, but there are many more, aren't there?
Destination New South Wales staff do represent the New South Wales Government and Destination New South Wales at a variety of events, and also, and I want to fully disclose and be transparent that some of those events do actually occur interstate. And the reason for that is because we're obviously trying to do partnerships and trying to attract people to come to New South Wales and to come to Sydney, not necessarily trying to encourage people within New South Wales and within Sydney to participate in tourism.
Right, and in the 3-year period, how many have been conducted in tandem with Racing New South Wales?
I'll take that on notice, Mr. Latham.
Right, there was one 2 years ago where at the end of the Ascot, Royal Ascot Carnival, people were expected to go to the centre of London for some cocktail party. What sort of evaluation do you make of the benefit to our visitor economy of such events that really seem quite misplaced and self-indulgent.
So I'm aware of the event that you're talking of. I'm also aware that the government actually looked into that event, and there were some outcomes and some recommendations that were adopted as a result
So
of
not
that.
to do it again.
I think, and also in relation to the level of delegation and what sort of approvals would needed to be in place in order to conduct such an event
well,
again.
that's good to hear. Regarding 3334, can I get an answer as to, you mentioned transparency. Can you provide the transparency of an answer as to over the last 3 years the different events that staff have attended outside the state?
I'll take that on notice.
Okay, thank you. And can I ask the Secretary, Mr Murray, have we previously discussed here the legal costs incurred by Transport for New South Wales? Has that been raised today? I don't want to duplicate.
Thanks, Mr Latham. The legal costs in regards to which matter?
Well, why has Transport for New South Wales stopped publishing the New South Wales legal panel reports that it manages?
I'll look into that. I would not be aware why we would stop. We continue to run the legal panel on behalf of the government sector, and those reports should have been published in the normal manner.
Okay, I'm told that they haven't been, and I'm told that the annual overall panel spend now exceeds $200 million, for which the Transport for New South Wales contribution is high and rising, over $90 million. Why has it gone up?
I would have to have a look into the specifics of that, and I'm happy to do so. I know that as part of the government, we have got specific targets in reducing the cost of legal representation. We are working on that through Transport, but also we have achieved a number of great results through the use of that government-wide panel, which is run through Transport.
Okay, well, we'll come back to that later. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got questions now from Ms Overall.
Thanks, Chair. Mr Murray, when I asked the Minister this morning about the sudden departure of CEO Destination New South Wales, Destination New South Wales, Steve Cox, he punted it to you. So could you explain what's happened there?
As overall, I'll hand to my colleague here, who's the Secretary responsible.
Destination New South Wales is part of the creative industries portfolio.
Sorry, I can't.
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, Destination New South Wales is part of the portfolio for which I'm Secretary, not Mr Murray.
Mm-hmm.
Mr Cox finished in November last year.
Mm-hmm. And reasons for that?
Mr Cox finished, he was terminated without reason.
Terminated without reason?
Without cause, yes.
By the Minister?
No, he reported to me. It was me.
And are you able to expand further or elucidate on that further?
No, I'm not. It's a term in all of our contracts. Termination without cause wouldn't be appropriate to say any more.
How long had Mr Cox been in the role?
I could take that on notice.
Well, can we perhaps redirect that question and ask if there are any concerns or anything that should be raised with this committee around that?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, clearly it was unexpected that this has happened, the termination of the former CEO?
Look, I can't really comment other than to say the clause in the contract
allowed that to happen?
Yes.
And so now there's a process in place for Mr Cox's replacement, bearing in mind that Ms Jones is acting?
Exactly. Yeah, so we ran an expression of interest process across government and did an assessment, and Ms Jones is acting, and then we will run a full process for a permanent replacement.
And any idea of timeline or scheduling for that?
Look, we haven't, because of the workload of doing the visitor economy strategy and other workload on the agency, we haven't scheduled it yet, but it won't be, it will be this year, in the coming months.
This year. Okay, if I could please have a bit of a chat with Ms Noonan. Thank you. The Minister indicated in this morning's sessions that work on the regional arts, culture and creative industry strategy is starting now. Mm-hmm. What does that work look like?
So that work is a focused plan for regional New South Wales. So specific initiatives and actions in regional New South Wales in support of the Creative Communities policy.
So why wasn't the work undertaken in line with the government's commitment to release the strategy in late 2024?
I can't speak to that. I can speak to the fact that we are now working on that plan and had convened the first meeting last week.
So you can acknowledge, though, that it's certainly been delayed from the announcement that it would be late 2024.
That is correct. I can, though, say that there has been a serious amount of engagement by Create New South Wales staff across regional New South Wales throughout last year, including a regional roadshow, which took place across October and November to promote the reforms around the arts and cultural funding program. And part of those, I guess, ambitions of those reforms is to, and the policy itself is to increase the amount of funding and funding allocation going to regional New South Wales. So we are in the middle of the assessments of that, the multi-year, 4-year multi-year project rounds, which was promoted to regional New South Wales at the end of last year. And in coming weeks, we'll be able to see the impact of that regional engagement and collaboration with the regional arts and culture ecosystem.
So have there been any other parts of the policy that have fallen behind schedule?
No, not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And so if you're suggesting that the focus is going to be on regional New South Wales and the funding allocations for regional New South Wales increasing, I think you used the word, so regional New South Wales hasn't fallen behind with any of this in terms of the overall strategy?
No, I mean, there's the plan itself, but through the consultation of the Creative Communities policy throughout 2023, there was a significant amount of engagement with regional New South Wales and, practical actions to ensure that are put in place before the finalisation of the formal plan. So I would say that the practical work with regional New South Wales has continued across the duration of 2024.
Can you expand a little bit more on the practical actions that you've referred to there?
Sure. So one thing I would call out is that there's Create New South Wales is supporting the delivery of a number of regional creative capital projects. So there's over 132 regional projects which have been delivered under the Creative Capital Program Fund, and that's out of a total of 169 projects, including projects like the Flying Fruit Fly Foundation's Vaudeville Theatre in Albury, Orange City Council's Regional Conservatorium of Music and Planetarium, and the Way Out Art Space in Kandos. Also, of course, under the Community Local Infrastructure Recovery Package, there's been the ongoing delivery of projects on the art streams of that particular fund. So that work has continued, and there's a number of Create staff actively involved in supporting the delivery of those projects to regional communities. There was also, in addition to the multi-year funding and the project funding I mentioned earlier as part of the reformed ACFP, there are also specific initiatives targeting regional communities, including the Regional Arts Touring grant, which provides up to $120,000 to support creatives to tour their work across regional New South Wales. And this round is currently open until March 17th. And there's also the Country Arts Support Program, which is providing grants up to $3,000, again currently open until March 31st. And this is managed in partnership with the regional arts development organisations.
Great, thank you. So good to hear. Now, the Minister said that he encouraged regional stakeholders to take part in the consultation process for that strategy. So where and how can they do that?
So we, as the Minister mentioned this morning, we had the first meeting convening the ecosystem, so practitioners, the RADOs, local government, arts administrators working in the region. So they're obviously an incredibly important network to regional stakeholders. So they are a conduit into government and obviously into that plan. And we will be promoting.
And so, I'm sorry to cut you off there. So consultation with and engagement with them has already commenced?
Yes, that started last week, yes.
Yep. And sorry, please continue.
No, and just so that is a key conduit, and we're encouraging obviously the RADOs and local government and I guess representatives of the arts and cultural sector to obviously represent the voices of their communities.
And once all of this has been worked through, will there be a discussion paper released for consultation?
So our view is that the consultation sort of it has taken part as part of the policy development. This is
Right,
really
so there won't be
picking up
anything
now on the
further
very
to that.
specific actions and practical actions for regional New South Wales.
Okay.
And that was certainly referenced in last week's session, that a reflection on some of the input that was provided through the consultation, which we played back to make sure that material is of course still current and relevant to those stakeholders.
Now, you've mentioned, and the Minister mentioned as well, the announcement regarding the work that started last week. Can't seem to find it on the Create New South Wales website. Where's it available?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay, that would be good. And the government's committed to supporting 4 new creative industries artist workspaces in regional New South Wales over 4 years. Is there any update you can provide us where the locations might be?
Unfortunately not. We are though in the middle of an sort of audit or a survey across various local government and public institutions right across the state, including regional New South Wales, to identify spaces which may be appropriate for creative production and performance. Certainly to identify spaces which are currently underutilised, and that we can get those creative uses into those places.
And I'm sorry, and I may have just missed you answering that. Did you talk about how you were going to identify those?
So we're doing it through an audit. So the Create New South
audit.
Wales team are actually operating an audit.
Sorry, I did miss that. Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Noonan. Could I have a chat, please, with Ms. Collins?
Good
afternoon.
Thank you. You've been responsible for setting up a new office fairly rapidly. How many members of staff do you currently have?
Yeah, so we currently have 15 full-time equivalency roles.
15 full-time. And how many of those staff would be considered senior executive roles?
Just one, me.
Just one? Just you?
Yes.
Have you commissioned any external consultants for professional development?
For the team?
Yes.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. And can you provide any update on how much of your budget is going to be allocated to regional and remote New South Wales?
Of this current financial year?
Yes.
So many of our grant programs are still currently open. We had one major grant close yesterday and some closing at the start of April. So the allocation across regional will depend on the applications.
Okay, can you give me any comparison then, perhaps, of...
I can give you last year's?
Yep, that'd be great.
Thank you. So across, I believe it's 5 funding programs, we spent a quarter of our budget, which was 15.1 million, on regional activities and regional areas. It doesn't include organisations that were city-based that were delivering regional outcomes.
Right, the budget. Okay, thank you. Now, concerns have been raised regarding the application process for positions on the Sound New South Wales board, and complaints about a question that was raised regarding LGBTIQA+ status. Can you confirm that that question was part of the application process?
I can't confirm at this moment. I'll have to take that on notice and come back to you.
Okay. Can I also get you then to take on notice if it was compulsory to make that declaration?
Absolutely, I'll take that on notice.
And I'll note that the legislation passed by Parliament didn't have any requirement for LGBTIQA+ member on the board, and so that there was no legislative requirement for the question to be included.
So that's correct. However, I'd say the expression of interest process that was run, it commenced in December before the legislation had passed.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. Appreciate that. I just quickly have a couple of questions on Great Southern Nights. Not sure who would be best to address those.
Ms. Jones, I think.
Ms. Jones, thank you. Sorry. Thanks, Ms. Jones. Can you let me know how many for the performances, the bands, etc., are scheduled for regional areas?
Yes, I do. I think I have that here. Sorry, it's a
Okay.
bit further forward. For 2025, there'll be 300 gigs held across Inner Sydney, Western Sydney, Newcastle, Wollongong, Central Coast, Broken Hill, Byron Bay, Central West, Orange, Tamworth and Tilda. Over 148 gigs are being held in regional locations.
What's your qualification there of regional? Wollongong is now being included as regional, is it?
Correct. So I can say 148 gigs are being held in regional locations, including Newcastle, Wollongong, Central Coast.
So
Hunter
Newcastle
Valley.
now is regional.
It's got that listed here, yes.
That's a very interesting turn of events. I think there might be some debate on that. So that's how you're using. So if it's 148 out of approximately 300.
Approximately 300.
So that's the suggestion that you're still trying to indicate that almost half of the gigs are intended for regional New South Wales, but as a pretty broad brushstroke on that.
If you let me finish. So I think we're up to the Hunter Valley. There's Bathurst, Byron Bay, Broken Hill, Orange, Tamworth and Tilba. They're included in that as well.
Okay, and can you explain, as the Minister sort of tap danced around it, how Victorian bands are being included when it's specifically about promoting local live music from New South Wales?
So ARIA is responsible, I think the Minister touched on that today. ARIA is responsible for the talent acquisition for Great Southern Nights.
But again,
and that's
surely
done
there's
through
the
an EOI process.
Surely there's the stipulation, if it's local live music from New South Wales, even ARIA would be made aware of that?
So I'm not across the full selection criteria that ARIA use as part of that EOI process, but I'm happy to take that on notice for you.
Great, thanks, Ms. Jones. And can you share with us what's being done to increase live music initiatives in regional New South Wales more broadly?
That might be a question that might be better placed for Sound. We're Destination New South Wales. Of course, we support events like Great Southern Nights, but if you're asking more generally around how we can promote music more generally in regional New South Wales.
Yeah, I mean, not just the music initiatives as well, I guess the events. It's like the focus, what I'm wanting to hear from you is that the focus is still very much on regional areas of New South Wales, that we're not falling behind, we're not missing out.
No, absolutely.
When it comes to the planning and scheduling of, we've had some terrific things in the past, but we're seeing a lot of the live music industry moving in the mood and all of these things that are now falling by the wayside. We're not losing focus on our regional areas.
No, and I agree with you. We are not losing focus in terms of regional New South Wales. So not only is there Great Southern Nights, but of course we have sort of our key events, our marquee events, if you like, particularly around sort of Elvis and Parks and Tamworth Country Music Festival as well. And also this week our regional event fund opened, which was it's a $1.5 million fund, which enables grants of up to $50,000 for regional events.
Great. Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Mildwater, could I come back to you, please, and ask you what was the cost of terminating Mr. Cox's contract?
I could take that on notice, but the contracts do contain a standard 38-week
Sorry,
provision. Our contracts all have a 38-week provision, but I can take it on notice and come back to you with the detail.
And what about the costs going to be involved with Mr. Cox's replacement and the recruitment?
Yes, as I said before, we haven't started that process yet. The process to run the EOI to recruit an acting CEO was run in-house, so there were no external costs there.
So you don't have a timeline that's specified at the moment?
No, but as I said, I would expect it in coming months.
Okay. Do you have an idea of who the recruiters will be at this point, or that's still to be determined?
We haven't started that process.
And the process will, I'm presuming you're going to tell me, take as long as it takes?
I think that's probably the right answer. We won't take any longer than we need to, but yes, it will be a thorough process.
Okay, thank you. Just a couple of other very quick ones, and again, Mr. Murray, I might be directed by you as to ask who this may be Destination New South Wales, the Race of Champions that we discussed this morning. Essentially, You're in the firing line today,
That's
Ms.
okay.
Jones. It's so what happened?
So the Race of Champions wasn't actually a government-sponsored event. So
Right.
it wasn't actually sponsored by Destination New South Wales.
Do we have any involvement?
No.
No.
It was an event that was hosted at a Venues New South Wales facility, being a core stadium. I'm assuming that they booked that venue to run the event. And when I say they, the private operators. I would suggest if you need any questions around the performance of that event, they're probably best directed at Venues New South Wales.
Okay, so possibly something that emerges out of that then, that there may be the opportunity for event organisers of this kind to be working better with Destination New South Wales and the government to ensure that they're more fully embraced, shall we say.
As it currently stands with Destination New South Wales, obviously we take a very keen interest on those events that we have investment relationships with, and we set key metrics and targets around visitation and what it is that we want them to achieve and get out of the event. In this instance for Race of Champions, I think it was solely just a hire arrangement of a core stadium.
Okay, well, one thing that did emerge, and again I only saw it myself as well, so I'm not suggesting for a moment this morning when I saw it that I have the in-depth detail. I'm asking the questions genuinely to find out what might have occurred and what we can do better. There was a media release on the New South Wales government website about the event that was then removed. Why would that be the case?
I couldn't comment on that. I wouldn't know. As I said, it wasn't a Destination New South Wales sponsored event.
No.
I would suggest that the closest government agency that would have information on that would be Venues New South Wales.
Right. And I've got very, very short few seconds left, so perhaps more broadly someone can answer. We know that the Premier managed an extremely well-timed news grab on a question he apparently was so surprised by, but from an arts perspective, the demolition of Angus and Malcolm Young House in Burwood, from an arts perspective, how do we allow this to happen and what are we going to do about it? Anyone?
Unless Ms Noonan has anything to say, I don't think we've got a comment on that. I'm happy to take it on notice.
Great. Well, I think the Premier has taken it on notice, and from an arts perspective, I'd say that we should be doing better on such things, and let's hope that we're going to make it clear what stood there and just how important it was. Can't let him take all the limelight for ACDC now, can we?
Thank you. Mr. Barakat, if I could ask you some questions about music festivals and the new regulation, the new laws.
Yep.
So I was asking the question to the Minister today. So has any music festivals actually gone through the new process over the last few months in terms of developing either a health and medical plan or agreed health and medical plan as per the legislation?
Yeah, they have. I do have just a couple of things to clarify for you too, Ms Fairman, but whenever you want me to do that, that's fine.
Yeah.
So, number of music festivals, so the number of determinations made regarding the requirement for a festival to have an agreed health and medical plan has been 38 since the new legislation came in. The number of agreed health and medical plans required has been 12 of those 38.
So the 12, that was based on the process of advice from the Commissioner of Police, advice from the organiser as laid out on the
Yeah, so I can talk you
website
through that if
and in
you'd
the
like me to.
So 12
briefly.
of 38.
That's the figures I have here, yeah.
Have those events largely occurred over the summer?
I'd have to take that on notice, but my assumption would be yes.
Yep. So what is the hold up for the appeals process?
So that's what I wanted to clarify for you. So
Yeah.
the internal appeals processes that the Mayor's described have been set up. So Health has in place a appeals process for festival organisers to review user pays ambulance costs, and we did check in with Health during the lunch break, and they have received one application from a festival for those costs to be reviewed. We also checked in with the police. Their advice was that they'd need to come back to us because they'll need to check with their individual police area commands, which is fair enough. The actual overarching central review process that the Minister referred to, and when I spoke about that earlier, I described it as being a panel that'll have a representative of Sound New South Wales, Destination New South Wales and Premier's Department, and that will make a determination as to whether a festival that meets certain eligibility criteria can access financial support. That actually, there's nothing stopping festivals applying to that process now. So that order was published by the Minister at the end of last year, I think, and the ministerial order is publicly available. It's published in the Gazette. It sets out the eligibility criteria that festivals must meet. It sets out the things that panel will consider in assessing applications, and that process commenced upon publication, which was at the end of last year. And to my knowledge, no festival is yet to apply to that process, but there are very strict eligibility criteria that they must meet in order to apply.
Yeah. Okay. So back to yours. So you checked in with who today in terms of the police?
I'd have to take that on notice. I didn't do it personally. It was a member of the team just checked in with the police to see if they'd had any applications from festivals to review costs through their internal mechanism.
So New South Wales Health has set it up. They've had one festival. Is that
that's my
correct?
advice from Health.
Starting to go through that process, appealing the costs imposed by Health for
I believe it's in relation to user paid ambulance in that particular on that particular matter.
What is the delay then from your perspective with the appeals process within police? What have you been told?
So I'm not aware that there is a delay. What our advice was that the police would need to check with their individual police area commands as to whether any festival had utilised this process through those individual police area commands. So the police area command in which the festival is being held would be the relevant police area command through which to appeal any imposition of user-paid policing costs. The police advice to us was simply that they'd need to check with their individual police area commands as to whether any appeals had been made.
And so remind me with the appeals. So, for example, if there has been a music festival, it's tried to appeal through the police. I mean, firstly, is that, when I look at the website, by the way, in terms of setting up a festival and the reforms to the Music Festivals Act and what people need to know, it does say, it doesn't seem as though it's ready, because it says here still festival organisers will be able to apply to New South Wales Police for an internal review. It says the same about in terms of New South Wales Health, and that information on how festival organisers can apply will be updated shortly. Then it also says about the appeal pathway for user pays government costs to be waived, that pathway will commence at a later date.
So I'm happy to take on notice whether our website needs to be updated, but the appeal pathway for Health, based on the advice from Health, has been set up, given they have received an application, is my understanding, and the minister's order outlining what criteria festivals must meet very clearly. It says it commences on publication, which was at the end of last year.
Are festivals being, how are music festival organisers being informed of their appeal pathways then?
So through I don't think the communication has been particularly clear on the central government panel that I described, and I think that's probably because the internal processes have been dealt with first. And as I said today, I think my understanding is that panel will be set up either end of this month or next month, so that will be in place shortly. Then there will be a communications program rolled out. In terms of the internal processes, festivals are advised through a range of stakeholder groups that we have. They'll be informed through the Music Festivals Roundtable, so that roundtable will be aware of these appeals processes. They're in place now, and that roundtable, the industry side of that roundtable, is very proactive in communicating with their stakeholders. So there's a range of sort of different mechanisms through which festivals will be advised about how and what to do, and obviously if our website needs to be updated, I'm happy to take that on notice and look at it.
Do you think that those 12 festivals that needed to, or parties that needed to get an agreed health and medical plan, are you comfortable that they were informed of their options to appeal?
Well, they have an appeal mechanism to ILGA, actually. If they disagree with my determination that they need to prepare an agreed health and medical plan, then they can appeal that decision to ILGA. And my assumption is that they are aware of that. That is very clearly articulated. And to my knowledge, no appeals have been made to ILGA.
That's they appeal the
Decision.
The decision.
Yes.
But then the conditions are placed post-decision, are placed, for example, by the Commissioner of Police, that they have to have X number of police and dogs, and that's going to cost $130,000. Thank you very much. Isn't that correct?
Yes, and then they could appeal. I'm confident, well, it would be a surprise to me if they did not know that these internal mechanisms were available for them to appeal. As I said, one festival appears to have taken that on
Health.
to New South Wales Health, and police said they were going to check. It might be that none have taken that on, but I'd be surprised if they didn't know that the processes existed.
Are you able to take on notice? In fact, the 12 agreed, the festivals with the agreed health and medical plans, do you have that list there?
I don't have it here, but I'm happy to take that on notice and
Okay,
provide it
if
to
you could take it on notice. In terms of the costs that the police imposed, is that a question for police, or can you provide that?
It's probably a question for police, Ms. Furman, but I'm happy to provide any detail that we have and that's appropriate for us to provide.
Yes, and also, so with appeals and decisions made, is that public? So if anything is granted in terms of, reducing fees, dropping fees, there's the what the police do, what New South Wales Health do, and then there is what's that central body called?
I don't actually know if it's
Yeah,
got a
but
name
it
at this
hasn't
point.
got a name yet.
Yeah, but I think that whether or not the police or health would make their internal review processes public would probably be a question for those agencies. I can take on notice whether outcomes of this festival's panel will be made public.
But you'll need to get a sense of whether the reform is working according to the statutory review, given what is dragging the music festival industry in this state down, which of course is the kind of regulatory environment, but the costs. You will have to, of course, have a record of all of that to see whether the reforms are working.
Correct.
So Liquor and Gaming New South Wales, I assume, will be collecting all of that.
As we would with any new program that we put in place, be it for festivals, be it for gaming or whatever else, we will be evaluating this. Absolutely, yes. And so we will be able to access the information from police and health for their internal reviews, for example. How that is then made public or how that is then made visible to others will be something we'll have to work through with those agencies.
So what is the reporting requirement, say after this summer, so to have a look, and then of course next summer, but what's for the public to know that it's working, for the industry to know, hopefully, that these government charges are reducing to save the industry? How is that being reported publicly?
So I will take that on notice, but we will be looking, I can assure you that we will be looking at whether or not these changes have had the intended effect.
Will the public know about it though?
That's probably not a decision for me to make, but I'm happy to commit to you that we will do the work.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Lapp.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. To the Secretary, the legal panel contribution to Transport for New South Wales has gone up over $90 million. On top of that, what decisions have you taken to increase the staffing size and costs of the in-house legal advice and service available to you and the Minister at Transport for New South Wales?
Thank you very much for the question. I will just take you back to the point of the previous question you made, and I have checked. The Department of Communities and Justice website has that report for the last financial year. It has been published on the website. It shows that we used 53 firms on behalf of 184 agencies outside of transport, so that's other government departments, councils, universities, and community groups that came and used the in-house panel. They delivered a reduction in overall legal spending on the previous year of $10 million, and for the transport use, $16.3 million reduction on the previous year. Right. In relation to your question then about our in-house legal team, the team has undergone a restructure in the last 12 months and has reduced its total size.
Right. Which new positions and at which salary levels have you created in-house for this legal service in starting as Secretary?
I'd have to take that on notice, but as I say, in total, there may have been positions advertised which would have been as part of a restructured legal service. That team has been through a change in its structure to reduce overall numbers and to streamline, but they will have recruited and advertised positions as part of that restructure.
On notice, can you give us those relative numbers before and after?
Yes, happy to do that.
As you've claimed. And approximately how many people work in the Community and Place branch of Transport for New South Wales?
I would ask Ms Mayers to perhaps assist on that one.
Thank you for the question. I think I would have to take that on notice and come back to you, but they are the staff that do our project and community engagement across the state.
Sure. Yeah. And what role is Ferris Advisory playing in trying to resolve a series of staff complaints about workplace safety and abuse? And why, if this is true, why has it taken 8 months so far to try and get a resolution?
I'm happy to take that on notice. I'm not, just by the company name, I'm not aware of the particular piece of work, but I'll check that quickly and we can come back to you.
And could you also on notice provide some figures on how many staff have been stood aside on workers' compensation or on leave as a result of this unresolved series of complaints in what's described to me as a toxic work environment?
I'll take that on notice. As I say, I'm not sure which issue that relates to, but I'll check under the company name and take the numbers on notice.
And now I can hand back to my colleague, Mark Manassiak.
Thank you, Mr. Latham. I might just invite Ms. Havilah to come up to have a discussion. Thank you, Ms. Havilah. I just want to go to, obviously, what was a series of questions asked from all of us around the Christmas party last year. Can you just confirm that the Minister was correct in saying that the $5,000 for the yellowfin tuna performance was a personal contribution made by yourself?
Yes, so the event was an end-of-year event that brought together donors, partners, collaborators and Powerhouse staff to recognise the achievements that were, the things that were achieved over the last 12 months. And yes, I contributed that element to the event, the cost of that element to the event.
Okay, so how would that be reported in financial statements? Would the public be able to see in some way in the museum's financial statements that you made a part contribution to the hospitality?
Yes, that's correct. I was set up as a supplier and sent an invoice which I paid. Okay.
All right. And that would be viewable in the financial statements?
Correct.
Okay.
You would have done it for free.
I would have. It's reported as saying that 207 people were invited, but 400 showed up, which is obviously nearly double. How do you account for the cost discrepancy between who was invoiced and who attended?
So, wasn't quite correct what was reported. 643 people were invited and an estimated 400 people attended.
Okay. And were all of those 400 and, sorry, 480?
Around 400.
Yeah. And all those 400 people, were they all invoiced?
No, they weren't. They were guests of the museum.
Okay. So, how much of the costs were recouped in terms of, people that were invoiced and donated and etc.?
So, 400 people attended. The total cost of the event was $22,380. And those costs were covered through the museum's self-generated revenue, and that's commercial revenue, not taxpayer or not philanthropy income.
Okay, and there was a report of an extra $11,000 on a VIP party the night before. Was that figure correct?
That figure is correct.
Okay, and how much of that was paid from self-generated revenue?
Revenue, that's correct. 100% of that $11,000 was paid through self-generated revenue.
Okay. So what would come under the category of self-generated revenue? Is it ticket sales?
It's ticket sales, retail sales, sales for programs and events, and also venue hire.
Okay. So given the stats I shared earlier with museum attendance down, using self-funded revenue for such events, do you think that's in the long term sustainable?
So the statistics that you were quoting weren't incorrect, and I'm happy to provide or notice or now the correct information.
If you'd like, yeah, but
Yep.
But also if you could address that question of, if it's based on these things, do you think that's a sustainable way of funding lavish events?
Well, this was an exceptional circumstance because of the key elements that were achieved over the 2024 year. Those things included the opening of our new building in Castle Hill. It included the finalisation of the digitisation project, which digitised over 340,000 objects. It also included the finalisation of the ongoing work that was being done to decant the Powerhouse Museum in Ultimo.
Okay. The New South Wales Government's hospitality policy sort of makes it clear that expenses should be reasonable and publicly defensible. Do you believe that that event met that standard?
We complied with the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences Gifts and Benefits policy, but I hear your point and I take that advice.
Okay. So you understand how that looks. It's an expensive process you're going through in terms of a budget, $915 million museum. Yeah, you're seeking more funding, and then on the other hand, you have these expenditures, of a Christmas party, to the tune of probably close to $40,000. You see how that may look to the public.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Thank you. And you can confirm that this is a one-off event. How does it compare to the Christmas party of 2023 in terms of expenditure?
We did have end of year event in 2023.
Yeah, like most government departments do and organisations do. I'm just wondering how it compared in terms.
Well, this was a larger event because there were so many people involved in what needed to be achieved in 2024. So there was 400 people that attended, and that's why I made the decision to personally invest in the event as well.
So everything's in context. How many people would have been invited to a more normal event like 2023, and what would have been the expenditure of a more normal event like 2023? Happy for you to take it on notice.
I'll take it on notice, yeah.
Sure, thank you. I think that covers me for you, Ms. Havilah. Can I just in the 30 seconds I've got, I'll start talking about the southern on-ramp proposals in Illawarra. Just get some advice as to...
ramps?
Yes, Dapto ramps.
Yes.
Why do we still not have a confirmed timeline or budget for this project?
Yeah, so we were funded for planning works. We're working with the Minister's Office on scope for that and progressing the design for the Dapto ramps project. We don't have full investment money for delivery at this time.
All right, we'll pick that up in the next round. Thank you.
Okay, 3 minutes to the opposition if...
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm happy to start. Yep, thank you so much. Mr. Murray, you can direct this as you like. I'm probably suspecting it's Ms. Drover or Ms. Mears. The Sydney Harbour Bridge, end of life. All right, I'll proceed. Looking blankly. The Sydney Harbour Bridge is starting to come to the end of its life design. What steps is the department taking to secure the bridge for future uses? And it's not a criticism of the beloved bridge, just wondering what contingency plans
I think we're all concerned at the idea of end of life of the Sydney Harbour Bridge, but we also have a significant maintenance acceleration program. I'll ask Mr. Fuller to talk to that program.
Thank you.
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Mr. Murray. The bridge is obviously undertaking its centenary in 8 years' time, and the government's been very clear that they would like the Sydney Harbour Bridge to look at its best at that time, and so over the next few years we've got an accelerated program. There's a new schedule for the renewal of the coatings on the bridge. The team have been doing a fantastic job over the last number of years, but to meet the objective of recoating all of the surfaces on the bridge.
Sure, but I guess I'm talking more, sorry to interrupt you, I've only got a minute, but just in the end-of-life design, given it's a 100-year-old bridge, and the end-of-life design for future use, not just painting it, if you like, or coating, which is, I agree is important, what other work is being done to secure that bridge for future use?
The bridge undergoes continued and ongoing engineering assessments and maintenance assessments of its condition. Many of our bridges across the state, we have literally thousands of them.
Yeah, no, just this one.
That have, a quite a number of year age, and many of them are in very good condition.
Just the Sydney Harbour Bridge. Yep. So is that structure? Are there any structural issues with that almost 100-year-old bridge?
I'm not aware of any structural issues on the bridge.
Has the department received advice regarding the bridge's suitability for car use after reaching the end of its 100-year life
I'd have
design
to take
life?
that on notice.
All right. If you would, I would have thought there would be some contingency planning more than just
There's
coating.
a very structured asset maintenance planning process across transport.
Understand
We
that,
have
just about the bridge though.
10-year strategic asset management plan for the bridge has been recently renewed and undertaken, and what that led to was an acceleration in the renewal of the coatings on the bridge. We're achieving about 16,500 square metres this year in terms of that renewal process,
Sure.
and our
Just
aim
in
is
terms
to
of
get
structural issues? Are there any structural issues?
as I said, I'm not aware of any structural issues, and there's nothing flagged in that asset maintenance program
Right.
at the moment, but I would take on notice if there's any other referrals.
Okay, and could you take on notice also, if you can't answer here, is there any risk of the structural integrity of the bridge? I want to know that cars are able to go across it for many decades. It's not a trick question.
The bridge
just
is
understanding the
assessed
structure.
on an ongoing basis. We have a very experienced set of bridge engineers in transport. I am not aware of any issues that they have flagged recently that suggest there's any issues with cars utilising the bridge.
So just to be clear,
Okay, thank you.
The question for on notice is there any risk of structural integrity? If you could take
We'll
that part
take that on
notice.
notice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Barakat again. This is, maybe it's Mr. Rodriguez actually. Let's see, special entertainment precincts. Yes. How many have been created since the last financial year? Over the last financial year in New South Wales?
Well, there's one in existence, which is the Emerald Road precinct, and I don't want to give you incorrect information. I'm not sure exactly the date that was.
No, I think it
finalised.
wasn't. I think it was before.
Previous, yeah. But I guess if the question is when are future ones coming, probably is the.
That's
so
what I'm getting to.
Yeah, and in the most immediate future, and just understanding that it's a process ultimately led by councils. The most recent information I can give you is from the Inner West Council, who on its website is now in the final stage of community consultation on proposal for 6 additional special entertainment precincts, and they expect them to be operational by August 2025.
Okay, that's Inner West, and just progress on any others?
Yes,
20
so
seconds.
there's at least 15 other councils that have resolutions to establish special entertainment precincts, and so that's across the state. And the community will be aware that our office has been engaged in essentially concierging councils into the process. We're relatively pleased with the uptake of that initiative. There's a program being established to support financially councils as they go about the process of establishing special entertainment precincts, and that will in time, provided the trials commence and so forth, lead, we think, to more.
Okay, right, thank you. Mr. Benazia.
Thank you. And just sticking with you, Ms. Mars, what was the total budget for planning for the southern off-ramps?
I believe it was $10 million, so we are just testing whether we need the full budget allocation for that.
Okay, and if you don't need the full budget allocation, where will that money go? Or that will stay in reserve for perhaps the actual action and completing the project?
Yeah, I might ask Ms Wang if she wanted to answer that from a financial perspective.
Generally, if the budget is not fully utilised, it comes back to the broader portfolio pool to be used for other projects.
Okay, so given that nearly 4,000 community members participated in this process and 97% actually support the project, What's causing the delay in moving from consultation to action?
I don't believe we're delayed on the planning work for that. We will have that ready. I'll have to get the exact date for you, that we'll be ready to take that for investment decision to see if we get delivery funding.
Okay, so you believe you are on track. Just looking at your next steps, you believe you're on track for that, do you?
Yes.
Okay.
We are.
No. Do you know how much has been expended so far?
No, I'd have to take that on notice, but I can certainly get that.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll break for afternoon tea now. We'll be back at 3:45. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Hang on. Oh. Okay, all right, welcome back. We'll go straight to questions from the opposition.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is for Mr. Murray around the Central State Significant Precinct rezoning proposal. You're familiar with that?
Yes.
So it's been under consideration for some time now, and I'm curious about where your department is up to in deliberations with planning on actually getting a determination.
I'm going to ask Ms. Drover to assist with that question.
Thank you.
Yes, you'll be aware that that application is with DeFi, the department. It's obviously been through all its community consultation. There was an announcement by the government last year about the overstation development component of that proposal for the rezoning. There's been a decision of government to not pursue the overstation development. So therefore we've been working with DeFi with some amendments to that proposal. They are now being considered by DeFi, and we're hoping for a decision in coming months.
Okay, so is that revised proposal required to go through another public process?
We understand not at this stage. That's the latest advice we have from the Department of Planning.
Okay. And is there any commitment to jobs and office space, for example, that's contained within your revised proposal?
That sort of analysis would have been done as part of the rezoning application and would have been displayed with the community consultation or as part of that process. It obviously covers many hectares of land around the central precinct, and it's not just actually within the central station. It's some surrounding parcels of land that are owned by the transport asset manager entity.
Yep.
So yes, it would deliver some significant uplift in employment opportunities and potentially housing opportunities as well.
So have those changed significantly since the last proposal? Because obviously the overdeck component of the proposal was pretty substantial.
Well, obviously, yes, if that is not proceeded with, it's a different scheme, but there is still merit in seeking the rezoning, the right to rezone. Any development that would occur across that precinct would still be subject, obviously, to a development application process. But at least the rezoning will occur so it can be used for non-rail uses.
Mm-hmm. And are you planning to put anything forward by way of development application in addition to the rezoning?
Well, the first step is to get the rezoning. There are opportunities to redevelop many of the sites across that precinct, and we've done some early analysis on some of those, but it would depend on the outcome of that rezoning application.
Okay, so would you be seeking to work with the private sector to submit DAs in accordance with the rezoning proposal?
Well, the land that's proposed to be rezoned is still all government-owned land, so we would be looking at those opportunities in the first instance. Whether down the track we involve the private sector, that will depend on the nature of the rezoning.
Okay, so you said a couple of months before that is determined by planning. Are you...
I don't have a definitive date, but that's the guidance I've been given.
Sure. So just in terms of differences between jobs targets, for example, how has that been determined if there's no public consultation process?
Well, the rezoning application is largely the same that was previously put forward and consulted on, absent the overstation development component.
Okay, so it's literally just like a calculation that says this is what was expected as part of the overstation development application, and we're just minusing these figures from this next version of the proposal.
Yeah, I think we have to remember it was always a rezoning application. There was never any expectation that the whole precinct would be redeveloped. In the near term. It really just changes the potential use of that precinct, and then over time individual development opportunities may arise and therefore be taken forward.
And have you been working with Investment New South Wales on the proposal with planning?
Investment New South Wales led the Tech Central initiative. We've also obviously got other developments happening in that general precinct. So we've got the Western Gateway projects. So there is one unsolicited proposal that is currently in delivery, and that is the Atlassian building. And then there are 2 other unsolicited proposals which are in various stages of their processes.
Okay,
So
and who are those with, those unsolicited proposals?
So the first one, the proponent is Dexus Fraser, and they're delivering an integrated mixed-use facility. The primary tenant is Atlassian.
Yeah.
That's the one in construction. There is another proposal from the Toga Group, adjacent to the Atlassian building. That's in stage 3 of the USP process. And then there is the Central Place development, which did achieve approval to proceed.
So that Toga development, is that primarily residential, or is there a commercial element?
It's a mixed-use development. There are a number of uses within the building proposed.
And are you familiar with the Tech Central Cooperation Agreement?
Not the specifics of it. I'm aware there are agreements and arrangements in place across various government departments, but I'm not familiar with the detail of that specific agreement.
Do you know if Transport is a signatory to that agreement?
I suspect we are, given we are the landowner for many parcels of the land in that area. I'd have to take on notice the exact arrangements, though.
That would be helpful. Thank you very much. Okay, on special entertainment precincts, I think Mr. Rodriguez answered some of this earlier, but I just wanted to follow up. I just wanted to clarify, thanks, how many have actually been set up? I understand that you said that there are some in the inner west that are underway, in addition to Enmore Road.
Yeah, so the answer I gave previously, that there is only one that is set up, which is the Enmore Road Special Entertainment Precinct.
Yep.
There's a process underway, which we believe in time will give rise to further. It's a process.
Is there a timeline on that?
Well, it's a process that's ultimately led by councils, and so we're enabling councils. I just noted to Ms. Fairman's earlier question that the Inner West Council has published on its website that it's expecting 6 to be in place by August 2025. You will have seen media and will be aware of the City of Sydney's own process that it's conducting for special entertainment precincts, after consultation and so forth. So it's a pipeline of opportunities. Again, behind that, we have launched our own support process for councils.
So just on that, there's a $1 million grant program. How much of that has been distributed to councils at this point?
I might need to just take that on notice.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in that, I'm also curious about, I understand there was $100,000 to be put aside for councils outside the Sydney metropolitan area, and I'd be interested to know how much of that has been dispersed.
Yes, happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. Okay, going to the Liquor Act. I understand Section 156 of the Liquor Act. This is for probably Mr. Barrack. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Rodriguez. I'm sorry if I'm jumping between you. I might come back to you later. Could you please point me to the annual report of the Liquor Licensing Authority that's in line with Section 156 of the Liquor Act, which requires the authority to report things like the number of licences in force, the number of new licences granted by the authority, the number of licences suspended or cancelled?
If it's the annual report of the Independent Liquor and Gaming Authority, that's not something that falls within my remit, but if there's a requirement for it to be published, I would imagine it should be published. I'm happy to take that on notice and come back to you.
Okay, thank you. So I have some questions about the $250 for musicians that was promised by the government. I'm not sure if that's a Sound
Probably
New
Miss
South Wales.
Collins.
Yeah. Thank you.
That's the hot seat.
Yeah. I understand that this was a government commitment that was made. Originally, it was supposed to come into play in late 2023, but it came into play late last year. And Minister Graham said, actually under questioning from the Honourable Mark Latham, that this policy is operative in some places. I'm just wondering where it is operative and where it's not operative.
Sure. So the commitment specifies that for any recipients who are getting government funding for commercial events, that there's a commitment to pay $250 per musician. So currently that is, I believe it's in place with Create New South Wales and their funding programs. And we are looking at a further rollout across other parts of government to make sure that that commitment can be met.
Okay, so you're asking other departments and entities and agencies to report back to you on whether they're complying with this policy?
Yeah, so what we're doing is talking to other parts of government about what funding they might provide to commercial events, to commercial music events, and working out, is it something they do, and what their ability to report on those funding recipients would be to us, and trying to make sure that that it is a whole of government approach, because that is the commitment, and it's work that's ongoing, and we're trying to sort of do it in stages to make sure that we can meet it at its earliest kind of delivery, but that it does take time to work with other parts of government.
So, I would have thought that it might just be an email out to all the departments to say this is the policy, so you have to comply with it. Is there something that's more complicated than that?
Well, we've had to seek legal advice around what it means for government to stipulate this criteria to make sure that we're operating within appropriate guidelines. We're trying to get an assessment of whether this will have financial impact on other parts of government and funding programs they may run. But the good news is that Create New South Wales already has it in place, and Sound New South Wales, for the appropriate programs, is looking at how it delivers it as well.
So what kind of issues are you facing? Having to seek legal advice is pretty serious. If you're getting pushback, I imagine that's the reason.
No, not pushback. We're just trying to make sure that for government to stipulate a minimum fee when there isn't an award, that we're making sure that we're doing the right thing by our grant processes and contracts to make sure that we can actually stipulate this. And the other complicating factor is that what enforcement looks like. So often we're providing funding to commercial events that, do they report back? If they don't meet their requirements, what does that mean for us and their funding agreements? So it is a bit more complex than it might appear.
Okay. So are you also asking departments to report on the number of musicians that they had to pay, for example, in the last 2 financial years, and what they were paid, to understand what that gap might be?
Yeah, so we've commenced that process of having that conversation, and it's a bit of an ongoing conversation, and we're hoping that this policy will be fully in place by the end of this year. We're just sort of making sure we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's to make sure it is something we can actually commit to, and make sure that we're providing that standard to industry.
So what happens if a department comes back to you and says, sorry, we don't have enough money for this, this will decimate our ability to produce or run events in particular areas, and we can't possibly absorb this cost?
Look, that's part of the scoping of the process that we're currently undertaking. We're trying to work out who it does impact, if there are adverse impacts through the policy. We're also trying to make sure, it can be difficult for some industry organisations in particular to meet the requirements. The fee, the minimum fee is a $250 per musician, and so who that impacts, larger bands that maybe have more members, and what sort of flow-on effects that has in the industry and people who are applying for government funding. So we're just trying to make sure we get a good sense of what is enforceable and what is a sort of suggested process and policy that we'd like to see funding bodies follow.
Okay, so you haven't received any pushback from any of the departments or agencies or whoever you've contacted so far?
No, currently no. So we're still working out what that broader consultation with other government departments.
So have you started that consultation?
We've mapped it out and we've gotten advice around some of the things that we need to be mindful of, and we'll be further delivering that in the next couple of months.
Okay, so as part of that mapping out, is there, for example, an additional budget set aside to support certain departments if they say, look, we can't do this?
Currently no, but that's part of why we want to do the proper scoping to make sure that if there is any financial impacts, that there's consideration of that in future budget processes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to follow on from the questions I was asking earlier for the Minister about the Sydney Festival artist contracts. I don't know who that would be with.
Ms Noonan might come up.
Thank you.
We did have a discussion about this though at lunch, and I'm not sure
Thank you.
we have much information.
Okay. So thank you for coming up. So is it something that the festival director raised with you at all?
No, I've checked in with the team over lunch and we haven't had that from the festival.
Okay.
That information shared, no.
Is it something that you will pursue
Absolutely.
with the festival director? Okay. Yeah, I mean, is there any ability to actually check which contracts are being used for artists and performers for government-funded events? Whether, I mean, they might be huge or small, or like Sydney Festival.
Yeah, I mean, to speak on just in terms of what the point was just discussed with Ms Collins. So part of the arts and cultural funding program, the criteria is that $250 minimum is in place. And so as part of, if there are contracts that would come through our acquittal process, we'd obviously review that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is more broad than the specific musician payment. This is for other performers and artists as well that actually haven't been given the MEAA approved contract or the latest award.
Yeah, no, I understand.
So, is there any process to review?
I'll have to take
those
that on
contracts?
notice.
Yeah, that would be helpful, thank you. And this may be with you as well, just in terms of grants, and perhaps with Mr. Rodriguez. Is there any data collected about how long it takes for organisations to actually fill out a grant application? Like when they're completing their grant application at the end, does it say, did this take you, whatever, a minute, 10 hours, 50 hours, so that you can collect that information?
Not in terms of hours, but as part of the reforms for the major grant program that Create runs, which is the Arts and Cultural Funding Program, one of the key areas of the reform was to make it simpler and faster. So there's been a number of reductions in the amounts of steps that applicants need to take. So I think the number is that we've been able to reduce paperwork from grant applications by 25%.
Okay.
And sort of the feedback we're getting from the sector is that's been a positive improvement.
Okay. Do you think it would be useful to collect that information to actually understand how long it takes for organisations or individuals to apply for different grants?
I think there's a number of variables. I mean, it would obviously depend also on the program and the amount of funding that's being asked for. So
of course,
there's going to be more detail.
But that would be like relative.
Sure. But my understanding is based on the reform work and the consultation that took part to inform that reform, that type of consultation has taken place. But I'm happy to take it on notice.
I think it would be a great idea to have that information. The Data After Dark platform. Only got 50 seconds. Might have time to come back to this later. Is this going to be public, the actual platform itself? I know that up to maybe more than $1.3 million was spent on developing it and it was launched, but it's only giving us static reports at the moment. So I'm just wondering if that platform will be made public.
So you're across the project. The reports are what we're able to currently produce and publicise. The platform itself has a number of proprietary data sets which have restrictions in respect of those data sets from the data providers, which makes opening out to the general public commercially challenging, for the reason that some of the data providers obviously want to sell their data to the same people that we would probably be making the platform available to. So I think about it this way, as a ambition to take the data and make it as available and as standardised as possible across the market. It's a relatively new project that's just finding its feet within government. We're expanding it out to a subset of councils as a first step, and so that's where it's at.
Thank you.
Time is up, but thank you.
Just some questions about a question, I should say, about the Mona Vale Road West upgrade. That funding was there. It was postponed for a couple of years. I've been contacted by members of the community who are still incredibly concerned about that, particularly now that Mona Vale's been named as one of the new town centres in the government's low and mid-rise housing policies. So where's that up to? Is the department planning to upgrade that road? Is there a timeline? Is there a budget allocated to it? Thanks, Ms. Drover.
Okay, you'll be aware that we finished the Mona Vale Road East project last year, and that was open to traffic in 2024. We have got funding to do the detailed design for the Mona Vale West, which is the next stage of that corridor. But that's the only funding we have. So that arose out of the infrastructure reviews. So we are almost complete with the detailed design, which is funded. And then we don't have any additional funding to progress the project at this stage.
Okay, so sorry, that the funding for the design, where was that allocated by?
We have that funding.
Where did that money come from?
Oh, it comes out of...
It's part of the 24-25 budget.
That's what I was after.
Yeah, $5.5 million.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so and that's all.
That's all we have at this stage, just the money for that detailed design process.
And is any work being done within the department to liaise with the relevant planning department folk in terms of the road upgrades that are needed for particular areas in relation to the new housing policies that are, making bigger town centres? I assume the upgrade of Mona Vale West is something that's been fed into that as necessary?
Not to my knowledge, but I might...
I'm happy to take that question. So as the development applications come in for any of the uplift for housing or mid-rise proposals, we assess what's required. I would have to check if there's been anything that we've responded to in Mona Vale that we've specifically called out that project on, but we would look at any surrounding works required as part of DAs.
But isn't there another committee or working group, Mr. Murray, maybe, that is whole of government or across various departments looking at what is needed for particular town centres that are being uplifted? I thought there was. I think I recall a question on this maybe last year, and was told there was a working group. Is there anything?
There is both the Cabinet Subcommittee on Housing, and below that is the Officials Working Group, which ensures that with the development of the new precincts that they have all the buy-in from Transport, Water, other agencies as part of that process.
Yes, thank you. So that's probably what I'm thinking about in terms of infrastructure. So something, for example, take Mona Vale, the various roads, different transport connections that need upgrading are being fed in somehow by Transport via that group. Is that fair to say, or maybe not?
Correct. Yeah, that's correct. So when DFI are looking at any rezoning for whether it's for TODs or other housing uplift proposals, they do talk to us about public transport availability, capacity of the network, and travel time. So we definitely provide input at that time.
Is it Transport for New South Wales's, have you done work then on determining that Monavale Road West upgrade is essential if that Monavale precinct does become medium high-rise?
Yeah, I understand your question. I'll take that on notice and just check what advice we've provided.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I'll now just ask some questions in relation to the Liquor Act and questions about Mr. Barakat. So my question is, how many venues have been granted extended hours for dedicated live music and performance venues under Section 12A of the Liquor Act in, say, the last financial year? Do you have that data?
I think do, if you just...
Because I think, this is just around how things are working.
Yep. So I've got, as of 6th of March 2025, there are 482, being the number of licensed music and performance venues in New South Wales accessing incentives. 208 being the number of licensed music and performance venues accessing incentives in regional New South Wales, if that's helpful.
Thank you. What was the first number?
482.
Mm-hmm.
And then if we just break it down by number of licensed music venues, so taking out the performance part, then it's 412, and then 178 of those being in regional New South Wales.
Okay, thank you. That is useful.
I did have an answer to Miss Munro's question. If you want me to answer that now or do it later,
no,
whatever's
later.
appropriate. Yep.
We get very kind of possessive about
My
our
apologies.
time. In
Government time.
How about the progress in terms of streamlining? I was speaking for everybody else actually at that point. Streamlining the process for obtaining development consents under the EP&A Act and the Liquor Act. The kind of single integrated application process. How is that going?
So I'd have to take the exact status of that on notice. That is integrated with the planning system, so it is a little bit more complex than some of these other reforms. We have, and I'll correct this if I'm wrong, we have streamlined the consultation processes. So previously for a liquor licence, for example, there was a 30-day pre-consultation and then another 30-day consultation process. That's been cut back, so it's just a 30-day consultation process, and the idea being that would make it easier, obviously, for applicants, but also members of the community who only have to participate that one time.
Okay, so again, what's the working group that's working with liquor and gaming, working with planning on this process? What is that group?
It's effectively that. It's a group of staff from Liquor and Gaming New South Wales working with Department of Housing and Infrastructure staff to look at how the planning liquor licensing system can be better integrated. It is quite a complex piece of work. As you'd probably be aware, both of those systems are complicated in themselves. Linking them together to streamline the process is a bigger piece of work, but it is something that we want to do. We've been wanting to do it for a while. I think planning's on board. It's just a matter of, I don't have a time frame. I'm happy to take on notice.
I was about to ask
I
the
thought
time
you
frame.
might have been. Yeah, I have to take that on notice. I don't have one here in front of me today, though.
Okay. So has any progress been made with any new licensing incentives developed or implemented to encourage licensed premises to program live entertainment?
So the incentives are as they were through the legislation. So
Yes.
you can access a 2-hour extended trading on the nights you offer live music, as long as they're over 45 minutes on an average of 2 nights a week or more, and you also get to access an 80% reduction in your liquor licence fees. So that they are the incentives as they currently stand, and those numbers of venues that I read out before I don't have the breakdown as to which of those incentives they'd be accessing, but they would be eligible for one or both if they're meeting those criteria.
Okay, so that's basic. They're basically the incentives.
Yes.
So to speak.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The other questions was, so around I'm going to ask you, because you're here just around at music festivals one more time. So
Yep.
with the police, are you saying that, for example, if someone appeals for New South Wales Health, the music festival organiser appeals, they just go to, I assume, not the LHDs, obviously, but within New South Wales Health as the entity, but within the police to appeal any user pays, are you saying that they need to go to the local area command to whoever they're liaising there to appeal, and the decision rests with, it's decentralised?
So I can read to you what's on the police website about
Yes,
this. It might take me a
please.
little bit of time, but I'm happy to read it. Otherwise, I can provide it on
Is there a
notice.
sentence or something that sums it all up?
I
and
can
then
try and summarise it.
Or just
So an application for internal review should be in writing, addressed to the New South Wales Police Force, Police Area Command Commander or Region Commander, and must be made within 28 days of a decision. So, sorry, I'll start again. If the client is not satisfied with a decision of the police for the amount payable for police, user pays police, then they can apply for an internal review, and that application for a review must be made to the police commander of the relevant police area command.
Thank you.
And that is on their website.
Mr. Benazir.
Thank you. Just to close off the DAPTO on and off ramps, Ms Mars, is the department committed to releasing the options report to the public, which I believe is due to be finalised by mid-2025?
So I understand we did the consultation at the end of last year. We did release something.
Yeah.
My advice is that we're now looking at, based on the feedback, potential ramp locations.
Yep.
And finalising the options report. Yes, we will publish it when we're
Yep.
done. I haven't got an exact timeline for you though.
No, sure, no worries. Can I then go to the Mount Ousley interchange? Your government was proposing to invest $78 million into that project as part of a $390 million total prize pool. How much of that $78 million has been released, and how much of that has been actually spent?
The project is in construction.
Yes.
It's been in construction for many months. We anticipate spending this year's budget allocated to that project.
Okay, and what is this year's budget?
$293.8 million over the next 4 years and $71 million for this financial year.
And the $71 million, is that the lion's share of the state's commitment?
That would cover the contractors' costs.
Yep.
And also the Transport for New South Wales costs.
Okay. And given that this is going to take over 4 years, has there been any modelling done on the impact of daily commutes for local businesses and freight operators in any real terms?
That analysis would have been done as part of the business case and the
Okay.
design for the project.
Has there been any monitoring to check whether that's been realised in terms of those impacts? Because I know anecdotally, when I'm not trying to escape via Bulli Pass and I'm trying to escape via Mount Ousley, the ability to get out via the main route is becoming incredibly difficult because of the slowed traffic coming down, heading from north to south. Has that actually been recorded in any way other than anecdotal observation?
I know there is some ongoing monitoring. There's obviously, of course, engagement with the community and there's feedback mechanisms. We're also working very closely with the Traffic Management Centre and particularly the freight industry. There's a couple of instances where we have to close the road to do some of the works. Perhaps we close it overnight.
Yeah.
We had one of those weekends last year. There's another one coming up shortly. So when we do that, we work very closely with the Traffic Management Centre and provide early and comprehensive advice to motorists and particularly that freight industry.
How do you do that? Because the Transport for New South Wales website hasn't been updated for over 12 months regarding this project.
So
Is that advertised somewhere else?
Yeah, so it will be on the Traffic Management Centre avenues like live traffic, but there'll be a proactive campaign, particularly with the freight industry.
Yeah.
I know late last year when we had one of those closures, we had media, radio, etc., variable message signs giving guidance that there would be a significant closure.
Okay, excellent. jumping north, the Bulli bypass or the Memorial Drive extension, for further extension. Where are we up to with that?
Yeah, so we are doing the development work for that project, heading towards the business case. We're funded for that, so that's the extension of Memorial Drive North with the potential bypass of Bulli.
Okay. Can I ask who decided what was defined as a local resident within the department? So you've defined local residents as Bulli, Thurl, Woonona and Corrimal, but there's about 1,600 residents that live in a suburb between Corrimal and Woonona, as in Corrimal is the further south. Then you have Russellvale, which has another 1,600 residents. Then you have Woonona. Were those 1,600 residents in Russellvale considered as part of the local residents, or are you considering them as visitors?
Okay, look, I'll have to take that on notice, the specifics of that. There was quite broad consultation last year on the project and some of the early options, but I can take on notice exactly the specifics of that consultation and which groups were involved.
Okay, and I guess and likewise with Bulli, if residents of Bulli, if residents of Thurl wanted to access Bulli Pass, presently they wouldn't actually have to drive through Bulli or access Bulli at all. So, what weighting was given to residents of Thurl, given generally they're largely not impacted, would not be impacted as much as other residents?
Yeah, look, I'll take that on notice. We are in the planning phase, so there will be ongoing and further opportunities for the community and the broad community to provide input into that project. We haven't done the planning process yet for the project, so that would be the major opportunity for anyone in the community to give feedback, including non-residents, freight groups, etc.
Okay, so are you able to, on notice, provide a copy of the survey? I'm just curious as to what specific questions were asked, because you obviously received quite positive feedback. But if you ask people, do they want less traffic? Of course, most people are going to say yes.
Yeah, look, happy to take that on notice and bring back the nature and extent and what the questions, etc., were asked as part of that process.
Yeah, excellent.
But just noting it was an early process. There'll be ongoing consultation.
When do you think you would present potential routes? Because obviously that would then, where the route of the new road will go, potentially go, will obviously maybe alter people's opinions on whether they're in favour or not. So when do you think you may have a set of, or maybe several route options that you could present to the community?
I'll need to come back with an exact time frame for you. I suspect it's either later this year or early next year.
Okay. And how much money has been allocated for planning for that? And I guess likewise, how much money have we expended?
If you just give me a second.
I'm happy to confirm that there's $20 million allocated.
Sorry, 20 million. And perhaps on notice, can we come back as to how much of that has been expended so far?
Yep, we can do that.
Excellent, thank you. I think that does me.
Okay, right. Thank you. I will go back to Ms. Collins. Thank you. I just wanted to just ask a little bit more detail around the contemporary music strategy consultation. We were, I think, stopped earlier. You said 100, over 100 artists and musicians maybe. Could you talk us through what the format of that consultation was for the 10-year contemporary music strategy?
Yep, absolutely. So there were sort of a few different points we had for consultation and contribution to the strategy. The first being the development of the creative communities policy, where we sought submissions from the music industry. So I don't have the exact figure of how many submissions were made from the music community, but those submissions were considered as
And that
part
was
of
in relation to what was it?
the creative communities policy development,
Okay.
so the overarching policy. And then in setting up the sort of consultation for the contemporary music strategy, we had, I believe, I'll have to come back to you on the exact number, but I believe we had 8 focus groups across 8 different areas, one being an artist-specific session, a First Nations-specific, Western Sydney regional, live and festivals and venues, I think. So we had those focus groups, and we had over 100 people participate in those various focus groups to contribute ideas. We also did a series of one-on-ones with industry leaders to get sort of, specific consultation or specific ideas from various organisations and leaders within the industry.
Okay, so the focus groups, is that focus groups conducted by a company, a PR company, a company that conducts focus groups, and how were the participants chosen? Were they randomly chosen in terms of the artists and First Nations in Western Sydney?
Yeah, so they were selected through a database that Sound New South Wales had of artists active in the space, or leaders, people who had contacted us. I think the actual invite list was significantly higher than what the final attendance was. So we invited quite a lot of people to participate in those events, and many who couldn't make those focus groups were also offered one-on-one opportunities.
Okay, all right, thank you. My time, that was your time.
Yeah.
This is now, have I? Yes. Ms. Ward.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everybody. Mr. Fells, just briefly, I understand you need to be on your way. You mentioned that you attended a conference, I think you mentioned in Singapore, that's correct?
Yes.
Yeah, who paid for that?
I did.
You paid personally?
I
to go
think
to that?
I might have got $1,000 from the sponsors as some kind of private international thing, but I've paid a lot more than that out of my money to go there.
Sure, but you think or you know that you were given some amount, possibly $1,000?
Look, I had accommodation for 2 nights in a hotel.
Paid for by
the conference organiser.
Organisers?
And I think I better take the other thing actually, it was just the accommodation. It was not the fare.
All right.
Or anything extra. Just like to check that out. It now comes back to me. It's just accommodation.
All right. Could you perhaps take it on notice?
Yeah,
we
sure.
can be clear about it. Thank you. That's all I have for you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Fells. Thanks for your assistance today.
Just if we could just pause there. Professor
stop the
Fells,
clock?
you are right to, you're right to go.
Oh, thanks very much.
Thank you. Sorry about everybody else,
That's
but
all right.
thanks very much for appearing today and for giving us your time. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. M6 Stage 1. Mr. Over, thank you very much. What's the latest advice regarding the delivery timeline for the M6 Stage 1?
Okay, we are continuing to work with our contractor. The guidance is they're targeting completion of the overall project by 2028. I appreciate that is a significant delay to the original date. Having said that, though, we are on target to complete President's Avenue by the end of this year as per the original program. Most of the impactful works will actually be finished by April this year, so next month. Then there'll be some minor resurfacing works that will continue for the rest of this year. We're also hoping to open all the active transport paths,
Yep.
so the cycling and walking paths for the project by the end of this year.
Terrific.
Absent one small section which will remain within the construction site for
Certainly,
the project.
But just onto the main M6 tunnel, Stage 1, I understand it's with insurers, lawyers, potentially other advisors. Will taxpayers be paying those bills for this project?
Look, we are continuing to pursue those processes. They are very complex and there are a number of parties involved. We obviously need to ensure that government gets best value. The project, absent that 245 metres of tunnelling, is progressing well. So, for example, in the balance of the tunnel, half the pavement has already been placed, which is the final wearing course for that road. So that's our intent, but we are still working through those processes, and they are complex and they're lengthy and they will take some time. Our primary focus is to ensure that the interests of government are protected, but that we keep the project delivering and we finish the project as quickly as possible. That will ensure that we mitigate any costs associated with the delay, or to the extent possible.
All right, perhaps could you take on notice what additional costs taxpayers will be paying for appreciating it's complex and appreciating it was a sinkhole?
Okay. I can answer to some extent now.
Yep.
So to date, there has been no additional costs to government other than that we have provided some support over and above the insurance processes to some of the impacted landowners, tenants, etc., particularly at the Kirby estate. So they are some additional fairly modest costs that government has supported, whilst those complex insurance processes, etc.
Is it being redesigned?
There has been a redesign of just the 245 metres of tunnelling, which was subject to the subsidence events in March last year.
Okay.
We're very close to receiving from the contractor the final detailed design for that section. You'll be aware that earlier this year we started the relocation of utilities in that 245 metre section, and in fact at the end of February we finished the relocation of the Gemini gas line, which was the major utility. We're about to start the ground improvement processes. And Howard and I announced last Friday that as from the 18th of March, so today week, we will actually reduce West Botany Street down to one lane in each direction until possibly the end of 2026 to facilitate those works.
Thank you. And so what is the estimated cost of the new delivery date of 2028?
We don't have an estimated cost at this stage. We are still in discussions, of course, with the contractor about the works required to complete the project, the specifics of that revised detailed design for that tunnelling component, and therefore what the costs will be. And then obviously there'll be a conversation about who bears those costs. So those discussions continue.
All right. Could you explain to me, though, how the government will budget for this if Transport doesn't know how much it will cost?
So we're still working within the current funding envelope, the budget for the project. We obviously know that there will be additional cost, and we've been very public about that.
Yep.
Who bears that cost is still subject to very complex and what will be lengthy processes.
So it's still the $3.1 billion?
The current budget for the project is, yes, the $3.115 billion.
All right. How much have we paid in legal fees so far?
Generally for the project or for this matter?
For this issue.
I might need to take that on notice. I don't have that information at hand.
Thank you. And all right, so, I may come back to that if there's time. 15th Avenue, when will construction begin on 15th Avenue?
Ms Mayers?
Sorry, the question again.
When will construction begin on 15th Avenue?
So there, Ms Drover can also assist with this. So there's two lots of works happening. The initial $50 million allocation, there's a number of early works and safety improvements being undertaken around Cow Pasture Drive for that. With the additional funding that we've got, we are in the design phase. We really do need to land the design and the business case before we can confirm the program.
But I can confirm
it's not listed on the Infrastructure New South Wales website.
We would have to check with Infrastructure New South Wales, but as the funding was only just received, it may not be registered just yet.
Well, could you maybe take on notice when that is anticipated?
Yes,
we can
announced.
do that. And so is the $1 billion cost just for the existing section?
So if I could just take 1 minute to explain where we got to the timeline and where that 2040
I'll
date
have to
came
be
from.
super quick, but yep.
The 30-year vision by Transport was completed in 2023, and I'm happy to leave that with the committee, and that was us really looking at public transport, roads, freight and active transport and land use requirements. Following that, we were very pleased to work with INSW on the Aerotropolis sector report, which is really one of the first times
sorry, I'm
I've
gonna
seen.
have to move you along 'cause I've
but
got
we
one
have
minute.
managed to look at the staging and options for each of the priority projects. So while this section is stage 1 of the upgrade to 15th, it does give a timeline and certainty for the rest of the staging of the project and when it will be required to be delivered.
Okay, and so what is the staging within that document?
So the staging shows that we need to complete various sections leading up to 2040. So it's
sorry,
a
for the
15-year
road
program.
upgrade component.
Yep, for 15th Avenue.
Yep,
So
what's
it's
the
within the
timeline for that?
Aerotropolis sector report.
Yes, I know that. So what is the staging?
So we've been funded for the first stage, and when we've done the business case, we'll be able to look at the further staging to complete the corridor.
So for the road upgrade part component of that, within that work, within all that the work that you're talking about, when does that work on the road upgrade start?
So I believe I answered that question. So we're doing works now in 25 and 26 on safety improvements and some traffic and congestion improvements.
Sorry, in the plan that you referred to, there's a plan, there's staging, there's early works, there's other things. When does the road upgrade? Within that plan, it's a 30-year plan. Within that 30-year envelope, when will the road upgrade
Let me
itself
just check
start?
exactly what it says for you so I don't get it wrong. It won't have the specific start date for construction in the sector plan. It gives timelines. But it certainly says that we need to be looking at the first stage in the first tranche, which is for early 27. But that needs to be confirmed through the design process, and we'll come up with the program.
So there's coloured boxes all the government has for 15th Avenue?
No, we will have a detailed design now that we have funding to progress that.
I can't see it anywhere there. Okay, and so when will the planning be completed?
We're just working through the program now. We need some decisions on design first, but we'll be able to bring that back to you.
So there's $1 billion just for stage 1, and we don't have any information about when the project will
We've only
finish.
just received the funding for that, so we're just working through it. Yeah.
It's not what the media release was about, but okay.
Thank you. Mr. Rodriguez, back to you. So just on the Data After Dark platform, did you spend additional funds apart from the $1.345 million grant from your own department, or was that pool of funds the entire cost?
So just for clarity, the original funding was from the Smart Places Fund.
Yeah.
And that was $1 million. And then further funds have been expended beyond that. I'd probably best take on notice any questions around additional funds spent, but it's paid from our operating budget.
Okay. So my understanding is, or my suspicion is, that data from Westpac, D-Spark Mobility Data and Roy Morgan Business Confidence as sources for data, they're the ones that are causing the platform to remain private?
Just to be honest, I don't want to comment on things I'm not 100% sure of. I might have to take that specific on notice, but yeah, those are commercial data sets, for example, that I know are sold to other target customers.
So as part of that, is the agreement with those companies essentially that the data will be used privately by government departments, and that you have a certain amount of logins, or you can only log in from a government email address? Is that the idea?
I can't really comment on the specifics. There are a number of data sets, and as far as I understand it, they are individually negotiated. Some of them may not even be negotiated by our team. They may be negotiated by DCS or one of our partner agencies. So I'm sorry, I can't be more helpful on that, but the ambition is to get to a point where information can be standardised and shared as broadly as possible. Getting us to this stage has been like a giant leap forward from where we have come from. Normally data in this space has been anecdotal. For what it's worth, this project is seen globally as the market-leading project for a state-based economy to get to this stage where at least government agencies can share the data and councils. They're two significant stakeholders in the ecosystem.
Yeah, fully appreciate that. I think it's a phenomenal step forward, but I hope that the ambition is to make the information more public. I wanted to double check, are Data New South Wales, Digital New South Wales, Minister Dibb's office involved in the work that you're doing here?
I might again take it on notice. We have done this in partnership with DCS and the Data Analytics Centre, and then other agencies are working alongside in provision of data as well.
Okay. And given the government has now scrapped the 6 cities references, and obviously this is something that you reference in your reports a lot, I think to great effect, are you still planning on using the 6 cities framework as a way to report the data that you're collecting?
I'm happy for any thoughts on that. I guess what we are being shaped partly by is the evolution of our own office, and so Greater Sydney, then 6 cities, and now the state.
Yeah.
I think there is some value in the 6 cities approach because of the population centres, but I would like to emphasise that we see this as a state-based system, and the information is being shared as broadly as possible, including into regions.
Yeah. Yeah, I know that the Committee for Sydney agrees that the 6 cities plan was a good one. Going to Screen New South Wales, are there any plans for studio space increases for Screen New South Wales?
That is identified in the Screen strategy, and it is probably there's 2 aspects to it. It's permanent studio space, and then looking for temporary studio space. I don't know, Secretary, if you want to comment on the...
and I just give context of being provided feedback that essentially the lack of space at Moore Park means that smaller productions are actually getting kicked out of the studio space when, say, international productions come through. So there's a question of who's getting the benefit there.
Yeah, and both our original arts creative industries policy and more recent consultation has identified the need for more screen infrastructure. So Create New South Wales is going to run a process. It'll do some market sounding, and we'll see this year what comes of that. But it's an acknowledged shortage.
So is that budgeted for, to have a pot of money to actually expand the space available?
So the process to work out what space is needed to go to market will be run out of our department funds, but then we'll see what comes from that and what further expenditures needed to address. We'll see what ideas come in, what the actual infrastructure need is.
Okay, so can I just understand, what is the relationship here with Screen New South Wales? How does that work between your 2 offices?
So it's actually Create has the infrastructure team and do the market sounding. They provide expertise into business cases, that sort of thing, under Ms Noonan at the moment, whereas the screen industry expertise sits within Screen New South Wales. So they're involved, but in terms of processes for engaging with the market and infrastructure process, that sort of thing, that would be run out of Create.
Okay. On sound, back to Sound New South Wales. Thank you. There was a claim a year ago that the number of venues in New South Wales hosting live performances soared by 84% since November 2023. I'm just wondering what that is based on. Like, how is that calculated? What was the base figure? What is that figure today?
Yeah. So my understanding with that figure is the base figure was 133 venues from the liquor and gaming list that was listing live music venues who were receiving incentives. So that was the data available at the time of that commitment.
Okay, so it was actual venues who were getting the live music incentive or applying for it?
Correct.
Were they receiving it or just applying?
I believe they were, receiving it. They were published on the website at the time.
And what is that figure today?
It's 412.
Thank you. Do you know how many of those are in the regions?
I believe I do have a breakdown somewhere, but I can probably take it on notice if you're short of time.
That would be helpful. Thank
178, according to Mr. Barakat behind me.
Thank you very much. I have a question for Ms. Jones. Thanks. Thanks, Ms. Collins.
Get my steps up.
Yeah. It's sort of a quick one. It's about the Australian Tourism Data Warehouse and how Destination New South Wales is engaging with that platform.
Yeah, so the Chief Executive Officer position, so that's myself at the moment, we have a position on the board of the ATDW.
Yep.
How we engage with that platform is obviously we encourage it to be sort of the single source of truth in terms of data across the country. And it's actually used to inform future policy development, not just for New South Wales, but more broadly across the country.
Does Destination New South Wales put any funding towards that warehouse?
I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay.
Yep.
And who are the other people involved at that leadership level?
So there are other heads of the tourism agencies across the state. I think all but 2 of the states are represented.
Okay. Thank you. And just finally, under the festivals amendment bill that is now an act, who is best placed for that? Mr. Barakat, thank you. I just wanted to clarify how many festivals have received the fund and how many have applied.
Sorry, if you talk about funding, it's not me, it's probably back to
Why don't you just stay up there?
Hello. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
I was just wondering how many festivals have received the Contemporary Music Festival Viability funding and how many have applied?
Yep, so there's been, I think there are 5 applications in process and 4 currently have been approved.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have questions again for Mr. Barakat. So this is just to get just a little bit of clarification around the question I asked you about the extended trading hours. I'm just trying to find the question. But what I was asking was how many of the venues have been able to get the extended trading, as opposed to how many venues are on the list. So how many have been of dedicated venues? So how many have been able to access or applied and got it and are operating as part of that extended hours?
So just so I'm really clear, of the 412 that are licensed music venues accessing incentives, how many of those are accessing that extended trading? Is that the question?
Yes.
And if that is the question, I'll have to take that on notice because it does depend on whether or not their development consents allow them to trade the additional 2 hours. But if we can get that breakdown, then I'm happy to take it, provide it to you on notice.
Yeah, okay, that would be good. Again, just seeing kind of how successful some of the reforms have been. I'm still getting contacted by some venues who are just having difficulties. One is, I think they actually went to Liquor and Gaming New South Wales after being frustrated with the City of Sydney as well as New South Wales Police. Mirage, King's Cross, are you aware of?
It doesn't ring a bell, but we do have what's called a hospitality concierge that does try and guide venues through some of the bureaucratic red tape that exists not just in the New South Wales sphere but also City of Sydney as well. So it may well have been that they've come in through the concierge, so I can take that on notice.
Is that concierge, how many people are working in that?
I'd need to take that on notice, Ms. Furman.
Is it a kind of biggish team, or is it one person? When you
That's
say
not one
it's a
person.
concierge,
It's not
a
one person.
Group.
Yeah, it's a team of people. Yeah.
Okay. Now, King's Cross, is King's Cross still classified as a high-risk area when it comes to venues licensing? Is it classified differently still? Because
I know.
I've been contacted that.
I know
it is,
exactly
and
what
it's-
you're referring to. There were different classifications for King's Cross and
Yep.
Sydney CBD at one point. I think they have been repealed, but let me take that on notice and confirm for you.
Okay, what I might do, Mr. Barakat, is via the Minister, I'll send this information to you, which would be interesting. Okay, that's a different Rozelle Interchange, Rozelle Parklands. So, thank you, Mr. Barakat. Has the New South Wales government entered into, or Transport for New South Wales entered into any formal agreement within a West Council regarding the care, control and management of Rozelle Parklands?
Not just yet. So
Okay.
we are still working with them. We are hopeful to reach agreement this month.
Is that, I've got information that's potentially means that is a lump sum or a figure that is going to be, I've got $20 million here that's given to Inner West Council for them to care for the parklands. Is that what we're looking at?
Two slightly different things.
Okay.
So the care control and management agreement is really looking at how the fields will be maintained and the parklands in the coming years, and then the interface with transport, because obviously sitting on top of motorway. So that's what that's working on. The 20 million was in recognition that the full scope expectation of the community wasn't met, and the allocation is to look at a master plan for what any future works to the parklands might be, and that is made to Inner West Council to do that work.
Okay, so there's two separate things. The $20 million is essentially almost compensation.
It's for them to do further works, and that was agreed with government. That's
Okay. So the delays, whose responsibility then will it be for the local sporting clubs to be able to use those playing fields? I assume we're talking now Inner West Council.
Yes.
Once this agreement is signed.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. We've had some delays in being able to get the turf to a standard that was required to hand over to council as well. So there's been a number of practical issues as well as actually working out who's responsible for what. But yes, ultimately it would be up to the council to manage the sporting fields and manage the grounds under that agreement.
So with the management, so the $20 million is there. With the management, is there money as well that Transport for New South Wales gives to the council each year for that care, control and maintenance for Inner West Council to undertake that instead of Transport for New South Wales? That's a separate agreement, is that right?
So generally speaking, when we do asset transfer from a project, it would go, and it's on council land, then it would go to council and become part of their operating budget. So we have covered the costs until that handover continues, and then it becomes a matter for council.
Okay, so there is an ongoing.
Not operation and maintenance funding, no.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now, the Richmond Bridge. Richmond Bridge upgrade. Actually, no. I think these are all. Don't worry, they're all very much on notice, and I'm not going to. I'm out. Questions? Are you done?
I'm done.
We are done.
I have some.
Yeah, Ms.
Thank
Wood.
you. Thank you. Just on the M12, is the M12 scheduled to open? Sorry, I'm just looking at the maps. Is the M12 scheduled to open on time in 2026?
Yes, we'll definitely be open all stages of the...
Sorry, we just can't hear you. Sorry.
Yes, I can confirm all stages of the M12 will be opened in line with the commitment to open before the Western Sydney Airport. We'll have some announcements shortly on the exact timings, but it will be opened in a staged manner.
And in 2026?
Certainly by, yes. Yeah. I don't want to make the announcement here, but maybe earlier than 26.
Okay, that would be a
I'm
bonus.
not saying all stages, but it will start to open.
Okay.
Progressively.
All right. And in relation to projects more generally, it's no surprise I ask this every time, but what projects will go to tender for delivery by the end of the financial year?
There's a whole raft of them. I haven't got a comprehensive list in front of me.
Are you able to provide that list
yeah,
on notice?
we
I think we
can.
do this every time.
I might just mention that for the first time we've updated our project pipeline. So it's on the Transport for New South Wales Infrastructure portal, and it's also shared on the Infrastructure New South Wales portal.
All right.
So for the first time we've updated that for industry every half year, so every 6 months, not annually.
That's
so some of that
helpful.
information, I accept that some of the timeframes are broader, but that is now available.
Okay.
And the benefit for industry is that they can get those more regular updates.
Terrific, thank you, and also for us. So if you could just take on notice, though, specifically which projects will go to tender for delivery by the end of this financial year, please, for the committee. Thank you.
And ones that are currently in tender, because we have quite a few in tender at the moment.
If you could itemise each of those rather than a general statement, that would be helpful. And what's the total payout of the heavy vehicle rebate this year and last calendar year? So each calendar year, this year and last year.
I'll just see what we have here.
Okay, you can. While you're looking for that, Ms. Mayers, roads projects have perhaps. I'd like that answer today, if I may. But while you're looking for that, have roads projects been reprioritised this year that would affect delivery date? Are there any roads projects that have been reprioritised this year that would affect their delivery date?
Not to my knowledge. I mean, we had the comprehensive both state and federal infrastructure reviews in 2023 that led into 2024. That largely set the program for our portfolio of projects, and we're sticking to that program.
So no roads projects have been reprioritised this year that would affect their delivery dates?
Oh, the only thing I'd add to Ms Drover's comments is that we've received federal funding for a range of roads projects, so that would allow us to reprogram and reprioritise timing. So yes, that may have occurred with the injection of some federal funding.
So Mona Vale Road will be done then?
I think we've responded to the Mona Vale Road West question. We've got design funding.
Yeah, so we've opened Mona Vale Road East last year. West, we're only funded for the detailed design.
Yes.
And we are due to finish that shortly.
Okay, if you could provide that information either now, Ms Mayers, or...
The truck multiplier figure I've got, did you want
the
that
heavy
now,
vehicle
Chair, or
rebate,
later?
How much for last year and this year?
I do.
Later?
I've done a few more questions.
Certainly.
So I'll jump in.
Okay, maybe in government time.
Ms Mildwater, I'm told that as about a month ago there was no permanent occupation certificate for the Powerhouses Castle Hill facility. Is that correct?
I might ask Ms Havilah to
Oh, yes.
answer that.
That's good.
Thank you. I'll just find the information. Just give me 1 second. Our new building in Castle Hill, the building is complete, and in the process of finalising the commissioning, a minor defect was identified to an internal door which required rectification. An interim occupation certificate has been issued allowing full occupation and operation of the building, and the minor defect is now currently being rectified by New South Wales Public Works with a view to achieve full certification in the next week.
Okay, so at the moment it's temporary. Under full certification there will be therefore permanent occupation certificate. Is that
correct? Yeah.
Correct. Okay, so at next week, that's good information. Ms Havilah, the fundraising The Powerhouse, I understand that the Director of Sponsorship resigned at the end of last year. Is her position being replaced?
So currently I am leading the campaign team, and we have an external advisor who's working with us alongside the campaign committee, which is chaired by Tony Shepherd.
Okay, and was the Director of Sponsorship, did they, in terms of bringing money in, was there sufficient campaign money raised, or is it behind target?
No, it's an ongoing program. The target is 75 million, and the timeline to achieve that target is by the time we open.
How much has been raised to that target?
To date, $60.4 million.
Okay, and so what's the opening? When is the opening?
The date hasn't been set for opening, but it will be in the second half of next year.
So second half of 2026?
Yes.
Okay. Are you replacing a Director of Sponsorship with a position, or are you continuing in the arrangement that you have now with the external contractor?
We're planning to continue the arrangement that we currently have.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about exhibitions for the Powerhouse? Is there any plans? Is anything firmed up for what we can expect?
Yes, so we're working on, currently the Powerhouse curatorial team are working on the development of 5 major exhibitions that will open when Powerhouse Parramatta opens.
Is there anything more you can reveal?
Yet to be announced, but we're really looking forward to announcing what those exhibitions will be. I can tell you that they will absolutely feature the Powerhouse collection. They will also work right across the applied arts and sciences, and we're working with museums and partners around the world to make sure that we're bringing into Parramatta and to the new museum incredible objects and incredible stories.
Okay, and that opening program is going over how long? Do you know how long that will be for? Are we talking several months, 6 months?
The first series of exhibitions, some will go for 2 years, some will go for 1 year, but there'll be a sort of changing program of exhibitions. But all of the exhibitions will be in place for the first year that we open.
And is that funded? Are you seeking any more money from Treasury or the government for those to fund that?
The exhibition program is funded, and of course we're always looking for external partners and collaborators to offset those costs as much as we can.
Okay, so how much of the $60 million raised from philanthropy has been banked? Is that what you've said in terms of what's been raised so far? The 63, I think you said to me.
60.4.
Is that all come in, or is that pledged?
That's pledged through a contract, and that will be paid over a period of time. It's phased.
Over what forward estimates?
Different contracts are
Okay.
over different periods of time, and I'm happy to take that on notice and give you those details.
Okay, thank you. So, for example, the Lang Walker Foundation, the $20 million that they have committed, has that all been paid, or is it one of the ones you'll take on notice?
I'll take it on notice, but it's phased over a number of years, which is a normal practice in philanthropic contribution of that scale.
Yeah. What about the planning approval for the Ultimo redevelopment? Where's that up to?
So I understand that planning approval is imminent, and we we're yet to hear. Okay, so that, you can't give me assurances about that. That was a ministerial question. That's it again for me. Thank you
Thanks,
so
Ms. Havilah. I'll go to the
If I
opposition.
may, and then I might throw to colleagues if there's time. Just on so you're coming back to me, yes,
Got it
on
now,
the
if
heavy
you'd like
vehicle
it.
rebate. Yep, last calendar year and this calendar year.
Yep, so last calendar year, toll the truck multiplier 16.7 million in rebates has been credited to customers. And did you want the toll cap figure as well?
Sorry, what year is that? The 16.7?
2024.
Yep, and this calendar year?
I don't have the current figure.
Will you take that on notice?
Yes.
Okay,
I'll do
thank
that.
you. And in relation to the roads projects reprioritised, so are you taking that on notice, or are you able to indicate any that have been reprioritised in this year that would affect their delivery date?
I think we can probably provide that when we give the tender document. We can look at that on notice. Yeah.
Okay. Could you list any that have been have had that date affected because of the reprioritisation, which is understandable in some circumstances?
Just programming changes, yeah, and reprioritisation. No problem.
All right, thank you. And which roads projects have been reprioritised this year?
Take that on notice as part of the response.
Yeah, I'm not aware of any. I think, as
Yeah.
Ms Mayor said, there's additional funding that's coming in, and in some instances we're trying to accelerate projects, but we'll take that on notice.
Okay. And what percentage of the 4-year forwards is for roads projects? Might be one from Ms Wayne.
I'm happy.
All right, you can, while you're looking that up, I might keep moving. And sorry, just to be clear, that's the capital expenditure, the CapEx. All right. While you're looking for that, I'll keep moving. The Bankstown Airport intersection, that is the upgrade of Murray Jones Drive and Milpera Road intersection. Yeah. What is the timeline for that? There seems to be an issue bouncing between the state and federal government, and some documentation outstanding to commence that works. What's the commencement date?
We'll just check that. It's part of Henry Lawson Drive project from memory.
While you're both checking that, I might hand to my colleagues if there's anything further you want to.
And if you'll excuse me, is it mild water or milled water?
Mild water.
Mild water. It's mild water. If I could possibly go back to the situation, Mr. Cox's termination. Are you able to provide the dollar cost of the 38-week termination?
I'll take that on notice. Yeah.
Okay. And you said that, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure you will, that you made the decision to terminate, so it wasn't a mutual agreement?
That's correct.
Okay. What was your decision? And is there a budgeted amount for the recruitment process?
No.
No. Would there be? Would that be the standard procedure?
Not really. I mean, recruitment costs are usually within sort of contingency or just normal operating budget. They're not of a significant, not of a level that need to be separately budgeted, typically.
But so you'll have to come up with a budget or a figure that you're working around once the recruitment process is in place?
Yeah, that's right. We'll get quotes. Like there's a usual tender process where you get quotes. And,
great. And you'll be able to provide that to us at
when
some point in the future?
When the time comes, yes.
Yep, lovely. Now, deploying Mr. Cox to another group or department wasn't an option?
It's always considered, but it didn't happen. Yeah.
And it was considered in this situation?
Yeah, it's always considered, but I can't go into details of an individual's private.
You can't explain why he couldn't be moved to somewhere else.
No, it's not. It's not
appropriate.
Yeah, it's not appropriate for me to talk about individual circumstances, but I can say it's always considered.
Thank you. And apologies for your incorrect name in the first instance. Back to you.
Thank you. Do we have answers on?
Just checking, are you talking about Henry Lawson Drive, section 1B?
1A.
In upgrade of the, so it's the finalisation of the agreement with Transport and the Commonwealth Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts regarding the upgrade of the Murray Jones Drive / Milpera Road intersection at the Bankstown Airport, knowing that there's a lot of emergency services there. So there's delays affecting those operators.
Look, I do know we're doing investigation works for the 1B project, and that's part of the planning process. But perhaps we can take on notice the exact.
Yeah, if you could take on notice,
it
seems that there's some outstanding issues that have to be resolved before the works can commence, and they seem to be relatively minor things to be sorted out, or business as usual things, details of the lots to be valued for transfer, valuation costs, and agreeing a sunset date for commencement of works, all of which are sort of minor matters that seem to be holding up what is otherwise sort of
broad agreement between the state and feds to get it done. So could you give some indication of when those things might be finalised and what is causing the ongoing delay?
Yes, okay, because we have started some of the investigation works and even the property acquisition for the 1B project. If I can just get the exact intersection you're talking about.
Upgrade of Murray Jones Drive and / Milpera Road intersection at the Bankstown Airport. It seems to be in place with the operator and transport and the Commonwealth Department, but there seems to be some paperwork broadly from the bureaucracy that is holding that up.
Brenda. Yes, Ms Ward,
Yes.
roads project, 47% of the
Of
four-year
forwards?
capital project.
That's for CapEx? Sorry, that I didn't see. Did you say yes?
47%.
Of the 4-year forwards is for road
Yes.
projects, and that's capital.
Yes, that's
expenditure.
right.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Wing. So we did get to something. Thank you.
There is more time if you want to.
Yeah, if you guys want
Don't feel compelled.
No, I think I'm good.
Yeah, no, it's okay. We're good.
You're good?
We're good. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lone Ranger.
Ms Sabal.
No questions from me, Chair.
Oh, bravo.
Thank you.
And do we have anything else back on notice? Sorry, Chair, through you. Is there anything else that was going back that been taken on notice?
Oh, no, I did have one correction for Mr Benaziac, Chair, if that's all right.
Sure.
It was on the ducto ramps timing.
Yes.
If I believe I said to you that we had been consulting with the community at the end of last year, but it was the end of 23, early 24. So just for the record. Thank you.
And just for the Bullo bypass, the submissions report, which is a summary of all the community feedback from the last round of consultation, that went out in January 25. So that's available on our website.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all for appearing today. Really appreciate your time. The Secretariat will of course be in touch because there was a fair bit taken on notice. That is the end of today's hearing, and I regret to inform a fair few of you that we'll see you tomorrow for transport. So have a lovely evening and see you back here tomorrow, Mr Murray.
Thank you all. Thanks very much.